Transcribers Note. This version of the text cannot represent certain typographical effects. Italics are delimited with the character as italic. The footnotes have been consolidated and moved to directly follow the paragraphs in which they are referenced. Be advised that the internal page references made in the text are necessarily meaningless in this version, since the printed page numbers are lost. History of Norwegian Immigration. A history of Norwegian immigration. To the United States, from the earliest beginning down to the year 1848. By George T. Flom, Ph.D., Columbia, Professor of Scandinavian Languages and Literatures and Acting Professor of English Philology, State University of Iowa. Privately printed, Iowa City, Iowa. Copyright 1909, George T. Flom. The Torch Press, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. To my mother, through whom I have come to understand something of the heroic womanhood exemplified in the lives of our pioneer mothers, this volume is affectionately inscribed. Forward. This volume is intended to present the progress of immigration from Norway to this country from the beginning down through what may be termed the first period of settlement. It is possible that I may at some future time return to these studies to trace the further growth of the Scandinavian element and its place and influence in American life. 4 years ago, I contributed an article to the Iowa Journal of History and Politics upon the Scandinavian factor in the American population, in which I discussed briefly the causes of emigration from the northern countries. This article forms the basis of chapters Roman 6, Roman 8 of the present volume, much new evidence from later years having, however, been added. In a subsequent issue of the same journal, I published an article on the coming of the Norwegians to Iowa, which is embodied in part in chapters Roman 3v of this volume. The remaining 36 chapters are new. During the last 3 summers, I have continued my investigation of that part of the subject, which deals with the immigration movement. This book represents the results of that investigation down to 1848. For invaluable assistance in the investigation, I gratefully acknowledge indebtedness to the numerous pioneers whom, from time to time, I have interviewed and who so kindly have given the aid sought. I wish to thank, also, several persons who generously have accepted the task of personally gathering pioneer data for certain localities. For such help, I owe a debt of gratitude to the following persons: J. W. Johnson, Racine, Wisconsin; Reverend A. Jacobson, Decorah, Iowa; Reverend G. A. Larson, Clinton, Wisconsin; Henry Natesta, Clinton, Wisconsin; Reverend O. J. K. Vale, Orfordville, Wisconsin; Reverend J. Nordby, Lee, Illinois; Dr. N. C. Evans, M.T. Horeb, Wisconsin; M. J. and Jebretson, Gratiot, Wisconsin; Dan K. Anderson and wife, Woodford, Wisconsin; Ole Jacobson, Elkhorn, Wisconsin; Samuel Sampson, Rio, Wisconsin; T. M. Newton, Grinnell, Iowa; Harvey Arveson, Whitewater, Wisconsin; and Reverend Helge Hoverstad, M.T. Horeb, Wisconsin. My thanks are also due to Reverend G. Crossdew of Koshkonong Parsonage for having placed at my disposal the Koshkonong Church Register from 1844-1850, as also for verifying my copy of it in some cases of names and dates. For the privilege accorded me of using these so precious documents, I am most grateful. Reverend K. A. Kasberg of Spring Grove, Minnesota, has given me certain important data on part of the immigration to East Koshkonong in 1842. And similarly, N. A. Lai of Deerfield, Wisconsin, for immigration from Voss in 1838-1844, and Mr. Elim Ellingson and wife of Capron, Illinois, on the founders of the Long Prairie settlement. Many others might be mentioned, who have given valuable assistance by letter and otherwise in the course of the investigation, and to whom I owe much. Finally, I wish to thank Dr. N. C. Evans of M.T. Horeb, Wisconsin, for the loan of Cyclopedia of Wisconsin, 1906, and Illustrate Kirkehistory, Chicago, 1898. Mr. O. N. Falk of Stoughton, Wisconsin, for loaning me Build Magazine for 1869-1870, and my brother, Martin O. Flom, of Stoughton, for securing for my use several Wisconsin atlases and a copy of the Biographical Review of Dane County, 1893. Of published works on Norwegian immigration, which I have found especially useful, are to be mentioned S. Nilsson's Build Magazine on Causes of Immigration and the earliest immigrants from Telemarken and Numedal. R.B. Anderson's first chapter on Norwegian immigration for the sloopers of 1825 and their descendants. Strand's History of the Norwegians in Illinois, 1905, for the Norwegians in Chicago. H. L. Skavlum's Sketch of Scandinavians in the Early Days of Rock County, Wisconsin, Norman's Forbundet for February, 1909, and several articles in Simra, 1905-1908. I must also mention a most valuable series of articles on the Rock Prairie Settlement, Rock County, Wisconsin, which appeared in America in 1906. See further the bibliography at the end of this volume. No one who has never been engaged in a similar undertaking can have any conception of the difficulty of the task and the labor involved in the collecting, weighing, and sifting of the vast amount of detail material. I have tried to write a work which shall be correct as to details and historically reliable. That errors have crept in, I doubt not. I shall be grateful to the reader who may discover such errors if he will call my attention to them. Finally, I wish to say that I have attempted nothing complete with reference to the personal sketches of the earliest pioneers. This was manifestly impossible. I have thought also that this was not here called for except in cases of founders of settlements, and even here I have sometimes lacked the full facts. To many, it will also undoubtedly seem that the early days of the church and the founding of congregations should have received more attention. I can only say that this volume deals specifically with the causes, course, and progress of Norwegian immigration, and that this plan precluded a discussion in this volume of religious and educational movements among the pioneers, or of social questions, occupations, public service, and like topics. The work thus aims to keep only what the title promises, and I hope it will be found to be a real contribution to history within the scope marked out for it. Table of Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1. Norway. Population, resources, pursuits of her people, social conditions, laws, and institutions. Chapter 2. Emigration from Norway. Chapter 3. The earliest immigrants from Norway, 1620 to 1825. Chapter 4. The sloopers of 1825, the first Norwegian settlement in America, Klang Pearson. Chapter 5. The founding of the Fox River Settlement, personal notes on some of the founders. Chapter 6. Causes of emigration from Norway, general factors, economic. Chapter 7. Causes of emigration continued, special factors, religion as a cause, emigration agents. Chapter 8. Causes of emigration continued, the influence of successful pioneers, America letters, the spirit of adventure, summary. Chapter 9. Growth of the Fox River Settlement, the immigration of 1836, further personal sketches. Chapter 10. The year 1837 continued, the sailing of Ægir. Chapter 11. Beaver Creek, Ole Rinning. Chapter 12. Some of the immigrants of 1837, the first pathfinders from Numedal and Telemarken. Chapter 13. Ansten Nadestad's return to Norway in 1838, the year 1839. Immigration assumes larger proportions, the course of settlement changes. Chapter 14. Shelby County, Missouri. Ansten Nadestad's return from Norway in 1839. The founding of the Jefferson Prairie Settlement in Rock County, Wisconsin. Chapter 15. The earliest white settlers on Rock and Jefferson Prairies. The founding of the Rock Prairie Settlement, the earliest settlers on Rock Prairie. Chapter 16. The Rock Run Settlement, other immigrants of 1839, the immigration of 1840. Chapter 17. The settlement of Norway and Raymond Townships, Racine County. The founders of the settlement, immigration to Racine County in 1841-1842. Chapter 18. The establishment of the Koshkonong settlement in Dane County, Wisconsin. Chapter 19. The settling of Koshkonong by immigrants from Numedal and Stavanger in 1840. Other accessions in 1842. Chapter 20. New accessions to the Koshkonong settlement in 1841. The growth of the settlement in 1842. Chapter 21. The first Norwegian settlement in Iowa at Sugar Creek in Lee County. Chapter 22. The earliest Norwegian settlers at Wyoda, Lafayette County, and Dodgeville, Iowa County, Wisconsin. Chapter 23. Growth of the Jefferson Prairie Settlement from 1841 to 1845. The first Norwegian landowners in Rock County. Chapter 24. Immigration to Rock Prairie from New Metal and Land in 1842 and subsequent years. Chapter 25. Immigration from Hallingdal, Norway, to Rock Prairie from 1843 to 1848. Continued immigration from New Metal. Other early accessions. Chapter 26. Economic conditions of immigrants, cost of passage, course of the journey, duration of the journey. Chapter 27. Norwegians in Chicago, 1840–1845. A Vossing colony. Some early settlers in Chicago from Hardanger. Chapter 28. The earliest Norwegian settlers in the township of Pleasant Spring, Dane County, Wisconsin. Chapter 29. The first Norwegian settlers in the townships of Dunkirk, Dunn, and Cottage Grove in Dane County, Wisconsin. Chapter 30. The expansion of the Koshkonong settlement into Sumner and Oakland townships in Jefferson County. Increased immigration from Telemarken. New settlers from Kragero, Drammen, and New Metal. Chapter 31. The coming of the first large party of immigrants from Son, new accessions from Voss. Chapter 32. Long Prairie in Boone County, Illinois, a Sonning settlement. Chapter 33. The growth of the Racine County, Muskego, settlement, 1843–1847. Chapter 34. The Hart Prairie settlement in Walworth Co. Wise, Skapenong, Pine Lake. Chapter 35. The earliest Norwegian settlers at Sugar Creek, Walworth County, Wisconsin. The influx from land Norway to Wyoda and vicinity, 1844–1852. Chapter 36. Continued immigration from Åland, Son to Koshkonong. The arrival of settlers from Vic Parish, Son, in 1845. Chapter 37. Kirke Register. Church Register of East Koshkonong, West Koshkonong, and Liberty Prairie congregations as constituted during the years of Reverend J. W. C. Dietrichson's incumbency of the pastorate from to 1850 and as recorded by Reverend Dietrichson. Chapter 38. The founding of the Norwegian settlements of Norway Grove, Spring Prairie, and Bonnet Prairie in Dane and Columbia counties, Wisconsin. Chapter 39. Blue Mounds in western Dane County, Wisconsin. Chapter 40. The Hardanger settlement in Lee and DeKalb counties, Illinois. Big Grove in Kendall County and Nettle Creek in Grundy County, Illinois. Chapter 41. The first Norwegian pioneers in northeastern Iowa. Chapter 42. Survey of Immigration from Norway to America. Conclusion 375. Appendix I. Appendix Roman II. Bibliography. Index. Introduction. In this volume, one shall aim to give an account of the Norwegian immigration movement from 1825 down to 1848. Thereupon will follow a brief survey of the course of the movement and the growth of the settlements founded here in that period. In the introductory pages, I shall discuss briefly individual immigration from Norway from its earliest known beginnings down to 1825. Immigration from Norway resulted in the founding of settlements in New York, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa successively. I shall try to give a correct narrative of the beginnings and the growth of these settlements. In this part of the work, I shall stress the oldest and largest settlements in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois, for the relation of these to the whole movement and later colonization of the northwestern states by the Norwegians is one of especial importance. I shall treat somewhat fully of the causes of emigration, of the growth of the movement, and the part in it that each district or province in Norway has played. The leaders from each district and the founders of the settlements here will be named, and in many cases, sketches will be given of their lives. Such questions as the course of the movement in Norway, the cost of the voyage, the course of the journey, early wage conditions, the economic conditions of the immigrants, the geographical trend of settlement, will also be considered, and approximately complete lists of the accessions in each settlement for the first few years will be given. The limits of this volume, however, will preclude the treatment of social or cultural questions, or to take more than the briefest notice of the pursuits and occupations of the Norwegian-American and his contribution to American life. I hope to be able to treat elsewhere, later, of some of these problems. The story of the immigrant settler is one that is well worth the telling. It is one that is justly receiving increased attention in recent years. I believe that the writer of American history will, in the future, pay far greater attention than he has in the past to the immigrant pioneer as a factor in the development of the nation. There are in America today about 1 million people of Norwegian birth or Norwegian parentage. That is, there are nearly half as many of that nationality in America as in Norway itself. The transplanting of so large a proportion of a race from the land to which it is rooted by birth and by its history is indeed remarkable. Various European peoples have contributed to the growth of the American population. They have each given something to the sum total of present American life, and in some measure helped to shape American institutions. As a people, America is yet in the formative period. Racially, at least, 1/2 of the population is not Anglo-Saxon. It is by the amalgamation of all its ethnic factors that the future American people will be evolved. The contribution that each foreign element will make to that evolution will be determined by the civilization, which each represents as its racial heritage, the culture which, in the course of its history, each has evolved as a people and a nation. As the true student of American history takes note of these things in the future, the significance of the foreign factor in the growth and the upbuilding of the country will receive its just recognition. We of Norse blood, but American birth, if we are true to the best that is in us, cannot fail to have an interest in the trials and the achievements of the pioneer fathers. We must recognize the true heroism of the men and women who braved the hardships and suffered the privations of frontier life in the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. The part that the pioneers of those days played in the development of the Northwest was a great one. In comparison with it, that of the present generation is wholly insignificant. It is to the memory of those pioneers, in recognition of their true worth, that this record of their coming is dedicated. Chapter 1. Norway, population, resources, pursuits of her people, social conditions, laws, and institutions. Norway is, as we know, a long and narrow strip of country in the west of the Scandinavian peninsula, stretching through 13 degrees of latitude, and in the north, extending almost 300 miles into the Arctic zone. Nearly a third of the entire country is the domain of the midnight sun, where summer is the season of daylight and winter is one long unbroken night. Even in southern Norway, total darkness is unknown in summer, the night being merely a period of twilight. In Christiania, the nights are light from April 20th to the third week in August, in Trondheim, a week more at either end. In the latter city, there is broad daylight at midnight from May 23rd to July 20th. Correspondingly, there is a period of continuous darkness in the extreme north. Thus at Tromsø, the sun is not visible between the 26th of November and the 16th day of January. The long night is therefore short as compared with the long day of summer. Climatically also, Norway is naturally a land of extremes, extending, as it does, over such a vast area north and south. Yet the populous portion of the country, the southern 2/3, is not appreciably colder than the state of Iowa and the southern half of Wisconsin and Minnesota. The winter is severest in the great inland valleys, Gudbrandsdalen, Valdres, and Hallingdal, but especially in Østerdalen. In the last-named valley, the lowest temperature ever observed has been recorded, namely 50 degrees, mercury often having been frozen. The winter is also excessively long in these valleys. In Fjeldberg and Jurken in the Dovre Mountains, the temperature is below the freezing point 200 days in the year. In the south and in the west coast districts, the climate is more uniform and more temperate. Northern Norway, with its Gulf Stream coast, presents the same general climatic conditions as western and southern Norway. The inland region of extreme cold is limited because of the very limited inland area, which also is very sparsely populated, or over 38,000 square miles. Compare Bjornson's account of the temperature at Kvikne in his autobiographical sketch, Blacken. The statistical and much of the other matter in this chapter has been taken from Norway official publication for the Paris Exhibition, 1900, published at Christiania. But I am also indebted to the stately publication by Norwegian authors and artists entitled Norge I det 1900, 2 volumes, large folio, 436 and 468 pages. Christiania, 1900. The scholars who published this are W. C. Brager, B. Getz, A.N. Kajer Molk Moe, Brido Morgenstern, Gerhard Mund, Fridtjof Nansen, Eilif Petersen, Nordahl Rolfsen, J. E. Sars, Gustav Storm, and E. Wernskjold. The editor-in-chief for the texts is Nordahl Rolfsen, for the illustrations E. Wernskjold. There is a large staff of collaborators. Each article is prepared by a specialist. The whole is a rare piece of bookmaking. The printers are Alb. Kammermeyer's Forlag, Christiania. I wish to mention also especially here Christensen's Det Nitend Arhundreds Kulturkamp I Norge, Christiania, 1905. The population of Norway is very unevenly distributed, the north being rather thinly settled. The area of Norway is 124,495 square miles, or somewhat more than that of Wisconsin and Illinois together. About 4% of this, however, is covered by lakes, and the average number of inhabitants to the square mile is only 17. The corresponding figures of inhabitants to the square mile for Sweden is 28. For Denmark, however, it is 148, and for all Europe, it is 98. The density of population is greatest in Larvik and Jarlsberg on the south, barring the cities of Christiania and Bergen. In these provinces, there are 116 inhabitants to the square mile. In Hedmarken, the number falls to 12. The western fjord districts, those of Trondheim Fjord, the Sogni Fjord, and the Hardanger Fjord are thickly populated. It was 1,490,950 in 1855, 2,350,000 in 1908. Norway is a land of fjords and lakes, of mountains and glacier expanses. Less than 1/4 of the country is capable of cultivation, and 80% of this is forest land. This leaves less than 5% under actual cultivation. We may compare again with Denmark, where 76% of the land is cultivated, while in all Europe the ratio is 40%. Norway's climate is noted for its healthfulness, and its inhabitants attain a higher degree of longevity than those of most other European countries. Nearly 7% of its people reach the age of 60 to 70, while 1% attain to the age of from 90 to 100 years. That is, reckoned as a whole, about 12% attain to the age of 60 years or more. This is considerable in excess of that of nearly all other European countries. Dr. A. Magelson of Christiania has recently written a work on Norway as a health resort entitled, To Norway for Health, a scientific account of the peculiar advantages of the Norwegian climate, published by Nikolai Olsen, Christiania. The average age in Norway is 50, while, for instance, in Italy it is 35. But the expectancy is far more than this for him who passes infancy. Thus, if one attains to the age of 50 in Norway, one still may expect to live 23 years. Such is the health and the expectancy of life among our immigrants from Norway. The predominant pursuit in Norway is agriculture, cattle farming and forest cultivation. Herein 48% of the population seeks its maintenance. The immigrant pioneer generally selects in America the pursuit or occupation for which he has been trained in his native country. And so, we find that the great majority of Norwegian immigrants have sought homes in rural communities and engaged in farming and related pursuits. In fact, more than 88% of our Norwegian immigrants have come from rural communities. 23% of the population of Norway are engaged in industries and mining. To these occupations in this country, Norway has, especially in the later period of immigration, contributed a considerable share. A little over 8% of her people are engaged in fishing. And so, we find that a proportionately very large amount of the New England fisheries is conducted by fishermen who have come from Norway. Navigation engages 6% of the population of Norway. In this connection, I note that our warships in the Spanish-American War were many of them manned almost exclusively by Norwegian sailors. And there were Norwegians in the American Marine Service as early as the War of Independence, as again in no small proportion in the Civil War in the 60s. The Reliance which defended the America Cup against Shamrock Roman III in 1903 was manned almost exclusively by Norwegians. They were from the following towns in Norway: Arendal, Ålesund, Stavanger, Bergen, Larvik, Christiania, and Haugesund. Perhaps about 5% of Norway's population is engaged in intellectual work. Here, too, The contribution of Norway to our population in America has been considerable, especially during the last 20 years. Nearly all of the Norwegian population is of the Protestant faith, and the great majority of these are members of the state church, which is the Lutheran. Somewhat similar are the affiliations in America. The Constitution of Norway is liberal, and the government highly democratic. In these respects, the people of Norway are now perhaps as favorably circumstanced as we in America. The Norwegian readily enters into the spirit of American laws and institutions, for their laws are not essentially different from his own. Being accustomed to a high degree of freedom, he has been trained to a high conception of the responsibilities that freedom entails. He has long been accustomed to representation and sharing in the rights of franchise, and he exercises that right as a privilege and a solemn duty. It may be said, I believe, that no people has a higher sense of right and wrong and a stronger moral incentive to right. Frauds in elections and graft in official life are yet unheard of among our Norwegian-American citizens. Norway is, next to Finland, the most temperate of European countries. The sale of liquor is permitted only in incorporated cities and towns, and only by an association that is organized under government supervision. It is the so-called Gothenburg system that is in use. Of the earnings of such organization, the government takes 5%, the county 10%, and the municipality 15%, while the net profit of the association must not exceed 5% on the investment in any 1 year. The hours of sale are very much restricted. Not only is there no sale of liquor on Sundays, but places of such business must close at 1 o'clock on Saturday and on days preceding holidays. Norway is essentially a temperate country. Statistics show that out of every 1,000 deaths, only one is due to drink. The Norwegian people have educated themselves to abstinence, and the temperance movement found wide support earlier in Norway than anywhere else. Det Norsk Totalafhold Selskab was organized in 1859. 10 years ago, it had 1,020 branches and 130,000 members, while other temperance associations also have a considerable membership. Here in America, the Norwegian immigrant has taken a prominent part in legislation looking toward the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquors, and the Prohibition Party finds its strongest support among the Norwegians, as it finds a relatively large number of its candidates for state and county offices from among them. The Norwegian Total Abstinence Society. When the Sunday closing order was instituted in Minneapolis in December 1905, the Minneapolis Journal commented upon the fact that the Norwegian citizens made no complaint, as it appears others did. Crime conditions in Norway are similarly significant. Comparative statistics are difficult of access, but Norway's proportion of serious offenses is very low. In the whole period from 1891–1895, the total number was only 261. Norway has its poor as every country has, but it has its excellent system of taking care of the poor. Thus, every municipality has a board of guardians, fattig commission, which consists of the parish minister, a police officer, and several men chosen by a local board. Norway keeps her criminals and takes care of her poor. She does not send them to America, as has only too often been the case in some other countries. Norway has a highly developed school system crowned by the Royal Frederick University at Christiania. It has compulsory education, its boards of inspection, and its great department of public instruction. It has its people's high school, its working men's colleges, and a system of secondary schools, whose curricula are still on a conservative basis. Its one university ranks with the foremost in Europe, and with it are connected various laboratories and scientific institutions, and it has a library of 350,000 volumes. Here, too, are located its botanical gardens, the historical museum, the astronomical and magnetic observatory, the meteorological institute, and the biological marine station. The salaries of its teachers in middle school gymnasium, and of instructors and professors in the university, reckoned by the purchasing power of money, is approximately 30% greater than that of our Middle Western universities. I shall also mention the Royal Norwegian Scientific Society at Trondheim, founded 1760, a similar society in Christiania, founded 1857, the Bergen Museum, founded 1825, with its literary and scientific collections illustrative of the life and cultural history of Western Norway. The Norwegian National Museum in Christiania, founded 1894. Similar, but more general in character. The Industrial Arts Museum, and the various archives of the kingdom. This is located at Drøbak. Though Norway's participation in the Universal Exposition at St. Louis in 1904 as regards number of exhibits was limited, its exhibits were acknowledged to be of very high grade, thus in its tapestries, in carved and inlaid work, in silver and enamel displays it received the highest awards. Report by Consul Fr. Waj, General Commissioner to the St. Louis Exposition, Scandinavian, June 14, 1905. As to the Norwegian language, I shall merely speak of its highly analytic character, in which respect it has for a long time been developing in the same direction as English, though of course, absolutely independently. Being closely cognate with English, a large part of the vocabulary of the two is of the same stock. Further, its sound system is fundamentally similar. These three considerations, especially perhaps the first, will make clear to us the reason why the Norwegian so readily learns to use the English language, and if he learns it in youth, even to the point of mastery. This is of the greatest importance, for language is in modern times the real badge of nationality. A correct use of the English language is the first and chief stamp of American nationality, the key without which the foreigner cannot enter into the spirit of American life and institutions. Norwegian literature I cannot either discuss here. The great movements it represents in recent times are fairly well known. Its significance and its broad influence are beginning to be understood. The genius of Norwegian literature is morality and truth. It expresses herein the high ethical sense of the nation, which is pagan racial, but which is also Christian Lutheran, a church which in its preeminent spirituality is the typical Teutonic church. Chapter 2. Emigration from Norway. Emigration from Norway has in large part been transatlantic. Norway has lost by American emigration a comparatively larger portion of her population than any other country in Europe, with the exception of Ireland. The great majority of the emigrants have gone to the northwestern states and found there their future homes. In northern Illinois, in Wisconsin and Minnesota, in northern and western Iowa, in North and South Dakota, they form a very large proportion of the population. Emigration to European countries has been directed chiefly to Sweden and Denmark, though not few have settled in England and Germany, and some in Holland. Between 1871 and 1875, about 1,500 persons emigrated from Norway to Australia. The number that have gone there since that has been much smaller. These have settled chiefly in South Australia, Victoria, and New Zealand. In recent years, some have settled in the Argentine Republic in South America. Norwegians are found in considerable numbers in Western Canada, but the majority of these have emigrated from the Norwegian communities in the western states, especially Minnesota and North Dakota. Norwegian emigration to the United States took systematic form with the sailing of Norden and Den Norsklipp in 1836. In 1843, it began to assume larger proportions. In that year, 1,600 immigrants from Norway settled in the United States. During 1866-1870, a period of financial depression in Norway, there left, on an average, about 15,000 a year. The rate fell in the 70s, rose again in the 80s, the figure for 1882 being 29,101 persons, while it averaged over 18,000 per annum also for the next decade. In 1898, it was not quite 5,000. Then again, it rose steadily, reaching 24,461 in 1903. The Norwegian emigration has been mostly from rural districts, day laborers, artisans, farmers, seamen, but also those representing other pursuits. Not a few with professional or technical education have settled in America. We find them in the medical profession, in the ministry, in journalism, in the faculties of our colleges. All the age classes are represented among immigrants from Norway, but by far the largest number of both men and women have come during the ages of 20 to 35, and particularly the first half of these series of years. Mostly in recent years. In the early period chiefly. This great emigration of the Norwegian race during the 19th century has, of course, very materially retarded the growth of the population in Norway, especially in the period from 1865 to 1890. The increase between 1815 and 1835 was as high as 1.34% annually. From 1835 to 1865, it was 1.18%, but during 1865-1890, it fell to 0.65%. Since 1890, the increase has been considerable again. But during 1866-1903, the total emigration from Norway to the United States alone aggregated 524,000. To this number should be added the children of these if we are to have a proper basis of estimation for the increase of the race in the last half-century. This increase thus has been 1.4% annually. That is, the race has doubled itself in 50 years. We may compare with France, where the increase has been 0.23%, Russia, where it has been 1.35%, in Serbia, where it has been 2%, this being the highest in Europe. The increase in Sweden and Denmark is about the same as in Norway, reckoning the racial increase. The figures here are for the period closing with 1890, before which year Russia had furnished very few emigrants to the United States. It will be of interest here to consider briefly the immigration from the Scandinavian countries as a whole. During the years 1820-1830, not more than 283 emigrated from the Scandinavian countries to the United States. In the following decade, the number only slightly exceeded 2,000. Since 1850, our statistics regarding the foreign-born population are more complete. In that year, we find there were a little over 18,000 persons in the country of Scandinavian birth. In 1880, this number had reached 440, 262, while the unprecedented exodus of 1882 and the following years had by 1890 brought the number up to 933,249. Thus the immigrant population from these countries, which in 1850 was less than 1%, had in 1890 reached 10% of the whole foreign element. The following table will show the proportion contributed by the countries designated for each decade since 1850. Table I. 1850, 1860, 1870, 1880, 1890, 1900% Ireland. 838, 933, 327, 820, 215. 6 Germany, 830, 429, 430, 125. 8 England, 410, 510, 9988. 1 Canada, 66, 910, 710, 611. 4 Scotland and Wales, 443, 7383, 83, 73. 2 Scandinavia, 9174, 36, 6. 10 110 3. Thus it will be seen that among European countries Scandinavia, considered as one, stands third in the number of persons contributed to the American foreign-born population, exceeding that of Scotland and Wales in 1870 and that of England in 1890. Both the Irish and the German immigration reached considerable numbers at least 15 years before that from the north, Ireland having contributed nearly 43% of the total in 1850, and Germany 26%. By 1900, the Irish quota had fallen to 15%, while the German is nearly 26%, and that from Scandinavia 10%. In 1870, our Scandinavian-born immigrant population was twice as large as the French and equaled the total from Holland, Switzerland, Austria, Bohemia, Italy, Hungary, Poland, and Russia. The 4 last named countries have, as we know, in the last decade entered very extensively into the emigration movement. The Norwegians are the pioneers in the emigration movement from the north in the 19th century. The Danes were the last to come in considerable numbers. Statistics, however, show that 189 Danes had emigrated to this country before 1830, while there were only 94 from Norway and Sweden. The Norwegian foreign-born population had in 1850 reached 12,678, while that from Sweden was 3,559. And Denmark had furnished a little over 1,800. The Danish immigration was not over 5,000 a year until 1,880 and has never reached 12,000. The Swedish immigration received a new impulse in 1852. It was 5,000 in 1868. It reached its climax of 64,607 in 1882. According to Norwegian statistics, the emigration from Norway to the United States was 6,050 in 1853, but according to our census reports, did not reach 5,000 before 1866. The highest figure, 29,101 was reached in 1,882, according to our census, or 28,000, according to Norwegian statistics. The total emigration from the Scandinavian countries to America between 1820 and 1903 was 1,617,111. This remarkable figure becomes doubly remarkable when we stop to consider that the population of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden is only 2.5% of the total population of Europe. Yet they have contributed nearly 10% of our immigrant population. There are in this country nearly 1/3 as many Scandinavians, counting those of foreign birth and foreign parentage both, as in the Scandinavian countries. For the German element, the ratio is 1 to 13. At this point, I may refer the reader to the table in Appendix I of this volume, showing the growth and distribution of the Scandinavian factor, especially in the northwestern states, since 1850. Table I shows Wisconsin as having almost as large a Scandinavian population in 1850 as all the rest of the country. Wisconsin was the destination of the Norwegian immigrant from the time emigration began to assume larger proportions, and it held the lead for 25 years. Iowa and southern Minnesota began entering into competition prominently since 1852 and 1855, respectively. The growth of Swedish immigration in the 50s and 60s gave the lead to Minnesota by 1870, Illinois taking second place in 1890. Returning now to the Norwegian immigration specifically, it may be observed that it was directed to the northwest down to recent years, almost to the exclusion of the rest of the country. The reader may now be referred to Table Roman II in the appendix, which shows the growth of the Norwegian population in each state since 1850. This table tells its own story. In New England, the Norwegian factor is unimportant. There has been a high ratio of growth in New York and New Jersey since 1880, but the total number is not large. In the rest of the Atlantic seaboard states, as in the Gulf states, the Norwegian population has remained almost stationary at a very low figure. Such is also the case with the inland states of the South, as in the Southwest. The effort to direct Norwegian immigration to Texas, which goes back to the 40s, has been productive of only meager results. Even Kansas is too far south for the Norwegian. In the extreme west, however, considerable numbers of Norwegians have established homes since about 1882, particularly in California, Oregon, and Washington, since 1895 also in Montana, and in recent years even in the extreme north in Alaska. What were the influences that directed the Norwegian immigrants so largely to the northwest in the early period and down to 1890? The great majority came for the sake of bettering their material condition. They came here to found a home and to make a living. Moreover, as I have observed above, immigrants in their new home generally enter the same pursuits and engage in the same occupations in which they were engaged in their native country. 3/4 of the population of Norway live in the rural districts and are mostly engaged in some form of farming. Thus, 72% of the Norwegian immigrants are found in the rural districts and in towns with less than 25,000 population. The fact that the influx of the immigrants from Norway coincided with the opening up of the Middle Western states resulted in the settlement of those states by Norwegian immigrants. Land could be had for almost nothing in the West. Land seekers from New England, New York, and Pennsylvania were in those days flocking to the West. About 90% of the Norwegian immigrants at that time were land seekers. As a rule, long before he emigrated, the Norseman had made up his mind to settle in Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, or Minnesota. This includes also fishermen and foresters. Outside of Chicago, Illinois had in 1840 a population of 210. Wisconsin was organized as a territory in 1836. Its population in 1840 was 30,945. Iowa had a population of only 212 in 1850, and Minnesota, organized at a territory in, had in 1850 1,056 inhabitants. To the square mile, the population of each was in 1850. Illinois, 15.37, Wisconsin, 66, Iowa, 3.77, Minnesota, 0.04. Chapter 3. The earliest immigrants from Norway, 1620 to 1825. Our data regarding Norwegian emigration to America prior to 1825 are very fragmentary, but it is possible to trace that emigration as far back as 1624. In that year, a small colony of Norwegians was established in New Jersey on the site of the present city of Bergen. While it is not known that the names of any of these first colonists have come down to us, we do have the name of one Norwegian who visited the American coast on a voyage of exploration in the year 1619. That is, the year before the landing of the Mayflower. In the early part of 1619, King Christian Roman IV of Denmark fitted out 2 ships for the purpose of finding a northwest passage to Asia. The names of the ships were Injorningen and Lamperin, and the commander was a Norwegian, Jens Munch, who was born at Barby, Norway, in 1579. With 66 men, Jens Munch sailed from Copenhagen, May 9, 1619. During the autumn of that year and the early part of the following year, he explored Hudson Bay and took possession of the surrounding country in the name of King Christian, calling it Nova Dania. The expedition was, however, a failure, and all but 3 of the party perished from disease and exposure to cold in the winter of 1620. The 3 survivors, among whom was the commander, Jens Munch, returned to Norway in September 1620. The Vinland voyages in the 11th–14th centuries do not come within the scope of our discussion. It seems that this city was so named by the colonists after the city of Bergen, Norway. Anderson's first chapter of Norwegian Immigration, p. 21. In the early days of the New Netherlands colony, Norwegians sometimes came across in Dutch ships and settled among the Dutch. The names of at least 2 such have been preserved in the Dutch colonial records. They are Hans Hansen and Clees Carstensen, possibly originally Klaus Christensen. The former emigrated in a Dutch ship in 1633 and joined the Dutch colony in New Amsterdam. His name appears in the colonial records variously as Hans Norman, Hans Hansen de Norman, Hans Bergen, Hans Hansen von Bergen, and Hans Hansen von Bergen in Norwegian. Hans Bergen became the ancestor of a large American family by that name. Clees Carstensen's name appears variously as Clees Norman, Clees Carstensen Norman, and Clees van Sant, the latter being the Norwegian name Sand in Jarlsberg, where Clees Carstensen was born, 1607. He came to America about 1640 and settled a few years later on 58 acres of land on the site of the present Williamsburg. The ministerial records of the Old Dutch Reformed Church in New York State that Clees Carstensen was married April 15, 1646, to Helene Hendricks. The latter was, it seems, a sister of Anniken Hendricks, who was there married on February 1, 1650, to Jan Arendtson van der Bilt, the colonial ancestor of Commodore Vanderbilt. Anniken Hendricks is further designated as being from Bergen, Norway, the names Hellet, and Anniken being Dutch diminutive forms of the Norwegian Helen and Anne. Clees Carstensen died November 6, 1679. See the Bergen family, by Tunis Bergen. About the year 1700, there were a number of families of Norwegian and Danish descent living in New York. In 1704, a stone church was erected by them on the corner of Broadway and Rector Streets. The property was later sold to Trinity Church, the present churchyard occupying the site of the original church. Prof. R.B. Anderson, speaking of these people, says that they were probably mostly Norwegians and not Danes, for those of their descendants with whom he has spoken have all claimed Norwegian descent. The pastor who ministered to the spiritual wants of this first Scandinavian Lutheran congregation in America was a Dane by the name of Rasmus Jensen Aarhus. He died on the southwest coast of Hudson Bay, February 20, 1720. Our authority here is Reverend Rasmus Anderson, who has given this subject much study. In 1740, Norwegian Moravians took part in the founding of a Moravian colony at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and in 1740, 7 of one at Bethabara, North Carolina. At Bethlehem, these Norwegian and Swedish and Danish Moravians came in contact with their kinsmen, the Swedish Lutherans of Delaware and adjoining parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The Swedes on the Delaware had lost their independence in 1656. New Sweden as a political state existed but 16 years. Ecclesiastically, however, the Lutherans of New Sweden remained subject to the state church at home for 150 years more, and linguistically the colony was Swedish nearly as long. In the church records of this colony, there appear not a few Norwegian names, particularly in the later period. We know that Norwegians in considerable numbers came to America and joined the Delaware Swedes in the 18th century. Gothenburg, which lies not far distant from the province of Småland, was at the time, and has continued to be, the regular Swedish sailing port for America-bound ships. One of the most prominent members of the Bethabara colony was Dr. John M. Kalberlane, born 1722 in Trondheim, Norway. He came to New York in 1753, having sailed from London on the ship Irene, June 13th, arriving on September 9th. Dr. Kalberlane's name occupies a foremost place among the old colonial physicians. He was a man of much ability, noble in character, and untiring in his devotion to the welfare of his fellow colonists. On July 28, 1759, he himself succumbed to a contagious fever that visited the settlement. In a sermon delivered on Easter Sunday, 1760, Bishop Spangenberg gave public recognition of Kalberlane's service in his short life of 6 years in the colony. The name John M. Kalberlane, originally Hans Martin Kalberlan, is an interesting instance of an early Americanization of a Norwegian name. Other Norwegians among these Moravian colonists were Susanna Stokkeberg from Sandmoor, Norway, born 1715, who came to America in 1744 with her husband, Abraham Rienke, a Swede, to whom she had been married that year in Stockholm. Rienke is reputed to have been an able preacher of the gospel, the two laboring together in the congregations of Bethlehem, Nazareth, Philadelphia, and Lancaster. She died in 1758, he in 1760, leaving a son, Abraham Rienke. Peter Peterson, who was born in Norway in 1728 and had joined the church in London, came to America as a sailor on the ship Irene in 1749. He died in 1750. Jens Wittenberg, a tanner from Christiania, born 1719, came on the Irene in 1754. He died in the colony, 1788. Martha Mans, probably Monstatter, from Bergen, born 1716, came on the Irene in 1749. She lived in Bethabara as a teacher and religious advisor until 1773. At the same time, also, came Ennert Enersen, a carpenter, while in 1759 came Catherine Kalberlan, and in 1762 Christian Christensen, a shoemaker from Christiana. The latter was born in 1718. He had lived some years in Holland before coming to America. The year of his death is 1777. Erik Ingebretsen came over June 22, 1750, via Dover, having been on the ocean 6 weeks, a remarkably short passage for that time. For some of these facts, I am indebted to Jule Dieserud, Washington, D.C. The names of several Norwegians are recorded who served in the War of the Revolution. Thus under John Paul Jones served Thomas Johnson, who was born 1758, the son of a pilot in Mandal, Norway. The New England Historical Register, Volume 28, pages 1821, gives an account of Johnson's career in the American Marine, from which we learn that he was among those who served on board the Bon Homme Richard and her crews in 1779, having been transferred by Paul Jones from the Ranger. Later he went with Paul Jones to the Serapis and the Alliance and finally to the Ariel. With the last ship, he arrived in Philadelphia February 18, 1781. For a fuller account of Johnson's career, the interested reader is referred to the source of which mention has already been made. Thomas Johnson lived to the good old age of 93, dying July 12, 1807, in the United States Naval Hospital in Philadelphia. He had been a pensionist here for a number of years, being known generally by the nickname Paul Jones. A biography of Johnson written by John Henry Sherburne was published at Washington in 1825, to which I have, however, not had access. Another Norwegian by the name of Louis Brown, Lars Brun, also served under John Paul Jones. I lack further particulars, however, regarding Brown, except that he is spoken of in Sherburne's book, Life of Thomas Johnson. A Norwegian sailor, Captain Iverson, settled in Georgia sometime about the close of the 18th century. United States Senator Iverson from Georgia was a grandson of this Norwegian sailor pioneer in Georgia. About 1805, another sailor, Torgus Torkelsen Gromstu, from G. Jerpen, near Skien, Norway, settled in New York. P.S. Vig in his book De Dansk I Amerika says Iverson was of Danish descent, but gives no reasons for the claim. As the name Ivar is peculiarly Norwegian, I must therefore adhere to my view as formerly expressed SC. Immig, to Iowa. In my article on the Danish contingent in the population of early Iowa, Iowa Journal of History and Politics, 1906, I spoke of a society, styling itself Scandinavia, as having been organized in New York City on June 27, 1844. I there designated this as the earliest organization of the kind in this country. This I find now to be incorrect. As early as 1769, the Societas Scandinaviensis was founded in Philadelphia. The membership of this society was made up of Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes, the first of these presumably being in the majority. The first president of the society was Abraham Marco, a Norwegian. One of the memorable events in the history of the society was a farewell reception given in City Tavern on December 11, 1782, in honor of Baron Axel Fersen, hero of the Battle of Yorktown. The Committee of Seven appointed to present the invitation and also to wait upon General George Washington at Hasbrouck House, Newburgh, with a view of securing his presence consisted of the following: Captain Abraham Marco, Zacharias Paulsen, Andresen Tossinge, Reverend Andrew Goeransen, Jacob van der Weer, John Still, and Andrew Keene. Says the chronicler of the event. This event was one of the most glorious in the Society's history. The reception was held at the City Tavern, Wednesday evening, December 11, 1782. The president of the St. Andrew's Society, Reverend W.M. Smith, D.D., lauded the bravery of the Baron and his men at the Battle of Yorktown, whereupon General Washington, in thanking the members of the society for their forethought in tendering the reception to the noble officer, he subsequently decorated Fersen with the Order of the Cincinnati, for valor displayed, expressed his pleasure at being present among the people of his forefathers' blood, as he claimed descent from the family of Was, who emigrated from Denmark in the year A.D. 970 and settled in the County Durham, England, where they built a small town, calling it Wassingatun, Town of Was. Cited from a prospectus of the Society issued in December 1901, and kindly sent me by C. M. Mackold of Philadelphia. Variant forms of the name Wassingatun are, as given in the prospectus, Wessington, Wessington, Wasington, Washington, and finally Washington. The prospectus itself cites from Mackold's History of the Scandinavians in Pennsylvania. In January 1783, General George Washington was elected honorary member of the Society on account of his Norse ancestry. On the 26th of August that year, a banquet was given at the City Tavern under the auspices of the Society, in celebration of the recognition by Sweden, Norway, and Denmark of the independence of the United States of America. John Still was for many years secretary of the Society. After his death in 1802, all traces of it seem to have vanished. Just when the Society's Scandinaviensis ceased to exist, the historian cannot say. On February 20th, 1868, 18 gentlemen, all of Scandinavian birth and residents of Philadelphia, met together for the purpose of forming a society, and the Scandinavian Society of Philadelphia was founded, an organization which regards itself a continuation of the original society. The chief object of the society is benevolence. The name of at least one Norwegian who fell in the early wars against the Indians has come down to us. Frank Peterson, who had enlisted on the 15th of June, 1808, was among those who fell at Fort Dearborn in 1812, among the first martyrs of the West, in an attack by 500 Potawatomi Indians. In this battle, 2/3 of the whites were killed and the rest taken prisoners. At a later date, some other names also appear, but those given are the only ones of which we have any record. I shall mention here that of Ole Hagen, who probably was the first Norwegian to settle in the state of Massachusetts. Hagen was from Bergen, Norway, and located in Middlesex County, that state, in 1815. Alexander Posk, himself an early immigrant from Bergen, living in Lowell, Mass., and who was present at Hagen's deathbed, is the source of the above fact. Though going beyond the scope of our brief survey of this earliest immigration, it may be of interest here to know that as early as 1817, a girl from Voss, Norway, Anna Vetle Huso, emigrated to America with her husband. a German sailor in Bergen, and settled somewhere in South America. The next recorded names in the order of emigration to the United States are Cleng Pearson and Nud Olsen Ide, who in 1821 became the advance guard of a group of 52 emigrants that in 1825 founded the first Norwegian settlement in this country. It is of this sailing and the leaders of this group that I now wish to speak. Of Pearson I shall give a brief account below. Chapter 4. The Sloopers of 1825, the first Norwegian settlement in America, Cleng Pearson. The story of the sloopers from Stavanger, Norway, who came to America in 1825, has often been told. I shall therefore be very brief in my account of that expedition. Under causes of emigration, I shall have occasion below to note briefly some of the circumstances that seem to have led to their departure for America in that year. The director of the expedition and the chief owner of the boat was Lars Larsen I. Jalane. The captain was Lars Olsen. The company consisted of 52 persons, all but one being natives of Stavanger and vicinity. The one exception was the mate, Nels Eriksson, who came from Bergen. Relative to the leading spirit in this first group of emigrants, Lars Larsen, I shall say here. He was born near Stavanger, September 24, 1787. He became a sailor, was captured in the Napoleonic Wars, and kept a prisoner in London for 7 years. Being released in 1814, he remained in London, however, till 1815, when he and several other prisoners returned to Norway. In London, they had been converted to the Quaker faith by Mrs. Margaret Allen, and upon returning to Stavanger, Lars Larsen, Elias Tastad, Thomas Hell, and Meta Hell became the founders of the first Quaker society in that city, a society which is still in existence. In 1821, the Stavanger Quakers began to form plans for emigrating to America. It seems that Cleng Pearson and Nud Ide, whom we have mentioned above, were deputed to go to America for the purpose of learning something of the country with a view to planting there a Quaker colony. Cleng Pearson returned to Stavanger in 1824 with a favorable report, and many of the members of the Quaker colony began to make preparations for emigrating to the locality selected by Pearson, namely Orleans County, New York State. A sloop of only 45 tons capacity, which they called Restorationen, built in Hardanger, was purchased and loaded with a cargo of iron and made ready for the journey. Larsen himself had married in December 1824 Georgiana Pearson, who was born October 19, 1803 on Flom, a small island near Stavanger. Besides him, there were 5 other heads of families. On the 4th of July, 1825, they set sail from Stavanger. The following 52 persons made up the party: Lars Larsen and wife Martha Georgiana, Lars Olsen, who was captain of the boat, Cornelius Nelson Herstel, wife and 4 children, Daniel Stenson Rossettle, wife and 5 children, Thomas Madland, wife and 3 children, Nels Nelson Herstel and wife Bertha, Nud Anderson Slagvig, Jacob Anderson Slagvig, Gudmund Hagaz, Johan Steen, wife and 2 children, Urian Thorson Thompson, wife and 3 children, Simon Lima, wife and 3 children, Henrik Christopherson Hervig, and wife Ole Johnson George Johnson, Thorsten Olsen Bjalland, Nels Thorson, Ole Olsen Hedeltvedt, Sarah Larsen, sister of Lars Larsen, Haver Iverson, Andrew Stangeland, the mate, Nels Eriksson, and the cook in Dredal. Anne B. 1814, Nels B. 1816, Injur B. 1819, and Martha B. 1823. Ellen B. 1807, Ove B. 1809, Lars B. 1812, John B., Hulda B. 1825. Rachel B. 1807, Julia B. 1810, Senina B. 1814. Sarah B. 1818, Anna Maria B. 1819, Caroline B. 1825. After a perilous voyage of 14 weeks, they landed in New York October 9th. An account of that voyage, which also it seems was a rather adventurous one, was given by the New York papers at the time. It was reproduced in Norwegian translation in Bild magazine in 1869, whence it has been copied in other works. The arrival of this first party of Norwegian immigrants, and in so small a boat, created nothing less than a sensation at the time, as we may infer from the wide attention the event received in the Eastern press. Thus the New York Daily Advertiser for October 12, 1825, under the headlines, "A Novel Site," gives an account of the boat, the destination of the immigrants, the country they came from, their appearance, etc. For this citation, I may refer the reader to page 39 of my article on the coming of the Norwegians to Iowa in the Iowa Journal of History and Politics, 1905, or to R.B. Anderson's first chapter of Norwegian Immigration, 1896. 7071. In New York, the immigrants met Mr. Joseph Fellows, a Quaker, from whom they purchased land in Orleans County, New York. It seems to have been upon the suggestion of Mr. Fellows that they were induced to settle here, although it is possible that the land had already been selected for them by Clang Pearson, who was in New York at the time. The price to be paid for the land was $5 an acre, each head of a family and adult person purchasing 40 acres. The immigrants not being able to pay for the land, Mr. Fellows agreed to let them redeem it in 10 annual installments. For the further history of the colony, with which we are here not so much concerned, the reader is referred to Nud Langeland's Nordmyndin I America, Chicago, 1889, pp. 1019, or to Anderson's first chapter, pp. 7790. We have already mentioned Clang Pearson, a name familiar to every student of Norwegian pioneer history. Much has been written about this pathfinder in the West, and romance and legend already adorn his memory. It would be interesting to recount what we know of his life in America, but as this has been dealt with at length by Professor R.B. Anderson in his monograph on Norwegian immigration, which is in large part devoted to the sloopers' history, I may refer the interested reader to this work. Simra Decorah, Iowa, for 1906 also contains a brief, somewhat eulogistic account in Norwegian of Pearson's stay in New York and his journey of exploration to Illinois, Missouri, and Texas. The briefest facts I may, however, relate here. Clang Pearson was born on the 17th of May, 1782, on the estate Hesthammer in Tisvær Parish, province of Ryfylke. In 1820 we find him in Stavanger, where William Allen, an English Quaker, was then organizing a Quaker society. In 1821, Clang Pearson and a certain Nud Olsen Ide were, as we have seen, commissioned, it appears, by the Quakers to go to America and examine the possibility of organizing a Norwegian colony there. The two explorers secured work in New York City, but Nud Ide fell ill and died not long after, and Pearson went west alone in quest of a suitable location for a colony. Just how far west he may have come on this first journey is not known. After some time, he decided upon Orleans County on the shores of the Ontario as the best place to plant his colony, and in 1824 he returned to Norway. We have noted already the results of Pearson's mission. When Lars Larsson's party prepared to go to America, Clang Pearson also left, but he did not take passage in Restorationen. It seems that he embarked by way of Gothenburg and was in New York to receive the sloopers upon their arrival. It would be natural to suppose that Pearson did not go alone from Stavanger when he returned to America via Gothenburg in 1825. After much inquiry, I have also succeeded in discovering the name of one man who, with his family, accompanied Pearson that year. This man was Bjorn Bjornson from Stavanger, a cousin of Clang Pearson. He brought his wife and several children with him, but left two girl twins, born in May of that year, with a relative who then lived in T. Jensvold, near Stavanger. Further facts about this family will be given in the chapter on Chicago. As Pearson seems to play no role in the founding of the Orleans County settlement, I shall leave him here. There will be occasion to speak briefly of him again later in connection with the second Norwegian settlement. I wish to add a few words here about Lars Larsson, however. He and his family located in Rochester, where he became a builder of canal boats, prospered, and kept in close touch with immigrant Norwegians during the 2 decades of his life there. His home became a kind of mecca for hosts of intending settlers in the New World. Larsson died by accident on a canal boat in November 1845, but his widow lived till October 1887. They had 8 children, of whom the first one, Margaret Allen, was born on the Atlantic Ocean, September 2, 1825. Of her and others of Lars Larsson's descendants I shall speak briefly below. We shall now return to the settlers in Orleans County, New York. The colony was in many respects unfortunate. It cannot be said to have prospered, and has never played any important part as a colony in Norwegian-American history. But it is important as being the first, and also as being the parent of a very large and progressive Norwegian settlement founded in 1834-35 in LaSalle County, Illinois, of which more below. And yet the economic conditions of the Quaker immigrants gradually became better, and the future looked more promising. They felt now that America offered many advantages to the able and the capable, and they began writing encouraging letters to relatives and friends in the old country, urging them to seek their fortune here. As a result, there was, if not a large, at any rate, a fairly constant emigration of individuals and families from Stavanger and adjacent region during the following 8 or 9 years, although few seem to have come before 1829. In this year, e.g., came Gudmund Sandsberg, b. 1787 from H. Hjelmeland, in Ryfylke, Norway, and his wife Marie and 3 children Bertha, Anna, and Torbjør. Passage was secured in the beginning for the most part with American sail ships carrying Swedish iron from Gothenburg. But as this was attended by much uncertainty, often necessitating several weeks of waiting, the intending emigrants began to go to Hamburg, where German emigration by means of regular-going American packet ships had already begun. Here, however, another difficulty met them. The already somewhat heavy emigration at this port made it necessary to order passage several weeks ahead in order to ensure accommodations, and failing in this, the emigrant was forced to wait there until the next packet boat should sail. And so it came about that many of the early Norwegian immigrants to America came by way of Havre, France, where passage was always certain, emigration from this point being as yet very limited. Among those who came via Gothenburg was G. Gert Hovland, a farmer from Hardanger, who left Norway with his family on the 24th of June, 1831, sailed from Gothenburg June 30th, and arrived in New York September 18th. He does not seem to have gone directly to Kendal, for we find him soon after the owner of 50 acres of forest land in Morris County, New Jersey. G. Gert Hovland seems to be the first one from the province of Hardanger to emigrate to America. Other emigrants during these years are Christian Olsen, who came in 1829, settling in Kendal; Nut Evensen, wife and daughter Catherine, who emigrated in 1831 in the same ship by which Hovland came; and Ingebret Larsen Narvig from Tisvær Parish, Ryfylke, who came in 1831 and 2 years later located in Michigan. It seems probable that also Johan Nordbo and wife from Ringibo, in Gudbrandsdalen, Norway, came to Orleans County in 1832. Nordbo was the first to emigrate from Gudbrandsdalen, a province from which actual immigration did not begin until 16 years later. Norwegian immigrants who came during these years generally located in Orleans County, but rarely remained there permanently. The northwestern states were just then beginning to be opened up to settlers. At this time, migration from the eastern states was directed particularly to Illinois. Good government land could be had here for $1.25 an acre. The very heavily wooded land that the Norwegian immigrants in Orleans County had purchased proved very difficult of improvement, and many began to think of moving to a more favorable locality. In 1833, Cleng Pearson, who seems to have lived in Kendal at this time, made a journey to the west, evidently for the purpose of finding a suitable site for a new settlement. He was accompanied by Ingebret Larsen Narvig as far as Erie, Monroe County, Michigan, where the latter remained, Pearson continuing the journey farther west. After several months of wandering across Michigan and down into Ohio and Indiana, he at last arrived at Chicago, then a village of about 20 huts. The marshes of Chicago did not appeal to Pearson, and he went to Milwaukee, but the reports he received of the endless forests of Wisconsin soon drove him back again into Illinois. After several days' journey on foot again west of Chicago, he at last found a spot which seemed to him as if providentially designated as the proper locality for his western colony. The place was immediately south of the present village of Norway in LaSalle County. His choice made, Pearson returned to Orleans County, having covered over 2,000 miles on foot since he left. Pearson's selection was universally approved, and a considerable number of the Kendal settlers decided to move west. Among those of the sloopers who remained in New York I shall here name Ole Johnson, Henrik C. Hervig, and Andrew Stangeland, who, however, some years later bought a tract of land in Noble County, Indiana. Lars Olsen located in New York City, and as we have seen, Lars Larsen settled in Rochester, Nels Eriksen went back to Norway, while Urian Thompson and Thomas Madland died in Kendal in 1826, and Cornelius Hurstel died there in 1833. Chapter 5. The founding of the Fox River Settlement, personal notes on some of the founders. In the spring of 1834, Jacob Andersen Slagvig, Nud Andersen Slagvig, Gudmund Hagaz, Thorsten Olsen Bjalland, Nels Thompson, Andrew Endrad Dahl, and Cleng Pearson left for La Salle County. They became, therefore, as far as we know, the first Norwegian settlers in Illinois, and indeed in the Northwest, barring Ingebret Narvik, who had located in Michigan the year before. These men selected their land and perfected their purchase as soon as it came into market the following spring. The first two to buy land were Jacob Slagvig and Gudmund Hagaz, whose purchase is recorded under June 15, 1835, the former of 80 acres, the latter 160 acres, both in that part of what was then called Mission Township, but later came to be Rutland. On June 17, Cleng Pearson's purchase of 80 acres is recorded, as also that of his sister, Carrie Nelson, widow of Cornelius Nelson Hurstel, namely, 80 acres of land bought for her by Pearson. For this date are also recorded the purchases of Thorsten Olsen Bjalland, 80 acres, Nels Thompson, 160 acres, in what later became Miller Township. Nels Thompson had married Bertha Caroline, the widow of Olin Thompson, in 1827. She had 3 daughters by her first husband, Sarah, born 1818, Anna, born 1819, and Caroline, born died in Rochester, NY, 1826. Nels Thompson and wife had 2 children, Serena, born 1828, Abraham, born 1830, and Caroline, born in 1833. In 1835, Daniel Rossaddle and family, Nels Nelson Hurstel, George Johnson, and Carrie Nelson Hurstel with family of 7 children moved to La Salle County. Nels Hurstel secured 640 acres in exchange for 100 acres he owned in Orleans County, New York. The slooper Thomas Madland, as we have seen, died in 1826. His widow and family of 7 also moved to Illinois in 1831. G. Gert Hovland came in 1835 and on June 17 purchased 160 acres of land in Miller Township. Nels Hurstel purchased on September 5 Thorsten Bjalland's 80 acres in the same township. The latter, however, bought 160 acres again on January 16, 1836, in the same locality. The record of these purchases was copied by R. B. Anderson and printed in his book, first chapter, etc., cited above and also in Strand's History of the Norwegians of Illinois, page 75. Nud Slagvig, who, as we see, came in 1834, did not buy land but somewhat later returned east, and in 1835 went back to Norway. There he married a sister of the slooper, Ole Olsen Hedeltvedt, and, as we shall have occasion to note under causes of emigration, became largely instrumental in bringing about the emigration of 1836. Baldwin's History of La Salle County also states, page 74, that Oliver Canutesson, Oliver Knutson, Christian Olsen, and Ole Olsen Hedeltvedt came to the county in 1834, but the date seems to be uncertain. With regard to Christian Olsen, the fact seems rather to be that he came in 1836 or possibly not till 1837, while also Hedeltvedt seems to be dated about 2 years too early here. Among those who came in 1836, according to apparently reliable records, are Ole Olsen Hedeltvedt and Gudmund Sandsberg. Or are these two the same person? Relative to the founders of the Fox River settlement, as that of La Salle County came to be called, I wish to add here the following facts of personal history. Gudmund Hagaz, one of the 2 first to record the purchase of land, had married Julia, the daughter of Thomas Madland, in Orleans County in 1827. She died in Rutland Township, La Salle County, in 1846, and he later married Caroline Hervig, a sister of Henrik Hervig, Harwick. He had 10 children by his first wife. In Illinois, he joined the Mormon Church and became an elder in that church, practicing medicine at the same time, and, it is said, with much success. He died of the cholera on the homestead near Norway in July, 1849. His widow, Caroline, survived him 3 years. Mrs. R. W. Bauer of Sheridan, Illinois, is a daughter of Hagaz and his wife Caroline. Other children of his are Daniel Hagaz in Henderson, Iowa, and Mrs. Isabel Lewis, Emmington, Illinois, and Thomas Haugas. Jacob Slogvig married Serena, daughter of Thomas Madland, in March 1831. He became one of the founders of the Norwegian settlement in Lee County, Iowa, in 1840. See below. Later went to California, where he died in May 1864. The widow lived until about 1897. Some time before her death, she had been living at the home of her son, Andrew J. Anderson, at San Diego, California. Mrs. Carrie Nelson had 7 children, of whom Anne, Nels, Inger, and Martha were born in Norway. Sarah, Peter, and Amelia were born at Kendall, New York. Carrie Nelson died in 1848. The son, Nels Nelson, born 1816, married Catherine Iverson about 1840. He died in Sheridan, Illinois in August 1893 as the last male member of the sloop party, being survived by his widow and 4 of 12 children. The daughter Inger was in 1836 married to John S. Mitchell of Ottawa, Illinois. Martha married Beach Fallows, a settler of 1835, and Sarah married in 1849 Canute Marset, an immigrant of 1837, who some years later became a Mormon bishop at Ephraim, Utah. Their oldest son, Peter Cornelius Marset, born at Salt Lake City June 2, 1850, was the first child born of Norwegian parents in Utah. Peter C. Nelson, the youngest son of Carrie Nelson, born 1830, later settled in Larned, Kansas, where he died in 1904. Sarah Thompson, oldest daughter of Urian Thompson, and born 1818, married George Olmsted in 1857 in LaSalle County. He died in 1849, and in 1855 she married William W. Ritchie. Mrs. Ritchie settled in Guthrie Center, Iowa, in 1882, where she lived until recently. Benson C. Olmsted, Charles B. Olmsted, and Will F. Ritchie of Guthrie Center, Iowa, are sons of Mrs. Sarah Ritchie. Nels Thompson died in LaSalle County, Illinois, in July 1863. Daniel Rossettle and his wife, Bertha, both died in LaSalle County in 1854. Nels Nelson Hurstel was born in July 1800 and his wife, Bertha, in May 1804. They were married a few months before the departure of the sloop. He, Big Nels, as he was called, came to Illinois in 1835, returned to New York, and did not bring his family to Illinois until 1846, though he moved west before. He lived until 1886, his wife having died in 1882. Peter Nelson and Ira Nelson of LaSalle County are their sons. George Johnson died from cholera in 1849. For these facts, I am indebted to R.B. Anderson, as also for other details of the personal history of the sloopers' descendants. Andrew Dahl went to Utah in the 50s, being one of the earliest pioneers of that state. A son of his, A.S. Anderson, was a member of the Utah Constitutional Convention in 1895. Ole Heddeltvet, who located at Niagara Falls, not therefore in Orleans County, had 3 sons, Porter C., Soren L., and James W. The first of these, born 1831, became captain and later colonel in Company F, 36th Regiment, Illinois Volunteers in the War of the Rebellion, and was acting brigadier general when he was killed in the Battle of Franklin 10. Soren Olsen was killed in the Battle of Murfreesboro. James Olsen, who also went to the front, lived to return to his home after the war. Porter Olsen lies buried at Newark, Illinois, where a fitting monument adorns his grave. Finally, I wish to add that Margaret Allen, the sloop girl born on the Atlantic, daughter of Lars Larson, married John Atwater in Rochester, New York, in 1857. They afterwards moved to Chicago, where he died in the early 90s, while Mrs. Atwater is, I believe, still living at Western Springs, Cook County. We shall now return to our settlement in LaSalle County. We have given above a brief account of the founding of the Fox River settlement. Out of that nucleus of about 30 persons, whom we know to have come there in 1834-35, grew up one of the largest and most prosperous of rural communities in the country. The settlement developed rapidly, before many years extending into Kendall, Grundy, and DeKalb counties, and becoming a distributing point in the westward march of Norwegian immigration during the following years. The settlement in Orleans County, New York, ceased to grow. The objective point of immigrants from Norway had been changed, and the Fox River region received large accessions, especially during the year 1836. Immigration from Norway, which heretofore had been more or less sporadic, in which individuals and very small groups are found to take part, now enters upon a new phase, begins in fact to assume the form of organized effort. The year 1836 inaugurated this change, while in 1837 there was something approaching an exodus from certain localities in western Norway. The desire to emigrate to America had also now spread far beyond the original center, at Stavanger. The source of emigration was transferred to a more northerly region, and with it, as we have had occasion to observe above, the course of settlement in this country is not only directed to a more westerly region, Illinois, but also soon extends into the northern border counties of Illinois and into southern and southeastern Wisconsin. As this increased immigration is historically associated with the names of two of those whom we have already met as pioneers in New York, New Jersey, and Illinois, a brief account of their share in the promotion of immigration from Norway will be in place. These two are G. Gert Hovland and Nud Slagvig. We have seen that the former of these came to America in 1831, being probably the first immigrant from Hardanger. His name deserves special mention as an early promoter of emigration from southwestern Norway, especially from his own province. He was a man of much enlightenment and liberal-mindedness, to whom America's free institutions made a strong appeal. He wrote letters home to friends urging emigration, and these were circulated far and wide. In one of these letters from Morris County, New Jersey, 1835, he writes enthusiastically of American laws, and he contrasts its spirit of liberty with the oppressions of the class aristocracy in Norway. He advised all who could do so to come to America, where it was permitted to settle wherever one chose, he says. Hovland was well known in several parishes in the province of South Bergenhus, and hundreds of copies of his letters were circulated there. They aroused the greatest interest among the people and were no small factor in leading many in that region to emigrate in 1836-37. Thus, it may be noted specifically that in 1836, a lay preacher traveling in Voss had in his possession one of G. Gert Hovland's letters, which letter was read by Nils Roth, Nils Bolstad, and John H. Bjorgo, and others. These three since said that it was the reading of Hovland's letter which induced them to immigrate. G. Gert Hovland, as we have seen, came to Illinois in 1835. His purchase of 160 acres of land in the present Miller Township was recorded on June 17th of that year, the same date that the purchases of Cleng Pearson, Nels Thompson, and Thorsten Bjalland were recorded. G. Gert Hovland lived there till his death in 1870. First chapter, p. 331. The other name that I referred to is that of Nud Andersen Slagvig, who undoubtedly was the chief promoter of immigration in 1836. He had come in the sloop in 1825 and, as we have seen, settled in LaSalle County in 1834. In 1835, he returned to Eskejolde, Norway, and there married a sister of Ole O. Heddeltvedt, the slooper whom we find as one of the early pioneers of LaSalle County. While there, people came to talk with him about America from all parts of southwestern Norway, and a large number in and about Stavanger decided to emigrate. Slagvig's return may be said to have started the America fever in Norway, though it took some years before it reached the central and the eastern parts of the country. It was his intention to return to America in 1836, and a large party was preparing to emigrate with him. In the spring of that year, the two brigs, Norden and Den Norsklipp, were fitted out from Stavanger. The former sailed on the first Wednesday after Pentecost, arriving in New York July 12, 1836. The latter sailed a few weeks later. They carried altogether 200 immigrants, most of whom went directly to LaSalle County. Of these two brigs, I shall speak again in a subsequent chapter. I have above given some of the facts of Nud Slagvig's personal history. Having already spoken of one element in the cause of emigration, I believe it will be in place to give a fuller account, at this point, of the various general and special factors that have been instrumental in bringing about the coming to America of such a large part of the population of Norway in the 19th century. Chapter 6. Causes of Emigration from Norway, General Factors, Economic. What are the causes that have brought about the exodus from Norway, and in general from the Scandinavian countries in the 19th century? The question is not a simple one to answer, for the causes have been many and varied, and it would be impossible in the following pages to discuss all the circumstances and influences that have operated to promote the northern emigration and directed it to America. Perhaps there is something in the highly developed migratory instinct of Indo-European peoples. Especially has this instinct characterized the Germanic branch, whether it be Goth or Vandal, Anglo-Saxon, Viking or Norman, or their descendants, the Teutonic peoples of modern times, by whom chiefly the United States has been peopled and developed. That is, Northmen. Of tangible motives, one that has everywhere been a fundamental factor in promoting emigration from European countries in modern times has been the prospect of material betterment, where no barriers have been put against the emigration of the poor or the ambitious. Unless special causes have arisen to create discontent with one's condition, the extent to which European countries have contributed to our immigrant population may be measured fairly closely by the economic conditions at home. As far as the northern countries are concerned, I would class all these causes under two heads. The first will comprise all those conditions, natural and artificial, that can be summarized under the term economic. The second will include a number of special circumstances or motives which may vary somewhat for the three countries, indeed often for the locality and the individual. First, then, we may consider the causes which arise from economic conditions. These are well illustrated by the Scandinavian countries, slightly modified in each case by the operation of the special causes. Norway is a land of mountains, these making up in the fact 59% of its total area, while 44% of the soil of Sweden is unproductive. The winters are long and severe. The cold weather frequently sets in too early for the crops to ripen. With crop failure comes lack of work for the laboring classes, and, burdened by heavy taxation, as was the Norwegian farmer only too often in the middle of the last century, debt and impoverishment for the holders of the numerous encumbered smaller estates. In Norway, especially, the rewards of labor are meager and the opportunities for material betterment small. Hard times and the inability of the country to support the rapidly increasing population has, then, been a most potent factor. The same will hold true of Sweden, though in a somewhat less degree. Denmark is better able to support a population of 148 to the square mile than Sweden, one of 28, or Norway, one of 18. A great change for the better has been taking place during the last few years. Thus, the failure of crops and the famine in northern Sweden, Finland, and Norway in 1902 was followed by a vastly increased immigration from these sections. See above page 28. Compare Table Roman II, Appendix. The area and population of the three countries are Sweden, area 172,876 sq. m. Population in 1901, 5,175,228. Norway, area 124,129, population in 1900, 2,239,880. Denmark, area 360, population in 1901, 2,447,441. In this connection, compare above the statistics of immigration from the three countries, which are much lower for Denmark than for Norway and Sweden. The Danes at home are a contented people, and it is noticeable also that it is they who are most conservative here, who foster the closest relation with the old home, and who consequently become Americanized last. The Norwegians are the most discontented, are readiest for a change, are quickest to try the new. And it is they who most readily break the bonds that bind them to their native country, who most quickly adapt themselves to the conditions here, and who most rapidly become Americanized. Professor R.B. Anderson, in his book on the early Norwegian immigration, puts religious persecution as the primary cause of emigration from Norway. I cannot possibly believe that even in the immigration of the first half of the 19th century religious persecution was, except in a few cases, the primary or even a very important cause in the Scandinavian countries. In conversation with and in numerous letters from pioneers and their descendants, especially in Iowa and Wisconsin, I have found that the hope of larger returns for one's labor is everywhere given as the main motive, sometimes as the only one. Whether it be the pioneers of LaSalle County, Illinois, in the 30s, those of Rock or Dane counties, Wisconsin, in the 40s, or the Norwegian settlers of Clayton and Winneshiek counties, Iowa, in the late 40s and the 50s. The causes are everywhere principally economic. But letters written by pioneers and by those about to emigrate testify amply to the fact that it was the hard times that was the chief cause. And the same applies almost as generally to the Swedes. Among the Danes, the economic factor has not operated so extensively, though here, also, it was the preponderating cause. First chapter, etc. A Norwegian journal, Bild Magazine, published in Chicago in 1869-70 and edited by Professor Svein Nilsson, offers much that throws light on this question. It contains brief accounts of the early Norwegian immigration and the earliest settlements, a regular column of news from the Scandinavian countries, interviews with pioneers, etc. In one interview, Ole Natastad, who sailed in 1837 from Vigli, Numedal, and became the founder of the fourth Norwegian settlement in America, that of Jefferson Prairie in Rock County, Wisconsin, and the neighboring Boone County in Illinois. Describes his experience as a farmer in Numedal and how the difficulty of making any headway finally drove him to emigrate to America. The statement of another pioneer I quote in its entirety. It is that of John Nelson Luras, who came from Tinn in Telemarken to Muskego, Wisconsin, in 1839, and in 1843 moved to Dane County, Wisconsin. He says, "I was my father's oldest son, and consequently heir to the Luras farm. It was regarded as one of the best in that neighborhood, but there was a $1,400 mortgage on it. I had worked for my father until I was 25 years old and had had no opportunity of getting money. It was plain to me that I would have a hard time of it if I should take the farm with the debt resting on it, pay a reasonable amount to my brothers and sisters, and assume the care of my aged father. I saw to my horror how one farm after the other fell into the hands of the lensmen and other moneylenders, and this increased my dread of attempting farming. But I got married and had to do something. Then it occurred to me that the best thing might be to emigrate to America. I was encouraged in this purpose by letters written by Norwegian settlers in Illinois who had lived 2 years in America. Such were the causes that led me to emigrate, and I presume the rest of our company were actuated by similar motives." Bild Magazine, 1869 pp. 80-83. Bild Magazine, 1869 pp. 6-7. In 1868, Mr. Luras moved to Webster County, Iowa, returning to Dane County, Wisconsin, in 1873. I knew him in the early 90s as a well-to-do retired farmer living in Stoughton, Wisconsin. He died in 1894. In a letter written by Andreas Sandsberg at Helen, Norway, September 12, 1831, to Gudmund Sandsberg in Kendall, New York, the former complains of the hard times in Norway. In the spring of 1836, the second party of emigrants from Stavanger County came to America. On the 14th of May of that year, Andreas Sandsberg wrote his brother Gudmund in America as follows. A considerable number of people are now getting ready to go to America from this amt. 2 brigs are to depart from Stavanger in about 8 days from now, and will carry these people to America, and if good reports come from them, the number of emigrants will doubtless be still larger next year. A pressing and general lack of money entering into every branch of industry stops or at least hampers business and makes it difficult for many people to earn the necessaries of life. While this is the case on this side of the Atlantic, there is hope for abundance on the other, and this, I take it, is the chief cause of this growing disposition to emigrate. Letter copied from the original by R.B. Anderson in 1896 and printed in first chapter, pp. 130-5136. Ole Olsen Menes, who came to America in 1845, is cited in Bild Magazine, 1870, page 130, as follows, illustrating the prominence of the economic cause 9 years later. The emigrants of the preceding year, 1844, wrote home and told of the fertility of the soil, the cheap prices of land, and of good wages. In a letter which I received from Iverhove, he writes that there they raise 35 bushels of wheat per acre, and the grass is so thick that one can easily cut enough in one day for winter feed for the cow. Such things fell to our liking, and many looked forward with eager longing to the distant west, which was pictured as the Eden that loving Providence had destined as a home for the working man of Norway, so oppressed with cares and want. Of those here cited, Nattestad was from Numedal, Luras from Telemarken, Menes from Son, while Sandsburg came from Ryfylke. But the conditions were the same also in other provinces. In 1844, Hans C. Tollefsrud and wife emigrated from land. Of the cause of his emigrating and that of early emigration from land in general, his son Christian H. Tollefsrud of Rolf, Iowa, writes me. The causes were no personal means and no prospect even securing a home in their native district, Torpen, Norderland letter of July 27, 1904. Reverend Abraham Jacobson of Decorah, Iowa, a pioneer himself, writes, reasons for emigrating were mostly economic, very few if any religious. Wages here were at the very least double that in Norway, and generally much more than that. Of the emigration from Ringsaker, I may cite Simon Simerson of Belmond, Iowa. The causes were economic. In the case of my parents, they came here to create the home that they saw no chance of securing in the mother country. Letter of Oct. 12, 1904. Similar evidence might be adduced for other districts, and for all the older settlements throughout the Northwest. At a meeting held at the home of Ole O. Flom in Stoughton, Wisconsin, on July 28, 1908, when the present writer read a paper on early Norwegian immigration, testimony to the same effect was given by old pioneers there present. There is no need of further multiplying the evidence. A highly developed spirit of independence has always been a dominant element in the Scandinavian character. I have reference here particularly to his desire for personal independence, that is, independence in his condition in life. Nothing is so repugnant to him as indebtedness to others and dependence on others. An able-bodied Scandinavian who was a burden to his fellows was well-nigh unheard of. By the right of primogeniture, the paternal estate would go to the oldest son. The families being frequently large, the owning of a home was to a great many practically an impossibility under wage conditions, as they were in the North in the first half and more of the preceding century. Thus the Scandinavian farmer's son, with his love of personal independence and his strong inherent desire to own a home, finding himself so circumstanced in his native country that there was little hope of his being able to realize this ambition except in the distant, uncertain future, listens, with a willing ear to descriptions of America, with its quick returns and its great opportunities. And so he decides to emigrate. And this he is free to do, for the government puts no barrier upon his emigrating. This trait has impelled many a Scandinavian to come and settle in America, and it is a trait that is the surest guarantee of the character of his citizenship. Here, too, a social factor merits mention. While the nobility was abolished in Norway in 1814, the lines between the upper and lower classes, the wealthy and the poor, were tightly drawn and social classes were well defined. And while Norway is today the most democratic country in Europe, and Sweden and Denmark are also thoroughly liberal, in part through the influence of America and American Scandinavians, a titled aristocracy still exists in these countries. The extreme deference to those in superior station or position that custom and existing conditions enforced upon those in humbler condition was repugnant to them. Not infrequently have pioneers given this as one cause for emigrating in connection with that of economic advantage. Chapter 7. Causes of emigration continued. Special factors, religion as a cause, emigration agents. In the class of special causes which have influenced the Scandinavian emigration, political oppression has operated only in the case of the Danes in southern Jutland. As a result of the Dano-Prussian War of 1864, Jutland, below Skodborgus, became a province of Prussia. The greatly increased taxes that immediately followed and the restrictions imposed by the Prussian government upon the use of the Danish language, as well as other oppressive measures that formed a part of the general plan of the Prussianizing of Schleswig-Holstein, drove large numbers of Danes away from their homes, and most of these came to the United States. In notes and correspondence from Denmark in Scandinavian-American papers during these years, complaints regarding such regulations constantly appear, and figures of emigration of Danes, who did not wish to be Prussians, are unusually large for this period, for example in the foreign column of the Bild magazine. The United States statistics also show a sudden increase in the Danish immigration during the 60s and the early 70s. From 1850-1861, not more than 983 had emigrated from Denmark. While in the 13 years from to 1874, the number reached 30,978. Military service, which elsewhere has often played such an important part in promoting emigration, has, in the Scandinavian countries, been only a minor factor, the period of service required being very short. Nevertheless, it has in not a few cases been a secondary cause for emigrating. Those with whom I have spoken who have given this as their motive have, however, been mostly Norwegians and Swedes, but none of those who belong to the earlier period of emigration give their desire to escape military service as a cause. Religious persecution has played a part in some cases, especially in Norway and Sweden. The state church is the Lutheran, but every sect has been tolerated since the middle of the century, in Norway since 1845. While few countries have been freer from the evil of active persecution because of religious belief, intolerance and religious narrowness have not been wanting. In the beginning of the 19th century, the followers of the lay preacher, Hans Nielsen Hodge, in Norway were everywhere persecuted. Hodge himself was imprisoned in Christiania for 8 years, and the Jansenists in Hälsingland, Sweden, were in the 40s subjected to similar persecution. Thus Erik Jansen was arrested several times for conducting religious meetings between 1842–1846, though it must in fairness be admitted that his first arrest was undoubtedly provoked by the extreme procedure of the dissenters themselves. After having been put in prison repeatedly, Jansen embarked for America in 1846 and became the founder of the communistic colony of followers at Bishopshill, Henry County, Illinois. No such organized emigration took place among the Hodgens, but we have no means of knowing to what extent individual emigration of the followers of Hodge took place during the 3 decades immediately after his death. The well-known Elling Eielson, a lay preacher and an ardent Hodgen, emigrated in 1839 to Fox River, LaSalle County, Illinois, and many of those who believed in the methods of Hodge and Eielson came to America in the following years. So named from Biskopskulla, Jansen's native place in Sweden. See article by Major John Swainson on the Swedish colony at Bishopshill, Illinois, in Nelson's Scandinavians, I.P. This article gives an excellent account of the founding of the Bishopshill settlement and Jansen's connection with it. See also American Communities by W.M. Alfred Hines, 1902, pp. -320. It was persecution also that drove many Scandinavian Moravians to America in 1740 and 1747. Moravian societies had been formed in Christiania in 1737, in Copenhagen in 1739, in Stockholm in 1740, and in Bergen in 1740. In 1730, 5 German Moravians from Herrnhut, Saxony, established a colony at Savannah, Georgia. In this colony, there seem to have been some Danes and Norwegians. In 1740, a permanent colony was located at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and in 1747, one at Bethabara, North Carolina. Persecuted Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish Moravians took part in the founding of both these colonies. Deckera Posten, September 9, 1904, p. 5. See also above p. 37. As we have seen, the first Norwegian settlement in America was established in Kendall, Orleans County, New York, in 1825. It has been claimed that the sloopers were driven to emigrate by persecution at home. Another writer has shown that the only one of the Stavanger Quakers who suffered for his belief prior to 1826 was Elias Taystad, and he, it seems, did not emigrate. The leader of the emigrants in Restorationen, Lars Larsen I. Jalen, had spent 1 year in London in the employ of the noted English Quaker, William Allen. In 1818, Stephen Grellet, a French nobleman who had become a Quaker in America, and William Allen preached in Stavanger. The Quakers of Stavanger were of the poorest of the people. It is highly probable, as another writer states, that Grellet, while there, suggested to them that they emigrate to America where they could better their condition in material things, and at the same time practice their religion without violating the laws of the country. The main motive was therefore probably economic. R.B. Anderson is emphatic in this view. Pages 45–130, one of his first chapter of Norwegian immigration, are devoted to a discussion of the sloop, Restorationen, and the Quaker colony in Orleans County. Nelson's History of Scandinavians, 1901, p. 133. B. Elwick in the Friends, Philadelphia, 1894, according to Nelson, p. 134. I have not been able to secure a copy of the above article, therefore cannot here state the arguments or cite more fully. It is perfectly clear to me that not very many of the Orleans County colonists were devout Quakers, for we soon find them wandering apart into various other churches. Some returned to Lutheranism. Those who went west became mostly Methodists or Mormons. Others did not join any church, while the descendants of those who remained are today Methodists. The Orleans County Quakers do not seem to have even erected a meeting house, and in Scandinavian settlements, a church, however humble, is, next to a home, the first thought. Nevertheless, the Quakers of Stavanger did suffer annoyances, and it must be remembered that the leader of the expedition and the owner of the sloop was a devout Quaker, as were also at least 2 other leading members of the party. Had it not been for these very men, the party would probably not have emigrated, at least not at that time. The reader who knows Bjornson's Sin of Solbakken will remember the author's introduction of this feature in Chapter 2, the first 2 pages. Lars Larsen settled in Rochester where he could attend a Quaker church. The same is true of Ole Johnson, another of the sloopers who later settled in Kendal but finally returned to Rochester, where he died in 1877. There was much persecution of the early converts to the Baptist faith in Denmark between 1850–1860, and not a few of this sect emigrated. In 1848, F.O. Nilsson, one of the early leaders of the Baptist Church in Sweden, was imprisoned and later banished from the country. He fled to Denmark and in 1851 embarked for America. In the 50s, Swedish Baptists in considerable numbers came to the United States because of persecution. There are, however, very few Norwegian Baptists, and I know of no cases where persecution drove Baptists to leave Norway. Proselyting of some non-Lutheran churches in Scandinavia has been the means of bringing many Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes to this country. In the 50s, Mormon missionaries were especially active in Denmark and Norway. Their efforts did not seem to be attended by much success in Norway, though not a few converts were made among the Norwegians in the early settlements in Illinois and Iowa, as in the Fox River settlement. In Denmark, however, Mormon proselyting was more successful than in Norway. All those who accepted Mormonism emigrated to America, of course, and most of them to Utah. In the years 1851, 1852, and 1853, there emigrated 14, 3, and 32 Danes, respectively, to this country. But in 1854, the number rose to 691, and in the following 3 years to 1,736. In 1850, there were in Utah 2 Danes. In 1870, there were 4,957. The first Norwegian to go to Utah probably was Henrik E. Seb, who came to America in 1836 and went to Utah in 1848, where he became a Mormon. Some of the early Mormon leaders were Norwegians, however, as Bishop Knut Peterson Marset of Ephraim, Utah, who came to America in 1837 from Hardanger, Norway. The slooper Gudmund Haggas became an elder in the Church of the Latter-day Saints in LaSalle County, Illinois. He died in 1849 and was succeeded by his son Thomas Haggas. In 1849, a Norwegian-American, O.P. Peterson, first introduced Methodism in Norway. After 1855, a regular Methodist mission was established in Scandinavia under the supervision of a Danish-American C. B. Willerup. While the Methodist Church has not prospered in the Scandinavian countries, especially in Denmark and Norway, there are large numbers of Methodists among the Scandinavian immigrants in this country, and the early congregations were recruited for a large part from Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. See a brief account by Reverend N.M. Liljegren in Nelson's History of Scandinavians, I.pp. 205–209. Methodism had been introduced into Sweden from England early in the century. The efforts of steamship companies and emigration agents have been a powerful factor in promoting Scandinavian emigration. Through them, literature advertising in glowing terms the advantages of the New World was scattered far and wide in Scandinavia. Such literature often dealt with the prosperity of Scandinavians who had previously settled in America. Letters from successful settlers were often printed and distributed broadcast. The early immigrants from the North settled largely in Illinois, Wisconsin, and, a little later, in Iowa. As clearers of the forest and tillers of the soil, they contributed their large share to the development of the country. None could better endure the hardships of pioneer life on the western frontier. Knowing this, many Western states began to advertise their respective advantages in the Scandinavian countries. By far the larger number, however, are Swedes. Chapter 8. Causes of Emigration Continued, the Influence of Successful Pioneers, America Letters, the Spirit of Adventure, Summary. Far more influential, however, than the factors just noted were the efforts put forth by successful immigrants to induce their relatives and friends to follow them. Numerous letters were written home praising American laws and institutions, and setting forth the opportunities here offered. These letters were read and passed around to friends. Many who had relatives in America would travel long distances to hear what the last, America letter, had to report. Among the early immigrants who did much in this way to promote emigration from their native districts was one whom we have already spoken of, G. Gert Hovland. He wrote many letters home praising American institutions. These letters were transcribed and the copies distributed far and wide in the province of Bergen, and a large number were thus led to emigrate. See Bild Magazine, p. 74. The interviews in Bild Magazine contain statements from several among the early settlers on Koshkonong Prairie and the neighborhood of Stoughton, which give evidence of the part that America letters played in their emigration. On page 123 occurs a statement of Got Ingebrigtsen Gulliksrud, who came from Tinn in Telemarken in 1843 and became one of the earliest pioneers of Dunkirk Township in Dane County. He says, "Two of my uncles and a brother emigrated in 1839. I, however, remained at home with my father, who was a farmer in the parish of Tinn, but then letters came with good news from America, and my relatives as well as other acquaintances on this side of the ocean were encouraged to emigrate. From this, it came about that I and many others in my native district prepared for leaving in the spring of 1843. The party numbered about 120. We have already had occasion to refer to a letter received by Ole Means of Stoughton in 1845. Ingebrigtsen came from Kragero in 1845 and settled in the town of Dun. The ship he came on brought 140 immigrants, and he mentions the fact that many had been induced to emigrate by letters from America. And he writes, "Such letters from America urging emigration was, as far as I can see, the thing that brought the majority of emigrants to bid farewell to Norway." Ole Knudsen Deland, who emigrated from Siljord Telemarken in 1843 and became one of the earliest white settlers in Dun Township, Dane County, testifying to the same fact, mentions Ole Knudsen Travet as one who, through letters, exerted considerable influence upon emigration in Telemarken, page 218, Bild Magazine, 1870. We shall meet Travet again below as a pioneer in the town of Cottage Grove in the same county. The editor of Bild Magazine writes of Travet elsewhere, page 283, after giving a brief sketch of his life. He settled on Koshkonong and wrote therefrom many letters to his numerous friends in his native country, in which he, with much eloquence, made his countrymen acquainted with the glories of America, and there is no doubt that Travet in a large measure gave the impulse to the rapid development of emigration in the region of Telemarken. Of Travet's influence as a promoter of immigration, Gunder T. Mant, himself an immigrant of 1843, died 1907, Stoughton, Wisconsin, gives similar testimony. He speaks of the opposition to emigration in Upper Telemarken, which found expression in all sorts of adverse accounts of America, especially among the clergy, and that much uncertainty prevailed among the masses as to the advisability of going to America. During all this, Travet, he says, came to be looked upon as an angel of peace, who had gone beforehand to the New World, whence he sent back home to his countrymen, so burdened by economic sorrows, the olive branch of promise, with assurances of a happier life in America. Old Travet has said so, became the refrain in all accounts of the land of wonder, and in a few years he was the most talked-of man in Upper Telemarken. His letters from America gave a powerful impulse to emigration, and it is probable that hundreds of those who now are plowing the soil of Wisconsin and Minnesota would still be living in their ancestors' domains in the land of Harold Fairhair, if they had not been induced to bid old Norway farewell through Travatn's glittering accounts of conditions on this side of the ocean. Bild Magazine, 1870, p. 38. Similar evidence of the influence of America letters is also given by Nudda Slackson Juve, a pioneer of 1844, in the town of Pleasant Spring, in Dane County. At the close of the preceding chapter, one spoke of G. Gert Hovland's letters in 1835 as a chief factor in bringing about the emigration of 1,836. From settlers in other portions of the country comes testimony of similar nature, and I have spoken with many pioneers from a later period of immigration, whose coming was, in the last instance, determined by favorite accounts of America received from friends and relatives already resident there. In letters from immigrants to their relatives at home, prepaid tickets, or the price of the ticket, were often enclosed. This custom was so common as to become a special factor in emigration. According to Norsk Folkeblad, cited in Bild Magazine, p. 134, 4,000 Norwegian emigrants, via Christiania in 1868, took with them $40,335, spesidaler, in cash money, of which $21,768, SPD, had been sent by relatives in America to cover the expense of the journey. It has been estimated that about 50% of Scandinavian emigrants arrive by prepaid passage tickets secured by relatives in this country. Nelson's History of Scandinavians, page 56. The visits of successful Scandinavians back home was in the early days an important factor, and as a rule only those who had been prosperous would return. In 1835, Nud Andersen Slagvig, who had emigrated in the sloop as we know, returned to Norway and became the chief promoter of the exodus from the province of Stavanger in 1836, which resulted in the settlement at Fox River, La Salle County, Illinois. We have already above, page 63, recited this fact and its significance toward promoting further emigration from Stavanger province and of inaugurating the first exodus from Hardanger also. Thus, while Jacob Slagvig, the brother, was one of a few to secure land in La Salle County and make the beginnings of settlement, Nud became the means of bringing hosts of immigrants from Norway to recruit the colony and started upon its course of growth. In precisely a similar way did two other brothers become even more significant factors in the foundation and development of the earliest Norwegian settlement in Wisconsin, namely, that of Jefferson Prairie in Rock County. They were Ole and Anston Nattestad, who had emigrated in 1837. Returning to Norway in 1839, Anston Nattestad became the father of emigration from Numedal, Norway, bringing with him a large party of immigrants, who located for the most part in southern Rock County, Wisconsin, and adjacent parts of the state of Illinois. But of this movement, I shall have occasion to speak more fully below. An equally interesting instance we have from a somewhat later period. We have above referred to Ole Dieland's testimony of the effect of Ole Travatn's letters. After remarking that many still were doubtful of the advisability of emigrating, he goes on to say, "But then Nud Svalstuna Vinge, who had lived for a time in the Muskego settlement, came home on a trip back to Norway, and by his accounts even the most hesitating were made firm in their faith. Nud came in the fall of 1843, and during the winter he received visits of men sent out from various districts in Telemarken, who came to secure reliable information about the new country. The next spring hosts of intending emigrants left the upper mountain districts of the country. 3 emigrant ships left that year from Porsgrund. On board the ship I left in there were 211 emigrants." The editor of Bild Magazine gives other interviews with pioneers showing the effect of Svalstun's return, page 293. Some of the Norwegian pioneers wrote books regarding the settlements and American conditions, and these, laudatory as they were, exerted not a little influence. Special mention should be made of Ole Rinning, whose pamphlet, Sandferdig Beretning om Amerika til Veiledning og Hjelp for Bond og Menigmand, Skrevet av en norsk som kom der I Junimond, 1837. This little book of 39 pages had not a little to do with the emigration that followed to La Salle County, Illinois, and elsewhere. In it, the author gives an intelligent discussion of 13 questions regarding America, which he set himself to answer. Among them were, what is the nature of the country? What is the reason that so many people go there? Is it not to be feared that the land will soon be overpopulated? In what parts are the Norwegian settlements? Which is the most convenient and the cheapest route to them? What is the price of land? What provision is there for the education of children? What language is spoken, and is it difficult to learn? Is there danger of disease in America? What kind of people should emigrate? True Account of America for the Information and Help of Peasant and Commoner, written by a Norwegian who came there in the month of June, 1837. Another writer of immigration literature, whose writings were widely distributed and had considerable influence, was Johan Reinert Reierson. He came to America in 1843, but returned to Norway soon after. In America, he had written a book, Viviseren, which he published in Norway and was read far and wide. This book contains a fund of information regarding the different settlements, as Racine County, Wisconsin, La Salle County, Illinois and Lee County, Iowa, and others, all of which Reierson had himself visited. Reierson became the founder of the first Norwegian settlement in Texas in 1847-48. The Pathfinder, a book of 166 pages. Of the events leading up to this, Bild magazine for 1870 gives a circumstantial account, pages 5860, 6667, and 7576. Reierson's book seems to have been a leading factor in promoting emigration from Valdres. Among the earliest to leave this region were Nils Hansen F. Gjeld and family of South Odal, Valdres, who emigrated in 1847. He says, page 236 of Bild magazine for 1870, that before him, only 2 or 3 single men had gone to America from that region. The America fever had not yet taken hold of the people. Many would not give credence to mere hearsay, but after a while a couple copies of Reierson's book about Texas came to the district. Now we have the printed word to go by, it was said, and many of the doubters soon were converted to the orthodox faith in the land of promise beyond the great ocean. And as a result, many began to emigrate. As early as 1848, emigration from Valdres on a considerable scale was already in progress. I shall here also mention Ernst Nattestad, who wrote a similar book, which he took with him on his return to Norway in 1838, and had printed there. This became a factor operating toward emigration, especially in new metal. Reverend J.W.C. Dietrichsens Rise blant de norsk emigranter I de forned Nordamerikansk fristater, Stavanger, 1846, 124 pages, gave much valuable information about the settlements, but was not calculated to exert much influence toward emigration. The first 3 that I have mentioned, however, had an influence which we today can hardly fully appreciate. Finally, curiosity and the spirit of adventure have doubtless prompted some to cross the ocean. To sum up, the chief influences that have promoted Scandinavian emigration to the United States in the 19th century have been in the order of their importance. First, the prospect of material betterment and the love of a freer and more independent life. Second, letters of relatives and friends who had emigrated to the United States and visits of these again to their native country. Third, the advertising of agents of emigration. Fourth, religious persecution at home. Fifth, church proselytism. Sixth, political oppression. Seventh, military service. And eighth, the desire for adventure. Fugitives from justice have been few, and paupers and criminals in the Scandinavian countries are not sent out of the country, they are taken care of by the government. Chapter 9. Growth of the Fox River Settlement, the Immigration of 1836, Further Personal Sketches. On page 55 above I spoke of the advance troop of 6 men who established the Fox River Settlement in 1834. A list of those who followed from New York in 1835 was also given. Other settlers came in subsequent years, more and more now coming directly from Norway to La Salle County. The vicinity of the present towns of Norway and Leland, in eastern and northern La Salle County, became centers of a settlement, which later extended east into Kendall County, Newark and Lisbon, and into Grundy County toward Morris, as also north into Dekalb County, Rollo, Sandwich, and northwest clear into southwestern Lee County, Paw Paw, Subbolt, and surrounding region. The slooper, Ole Olsen Hedaltvet, had not come west with the first party. He lived first in Kendall and then went to Niagara Falls, being there employed in a paper mill. Here he married a Miss Chamberlain, then moved back to Orleans County. In 1839, he and his wife went west, settling in Kendall County. He bought land on the spot where the town of Newark now stands. He became well known as a lay preacher of the Hodjan faith in the Fox River settlement, also visiting the settlements founded soon after in Wisconsin and in Lee County, Iowa. He died in Kendall County in 1849, or 1850. One of his sons was Colonel Porter C. Olson, of Civil War fame, member of the 36th Illinois Infantry. Ivor Waller, who bought a claim of Miss Pearson in 1835, came directly from Norway to LaSalle County that year. Baldwin's History of LaSalle County lists Ove Stenson Rossettle and wife, and John Stenson Rossettle among the arrivals of 1835, and as being brothers of Daniel Rossettle, of whom we have spoken above. Strand's History of the Norwegians in Illinois correctly names them as sons of Daniel Rossettle. Nils Bilden, who also came during this period, year uncertain, was therefore one of the very first emigrants from Hardanger to the United States. He settled at Rochester, Sangamon County, Illinois. As to the extent of Norwegian immigration during the years immediately preceding the year, 1836, which inaugurates a new period in the movement, our information is very fragmentary. American statistics give 42 and 31, respectively, for 1834 and 1835 as the total immigration from Norway and Sweden. In 1833, there were 16, while the number for 1832 is 313. The total number between 1826 and 1831 is given as 68. It is probable, however, that these figures do not represent the full number of immigrants during these years. Norwegian government statistics on immigration, which are available since 1836, give the number of immigrants for that year as 200, which is also the figure for the following year. It is to this exodus that we shall now turn. Among those who came in 1832 was John Nordbo from Gudbrandsdalen, Norway. We have above, under causes of emigration, had occasion to speak of Knud Slagvig's return to Norway in 1835 after a 10 years' residence in America. The results of his return were also there briefly noted. In the two ships, Norden and Den Norsk Klipp, which sailed from Stavanger in July of 1836, came 200 immigrants, who located for the most part in the Fox River settlement. These stopped en route for a short time in Rochester, no doubt gathering advice and information from Lars Larsen, the captain of the sloopers, resident there as we know. Thence they continued their journey west to Chicago and to LaSalle County. Thus the nucleus which had been formed in 1830–35 in a very short time developed into a considerable settlement at a time when the surrounding country was practically a wilderness. The immigrants of 1836 were, in part, from Stavanger, some, however, were from other districts, east and north, as especially Hardanger and Voss. While in Norway, he married a sister of Ole Olsen Hedaltvet, which may have been in part the purpose of his return. The North and the Norwegian Rock. Langeland says 160 on page 18 of his work, elsewhere 150. 200 seems, however, to have been approximately the number. Not all who came settled in Mission and the later Miller Townships, however. Some went considerably farther north and established, in Adams Township, a northern extension of the original settlement at and around the present village of Leland. The two, however, later grew together into one large settlement, extending also east into Kendall County. The first white settler in Adams Township was Mordecai Disney, who located there in 1836, slightly prior to the coming of the immigrants from Stavanger. Disney left again in 1837. The first of our immigrants to locate in Adams Township were Haver Nelson and Ole T. Olsen, who in the spring of 1837 settled on sections 21 and 22. They had lived in Mission Township since their coming in 1836. Among those who came in 1836 and located in Mission Township were Amund Anderson Hornefjeld, who in 1840 went to Wisconsin, see below. Eric Johnson Savig and wife, Ingeborg from Cavenherd Parish, Nud Olsen Hedeltvedt and wife, Serena, both of whom died of cholera in 1849, Osmund Thomason, wife and daughter, Anne Henrik Eriksson Seb and 2 sons, who went to Salt Lake City in 1848, see above, p. 78. Samuel Pearson and Helge Vatname also seem to have come in 1836. They are recorded as living at Norway, Illinois, in 1837, and as aiding in bringing some of the immigrants of 1837 from Chicago to LaSalle County. The Olsen homestead is still owned by the son, Nels Olsen. Died in 1840, leaving wife and 2 children, John and Anna Bertha. The latter later became the wife of John J. Niset in the town of Christiana, Dane County, Wisconsin. Sevig was born in 1803, his wife in 1809. Died in 1876, 92 years old. Some of those who came in 1836 did not go directly to LaSalle County. Andrew Anderson, Ossen, wife, Olna, 3 sons and 2 daughters from Tisfair Parish, Escajold, remained 2 years in Orleans County, New York, coming to LaSalle County in 1838. He died of the cholera in 1849. John Hiddle from Stavanger County, Norway, also emigrated in 1836, coming direct to LaSalle County. In 1838, he settled at Lisbon, Kendall County, being thus the first Norwegian to locate there, and as far as I have been able to find out, the first Norwegian to settle in that county, for Ole O. Hedeltvedt did not come till 1839. Hiddle, who wrote his name Hill in this country, married Susanna Anderson, daughter of Andrew Anderson. She was 14 years old when her parents came to America, and is still living at Morris, Illinois, with her daughter Mrs. Austin Osmond. Lars Boe and Michael Boe, who lived and died in LaSalle County, came when John Hill did. Lars Larsen Brimso, born in Stavanger, 1812, worked for some time as a carpenter in New York and Chicago before settling in LaSalle County. In 1858, he located in Benton County, Iowa, and in 1872 went to Adams County, died 1873. Bjorn Anderson Kvelv and wife, Catherine, and 2 sons, Arnold Andrew and Brunn from Vikdal, Reifolk, lived for a year in Rochester, New York, came in 1837 to Mission Township, LaSalle County. He removed to Dane County, Wisconsin in 1839. Of Lars Talaxon, who came to America in 1836, by way of Gothenburg, we shall speak below. Herman Areg Osmond, born near Stavanger, 1818, also came to America in 1836. He first lived in Ohio, came in 1837 to Chicago, then to Norway, LaSalle County. He settled on a farm near Norway in 1848, but bought in 1869 a farm near Newark, Kendall County. Herman Osmond died in Newark in 1888. Abel Catherine von Krogh was born in 1809. Her father was Arnold von Krogh. Bjorn Anderson Kvelv was born in 1801. For a sketch of Bjorn Anderson and his wife, see pages 155-170 of first chapter of Norwegian Immigration by R. B. Anderson, who is their 3rd son, b. 1846 in Albion, Wisconsin. I am indebted to this work for many facts relative to the Illinois pioneers of 1836-1837. Some of the immigrants of 1836 located in Chicago, which then consisted of only a few houses. Among these was first, Halstein Torresen, or Torresen, to whom Nud Langeland accords the distinction of being the first Norwegian resident of Chicago. He was from F. Geldberg in Sondhordland, and he came to Chicago with wife and children in October 1836. The site of his home was that now occupied by the Chicago and Northwestern Depot on Wells Street. He worked first as a gardener for a Mr. Newberry. Reverend Dietrichson speaks of him in 1844 as prosperous and as occupying a leading position among Chicago Norwegians at that time. In 1848, he moved to Calumet, 20 miles south of Chicago, where he lived until his death in 1882. Svein Loth from Hardanger also came in 1836, as did Nils Roth and wife, Torbjer, who were from Voss. The latter remained, however, in Rochester, New York, 1 year before coming to Chicago. Nils Roth and wife were the first to emigrate from Voss, Norway. Johan Larsen, from Kopervik, an island not far north of Stavanger City, also located in Chicago in 1836. He was a sailor and had, it seems, visited Chicago before, What year he came to America, I do not know. I may also mention Bard Johnson, who, with his wife and 5 children, settled in Chicago in 1837. Those we have mentioned form the nucleus out of which has grown today the largest Norwegian city colony in this country. Svein Knutsen Loth, who emigrated with wife and 2 children from Hardanger in 1836, was from the parish of Ullensvang. There were 11 persons in all who came from Ullensvang that year, the other 7 being John Johnson Aga, wife and 2 children, Torbjorn John, Olav Uristensen Lofthus, and Amund Helgesson Makestad. Makestad became the founder of the Hardanger settlement in Lee County, Illinois, see below. I am not able to say where Aga, John, or Lofthus located. There were also 7 immigrants from Ulvik Parish, Hardanger, that year. They were Esther Haheim and wife, Paul Dale and wife, Esther Dale and wife, and Aslak Halvin. These 18 persons form the advance guard of the immigration from Hardanger. We have spoken of the 2 ships that came from Stavanger in 1836. These were followed in the next year by Enighet and Harmony, Captain Jensen, carrying 93 passengers. These were for the most part from Tisvær and from H. Hjelmeland, and Ardel in Ryfolk, from the city of Stavanger and from Edersund. They came to New York, thence went to Albany and Rochester, and by way of the lakes to Chicago. Most of them went to LaSalle County, although not all settled there permanently. Among the passengers were Hans Valder and wife from Ryfolk, Nud Olsen Ide, Ole Thompson Ide, from Fawn, near Stavanger, Thomas A. Thompson, Christopher Danielson and family, Ernst Nispelund and family, and Nud Danielson and family. The sailing of Enigheden may be regarded as a continuation of the movement in Stavanger County, which was given such an impetus by Nud Slagvig's return in 1835. Other immigrants continued to come from this region in subsequent years, but the autumn of 1837 inaugurates a change in the course of the movement to a more northerly region, Hardanger, Voss, and Bergen, for a period, contributing a large share to the now rapidly increasing numbers of emigrants. Chapter 10. The year 1837, the sailing of Ægir. The influence of G. Gert Hovland in this new trend in the immigration should be noted. South Bergenhus now became the scene of immigration activity. At the same time, it is to be observed that Hardanger had contributed its quota of immigrants in the exodus of 1836. The return of Nud Slagvig was noised far beyond the county of Stavanger. Among those who traveled long distances to see and talk with Slagvig and get personal affirmation of what reports had told of America was Nils P. Langeland, a school teacher from Samnanger, one of the emigrants of 1837. Similarly, Nud Langeland relates in Nordmyndin I America, page 23, how he paid a visit to Slagvig in the winter of 1836 and received from him assurance of what he had read about the New World. Nud Langeland gives a most interesting account of how his interest in America became aroused. Though a personal experience, it is undoubtedly typical of that of many a young man in Bergen and surrounding region at this time. As a document in immigration history, it is sufficiently significant to warrant quoting in considerable part. He says, "Purely by accident I found in a friend's library in Bergen a book by a German entitled Reisen in America. As this book contained some vivid pictures of the distant regions the traveler had visited, as well as of the impressions he had received of land and people in the New World, it was read with all the allurements of a novel. Here was given full information about the German emigration. With this description of travels in my pocket, I went early one summer morning along the Bay of Sollum and up the steep ascent of Litterhorn. Up there I read and dreamed of the new wonderful world far away to the west. The mist had sunk low over the fjords between the isles about Bergen, but up there around the treetops it was bright sunshine. It was the first time I had seen this glorious sight peculiar to mountain regions. If any prosaic nature ever received poetic inspiration and exaltation, it was during this time, while my eyes beheld the sunlit surface of the fog and in the distance caught a glimpse of the sparkling shield of the North Sea, which seemed to rise to the height of the mountain. And far out toward the west, thousands of miles out there, lies the land about which I am reading, lies the big, still so little known part of the world, with its secrets and its wonders. From that time, I sought all books and descriptions of travel concerning America which I could get, and together with an uncle of mine, I began to collect as much information about the New World, as well through books as through the verbal accounts from Stavanger people, which now began to be current in the district concerning Cleng Pearson's emigration and return, without our yet actually thinking of emigrating. Through a kind friend's help, I was enabled in 1834 to spend 6 months in England, on which occasion I gathered a number of pamphlets and books about America and emigration from England. In this way, more definite and more reliable information as to conditions in America and the journey thither gradually spread in the vicinity. This seemed to discredit the many ridiculous and impossible stories now constantly set in circulation. Slowly but steadily, the thought of emigrating to America took root. More and more joined the little group which now in earnest began talking of selling their homes and going to America. Then it was that the Bishop of Bergen wrote a letter to the farmers of Bergen on the text, "Remain in the country, make your living honorably." Whether he forgot it or did not regard it suitable to the occasion, he failed to quote the second commandment of the passage, "Multiply and fill the world." The latter the farmers had adhered to. Most of them had large families, and since the land at home was filled, while they now heard that a large part of the New World was unsettled, they decided to disobey the bishop's advice and go to the New Canaan, where flowed milk and honey. Especially in a German book on travels in America, see his account, p. 21. Nud Langeland did not emigrate, however, before 1843. So far Langeland's account. While the evidence points to many causes as operating conjointly toward bringing about the departure, in the spring of 1837, of so many from Samnanger and from Voss, the influence of Nils P. Langeland, already mentioned above, seems to have been a special factor at this particular time. Nils Langeland was already then an elderly man. He had devoted his life to the cause of popular education, but the intolerant clergy of the time found him too liberal-minded and continually put obstacles in his way. Although he was supported by a group of faithful friends, his usefulness was hampered. Discouraged at last, he decided to leave his native country and go to America. This was in the summer of 1836. In the fall of that year, Captain Behrens returned with the bark, Aegir, from America, whither he had carried a cargo of freight in the summer. Langeland's friends had already sold their homes and were preparing to emigrate. Hearing of this, Behrens decided to convert his bark into a passenger boat, and he offered to take them to America the next spring. The offer was accepted. While preparations were going on, the announcements of the projected sailing, which had been printed in the newspapers, led intending immigrants from other sections, also to join the party. Among these was Ole Rinning, from Snåsen in Trondheim province, of whom we shall speak more at length below. On the 4th of July, 1837, Aegir sailed from Bergen with 82 passengers. Among these were Mons Odland, Nils Froland, Anders Nordvig, Ingebrigt Bredvig, Thomas Bodge, and Thorbjørn Vest, all of whom had large families, and the following from Hardanger: Nils L. Jorder, wife and 6 children, and Petter J. Moaset, wife and child from Ulvik Parish, and Amund Rosseland, wife and 3 children, Lars G. Skay, wife and 2 children, Esther E. Rosseland, and Svein L. Midthis from Vicker. The last named were the first to emigrate from Vicker. The party further included Hallavit, wife and grown daughter, and the following persons: Ad J. Himmel, Kolbein Osa, Styak Osa, Nils L. Bolsted, Bard Hagen, John H. Bjørgo, Ole Dybvik, all of whom were married, besides several single men, mostly relatives of the above, namely Davig, Bodge, Froland, Nordvig, Histel, Tosseland, et al. Each adult paid $60 Norwegian specie for passage, children under 12 paying half price. They arrived in New York 8 weeks later. The journey inland was attended by numerous expenses for which the immigrants were not prepared. When they had gotten as far as Detroit, the above-mentioned Nils P. Langeland found himself without the necessary means to continue the journey. His friends, who had offered to pay his expenses as far as Chicago, at last became discouraged over the constant demands upon their funds, and Langeland was obliged to remain in Detroit. Here, being a capable carpenter, he soon found work. Later he removed to Lapeer County, Michigan, bought there 120 acres of land, plying at the same time the trade of a carpenter. Thus it came about that Nils Langeland became the first Norwegian to settle in the state of Michigan, though we have seen that Cleng Pearson had visited the state 4 years earlier. At least 3 others of the immigrants of 1,837 located temporarily in the state of Michigan that year, namely Ingebrigt Nordvig, Ernst Spelland, who had come in Ennieden and Thorsten Bjalland. These went to Adrian, Lenawee County, but left again soon after. We shall meet Bjalland again in LaSalle County, Illinois, and on Koshkonong Prairie. Chapter 11. Beaver Creek, Ole Renning. The immigrants who came in the Aegir seem to have intended to settle in LaSalle County, but in Chicago were advised by 2 Americans not to go there. They were also partly influenced by Norwegian immigrants who were dissatisfied with that locality, and who recommended Iroquois County as a more desirable location to settle. They were told that the Fox River Valley was a very unhealthy place. The settlers were dying of ague and fever, and it was a misfortune that they had ever been induced to locate there. Knut Langeland also records the fact that the fever raged in the whole of the Fox River Valley from Muskego, in Wisconsin to the Mississippi River in Illinois, that summer, but that the condition in LaSalle was no worse than elsewhere. So the intending settlers deputed 3 men to explore the country for a site for a new colony. Bjorn Anderson seems to have in part been instrumental in their not going to LaSalle County, but there is no evidence that he recommended Iroquois County as far as I am aware. These, Ole Renning, Ingebrigt Brudvig and Ole Natastad, walk south along the line of the present Illinois Central Railroad, selecting the location at Beaver Creek in Iroquois County. Of the further history of this unfortunate and short-lived colony, the reader may find an account in Dietrichson's brief discussion of the settlement, or in Langeland's or R.B. Anderson's book. The majority of the settlers died during the spring in the low and unhealthy climate. Ole Renning himself died and lies buried there. The few survivors left for LaSalle County the following spring. Mons Odland refused, however, to go. He remained in Beaver Creek 3 years longer, selling his land in 1840 for a herd of cattle, and moving north, he located in Racine County, being therefore one of the earliest pioneers in this part of Wisconsin. Niels Vest may also have been of the party. Ole Renning's name is most closely associated with the brief history of the Beaver Creek settlement. We have already seen above how his book, Sandferdig Beretning om Amerika, came to have a very far-reaching influence upon Norwegian immigration. This book Renning wrote that winter in the Beaver Creek settlement. It was printed in Norway the next year. It soon became widely distributed and continued for over a decade to exert a powerful influence upon Norwegian emigration from Voss, east to Hedmarken, and north to Gudbrandsdalen in these latter provinces, at the close of the decade especially. We have, on page 86 above, observed that Renning formulated certain questions which he set about answering for the information of intending immigrants. It will be of interest to note here the nature of some of his answers. The first question, as to the nature of the country, he answers by giving a very intelligent account of the topography and climate of the country, the soil in the different parts, and of what the produce of the different sections consists. In answer to the third question, he says that the United States is more than 20 times as large as Norway, that the greater part of the country is not yet even under cultivation, and that there is room for a population more than 100 times as great as that of Norway. There need be no fear, he says, that the country will be full in 50 years. The fourth question as to where the Norwegian immigrants have located especially, he answers by saying that in New York, Rochester, Detroit, Chicago, Philadelphia, and New Orleans there are said to be individual settlers, but he mentions 4 places where several have settled, namely 1 Orleans County, New York, but where he says there are now only 2 or 3 families left. 2 LaSalle County, Illinois, where he says there are about 20 families. 3 White County, Indiana, on the Tippecanoe River. Here, he says, live only 2 Norwegians from Drammen, who together own about 1,100 acres of land. 4 Shelby County, Missouri, where a few Norwegians from Stavanger settled in the spring of 1837. 5 Iroquois County, Illinois. Here, he says, there are 11 or 12 families of those who came last summer. The 6th question as to the land in these localities, he answers by praising the beauty and the fertility of the prairie. And as to the price of land, he says that it has hitherto been $1.25 per acre, but that he has heard that hereafter land is to be divided into 3 classes, and the price of land of the 3rd class is to be $0.50 an acre. He then offers explicit directions as to how to go about securing land. He thereupon gives the prices of livestock at the time, and of produce, etc. Horse, we learn, costs from $50 to $100, a yoke of oxen, $60 to $80. A milk cow with calf, $16 to $20, a sheep, $2 to $3, hogs are $6 to $10 a head, pork costs 3 to 5 shillings a mark. Butter $6 to $12, a barrel of wheat flour $8 to $10, a barrel of cornmeal $2.50 to $3, a barrel of potatoes $1, a pound of coffee 20 shillings, a barrel of salt is $5 Norwegian. But in Wisconsin territory, the prices are 2 to 3 times higher, while farther south, everything is cheaper. Then he speaks of wages, of religious conditions, law and order, how instruction for the young is provided, linguistic conditions, health conditions. He discusses life in the new settlements, its trials and attendant evils. As to the Indians, he says, they have gone farther west, one need never fear attack by Indians in Illinois. In answer to the question as to who should emigrate, he warns against unreasonable expectations, advises farmers, mechanics, and tradesmen to come. He who neither can nor will work must never expect, he says, that wealth or luxury will stand ready to receive him. No, in America one gets nothing without work, but by work, one can expect to attain to comfortable circumstances. He thereupon discusses the question of the dangers in crossing the oceans, which, he says, are less than usually imagined, and the rumor of enslavement of the immigrant. The latter he brands as false, adding, "Yet it is true that many who have not been able to pay their passage have come upon such terms that they have sold themselves, or their service, for a certain number of years to some man here in the country. Many are thereby said to have come into bad hands, and have not had it better than slaves. No Norwegian, as far as I know, has fared in this way, nor is it to be feared, if one crosses by a Norwegian ship and with one's own countrymen." In conclusion, I shall cite his opinion on the slave trade, which is interesting in the insight and judgment it gives evidence of, on the part of an immigrant over 20 years before the war. The northern states are trying in every Congress to abolish slavery in the southern states. But as these always oppose it and appeal to their right to govern their own internal affairs, there will probably soon take place a separation between the northern and the southern states, or else there will be internal conflict. Ole Rinning was born in Ringsaker as the son of Reverend Jens Rinning and wife, Severine Catherine Steen, in 1809. In 1825, the father moved to Snåsen. Having finished his education in 1829, he taught school for a time. Then he bought a small farm which he had to give up again, not being able to pay for it. His ultra-democratic sympathies were displeasing to his conservative father, and an unhappy love affair, which his father disapproved of as being a mesalliance, seems, at least, to have been, in part, the cause of his leaving Norway. We have recited briefly his short career in America. Of his nobility of character and the self-sacrificing spirit he showed in helping the grief-stricken and suffering colonists in the unfortunate Beaver Creek settlement, in the spring and summer of 1838, his surviving associates give ample testimony. His book, Sandferdig Beretning, was written on the sickbed. When he died, there was only one man in the settlement who was well enough to make a casket for him from an old oak which he hewed down. Rinning was buried out on the prairie, but no one knows now where the spot is. This he bought of the father of Reverend B.G. Moose, well known in Norwegian-American church history, and a long-time pastor at Norway, Goodhue County, Minnesota. See above p. 103. Ansten Nadestad, of whom below, took it with him to Norway that year, and got it printed in Christiania. Chapter 12. Some of the immigrants of 1837, the first pathfinders from Newmiddle and Telemarken. Besides the 177 immigrants, who came to America from Stavanger and Bergen in 1837, there was a considerable number who embarked from Gothenburg, Sweden. These came mostly from Newmiddle and Telemarken in the south-central part of Norway. Among the immigrants of 1837 were, also, the brothers Ole and Ansten Nadestad from Vigli, Newmiddle, both of whom came via Gothenburg, and Hans Barlian, who emigrated with Enigheden. These men played such a part in the immigration history of the period as to deserve something more than a mere mention. Ansten Nadestad may be regarded as the father of the emigration movement from Newmiddle, Norway, from which some of the most successful Norwegian settlements in Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa were later recruited. His brother Ole Nadestad became the founder of one of these settlements, that of Jefferson Prairie in Rock County, Wisconsin, also extending into Illinois, while Hans Barlian founded the first Norwegian settlement in Iowa at Sugar Creek, Lee County. Of the circumstances which led to the emigration of the Nadestad brothers, an interesting account appears in Bild Magazine, 1869, pages 82-83. This, which is an interview with Ole Nadestad, has been reprinted in other works, and I shall not take the space for it here. We may note, however, that they had received their first news of America upon a journey to the neighborhood of Stavanger in the close of 1836. During Christmas of that year, they were the guests of Even Nubru in Sigdal, a member of the Storthing, and it was his praise of American laws which first aroused Ole Nadestad's desire to emigrate, as he had already had some unpleasant experiences in that respect. In April 1837, they stood ready to leave for America, having converted their possessions into cash, a sum of $800. They went on skis from Rollag to Tinn, over the mountains and through the forests to Stavanger. Halsen Havorsen Brikayet, also from Rollag, became a third member of the party. In Stavanger, local official hostility to emigration led them into difficulties, and they were forced to seek safety in flight by night. They went to Tananger, where they were more successful, a skipper contracting to take them in his yacht to Gothenburg. In Gothenburg, they secured passage with a ship which carried iron from Sweden to Fall River, Massachusetts. The journey lasted 32 days. Thence, they went to New York, where they met a few Norwegians, and thence again to Rochester. Here they spoke with several members of the sloop party of 1825, now living in Rochester, and they were, for a short time, the guests of Lars Olsen, as so many others of the immigrants of those years. Hearing that those who had come to America in 1836 had gone west to La Salle County, they decided to go there. In Detroit, Ole Nadestad was one day walking about to view the city, and he says, "Here I accidentally came upon a man, whom I immediately recognized by his clothes as a countryman from the western coast of Norway. I greeted the man, and the meeting was for us both as if two brothers had met after a long separation." This man was one of the passengers on the Aegir, who had just then arrived in Detroit. The Nadestad party now joined these, all except N. P. Langeland and family, as we have seen, page 102 above, going west to Chicago. Here they met Bjorn Anderson Kavelv, whose unfavorable account of the Fox River locality first gave them some doubt as to the wisdom of going there. Of the subsequent events, the reader has already been told. We shall meet again with both Ole and Ernst Nadestad below. Halsten Brikayet later settled in Dodgeville, Wisconsin. Hans Barlian was from Overgarden, Trondheim. He seems to have been the second emigrant to America from that region. Of him, there will be occasion to speak more in detail in connection with the first Norwegian settlement in Iowa. I desire here, however, to mention 5 others, who came via Gothenburg to America in the same year, namely Eric Goddison Midbone, Thor Kittelsen Svimble, and John Nelson Rue, who had large families, and 2 single men, Gunder Goddison Midbone and Torsten Ingebrigtsen Gulliksrud. These form the advance troop of emigrants from the parish of Tinn in Upper Telemarken, a region which furnished a large share of recruits for the pioneer colonies of Wisconsin and Iowa in the 40s and the 50s. Thor Svimble became a pioneer in Blue Mounds, Dane County, where we shall find him later. Eric Goddison Midbone, who had a large family, settled in La Salle County, but says our authority, fortune was not kind to him. He later joined the Latter-day Saints and undertook a journey to Norway as a representative of that church, returned to America and died soon after, about 1850, as near as I can ascertain. Torsten Gulliksrud also settled in Illinois, but died early. John Nelson Rue will appear later in our account as one of the founders of the earliest Norwegian settlement in Winneshiek County, Iowa. We do not know what the circumstances were that led to the emigration of this little group from Upper Telemarken in 1837. It seems not unlikely that the news of America had come to them through copies of letters from Hovland or others, though they may also have had information more directly through Nud Slogvig's return. The latter does not to me seem so likely, however, for they appear to have made no attempt to secure passage from Stavanger. The departure of this group from tin does not seem to have had any immediate influence upon emigration from that region. The real exodus from tin does not begin till 1839, and then as a part of the general movement, but this may have been aided by letters from those who went thence in 1837. The number that in this way took passage via Gothenburg that year may have been larger than we have knowledge of. While the number, 200, which our statistics, cited above, gives as that of the emigration from Norway in 1837 is certainly rather low, it is highly improbable that it was as high as 300, as elsewhere given. A conservative and reasonable estimate would seem to place it at about 240 or 50. Among the passengers on the Ægir, we mentioned Nils Froland. He was one of two, the other being Mons Odland, to first join Nils P. Langeland in his preparations for emigrating to America. With his wife and children, he located at Beaver Creek, and they were among the fortunate survivors of that colony. In 1839, he moved to Mission Township in LaSalle County and to the present Miller Township the next year. He died there in 1873. His widow, born 1798, was still living in 1895. A grandson, Lars Fruland, resides at Newark, Illinois. Anders Nordvig, who also came on the Ægir, died in the Beaver Creek settlement. His widow, a sister of Nud Langeland, moved to LaSalle County. She died there at the age of 90 in 1892. A daughter, Melinda, married Ivar Larsen Boe, who came to Chicago from Voss, Norway in 1844. Victor F. Lawson, owner of the Chicago News, is her son. Another daughter, Sarah, born 1824, married a Mr. Darnell, a pioneer of Benton County, Iowa, in 1854. Mrs. Darnell was the first Norwegian in that county. After Darnell's death, she returned to Illinois, locating at Sandwich, DeKalb County. Among the passengers on Ægir, Odd Himmel, Bard Hagen, Ole Dyvik, and John Bjorgo went direct to LaSalle County. The first of these returned to Norway in 1844, and while there married Marie L. Germo. He returned to America in 1845 and settled on Spring Prairie in Columbia County, Wisconsin, where we shall meet with him again. He died in DeForest, Dane County, Wisconsin, in May 1893. We shall also meet John Bjorgo below as one of the pioneers of Koshkonong, Wisconsin. Hal Veet died in Beaver Creek, as did his wife and grown-up daughter. Kolbein Saw and Steyek Saw both went to Beaver Creek and were among the survivors. They came to Koshkonong in 1843 and are to be remembered among the early pioneers there. Steyek Saw was born in Voss, September 25, 1814. His wife, Ellen Olsen, born Rikve, was born in 1816. They were married in America. Nils Bolstad settled in Koshkonong in 1840. He was one of a group of three to visit Dane County, Wisconsin, on a trip of exploration in the fall of 1839, being, therefore, the first Norwegians in that county. Among the passengers on Eneyeden was Hans Valder and wife. He was born on the farm, Velda, in Vats Parish in Ryfylke in 1813. Having received an education, he taught school in Tisvier some years before emigrating. Here he heard much about the earliest emigration to America from Stavanger. In Detroit, Valder and Ersten Espeland separated from the rest of the party and went to Adrian, Michigan. Thence they went a few miles into the country in Lenawee County to visit a small Norwegian settlement, whither Ingebrigt Larsen Narvig had recently moved from Monroe County, where he had settled in 1833. In the spring of 1830, Valder left for LaSalle County, Illinois. Here he lived until 1853, when he moved to what is at present Newburgh, Fillmore County, Minnesota, and became one of the earliest Norwegian pioneers in Minnesota. Ersten Espeland and family remained at the home of Narvig a little longer than Valder, but then they also went to LaSalle County. See above, page 101, for the circumstances of Narvig's coming to Michigan. Another passenger on Eneyeden was Christopher Danielson from Ardel in Lower Ryfylke. He was 57 years old at the time of emigrating, settled in Mission Township, LaSalle County, where his wife died a few years later. Danielson died of the cholera in 1849. His son, Christopher Danielson, born in Norway, resides at Sheridan, Illinois. Thomas A. Thompson, born 1812 in Escajold Parish, Ryfylke, settled in Norway, LaSalle County, Illinois. In 1867, he removed to Adams County, Iowa, where he died in 1870. Lars Rikaldsen and wife also came in 1837 and settled near Ottawa in La Salle County. Lars Rikaldsen, as indeed several of the pioneers of these years, soon became one of the substantial men of the community. Ole Heyer, who also came in 1837 from Tin, Telemarken, located in La Salle County. He had been an ardent Hodjan, but became a Mormon in Illinois and later a Baptist. In 1868, he moved to Iowa, where he died in 1873. A son, A. Heyer, lives in Leland, Illinois. Finally, there came that year even Askvig with wife and children from H. Hjelmeland Parish in Riffolk. Settling first in Indiana Beaver Creek, they removed the next year to La Salle County, Illinois. Late in the 40s, they settled in Texas, and at last in 1852, the parents and a part of the family located in southwestern Iowa, where even Askvig died in 1875 and his wife in 1881. Attorney Samuel Rikaldsen of Ottawa, who died in 1906, was a son of Lars Rikaldsen. He was born March 25, 1841, on the homestead bought by his father in 1837-38. He was for a long time member of the firm, Boyle and Rikaldsen, in Ottawa, was mayor of Ottawa from 1871-1881, at one time attorney for the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad. His widow Marietta Rikaldsen and 2 children are still living. Chapter 13. Ansten Nattestad's return to Norway in 1838. The year 1839. Immigration assumes larger proportions. The course of settlement changes. The principal event in Norwegian immigration history for the year 1838 is Ansten Nattestad's return to Norway. We have seen, above, page 103, that Ole and Ansten Nattestad left the Beaver Creek settlement in the spring of 1838. Ansten went to Norway, as it seems, for the express purpose of promoting emigration from Rolag, Numedal, while Ole went out to explore new fields. Going north as far as the Wisconsin line, he stopped in what is now Clinton Township in Rock County. This place suited his fancy, and he decided to settle here. This was July 1st. He entered a claim of 80 acres and immediately set to work erecting temporary quarters. For a year, he lived alone, rarely coming in contact with a white man and not seeing anything of his own countrymen during all that time. 8 Americans, he says, had settled in the town before me, but these also lived in about as lonely and desolate a condition, as I found the soil especially fruitful, and the melancholy uniformity of the prairie was relieved here by intervening bits of woods. Flocks of deer and other game were to be seen daily, and the uncanny howling of the prairie wolf constantly disturbed my night rest, until the habit fortified my ears against disturbances of this kind. The following summer, Ole built a cabin in which he received, as we shall see below, the first group of immigrants into that country in the early fall of that year. According to Ole Nattestad's letter in Nordlyset for May 18, 1848. The year 1838 brought a small contingent of emigrants from Voss. They were Stefan K. Gilderhus, Nud Lidvo, Ole Lidvo, and Lars G. Jurstad. Gilderhus went to Cleveland, Ohio, being, I believe, the first Norwegian to locate there. He remained there only 1 year, however, going to Chicago in 1839. We shall later find him among the pioneers of Koshkonong, Dane County, Wisconsin. Nud and Ole Lidvo and Lars G. Jurstad went to La Salle County, Illinois, and thence to Shelby County, Missouri, where the restless Cleng Pearson had the year before gone in search of a new locality for a settlement in the Southwest. See below. As brought out by Nils A. Lie of Deerfield, Wisconsin. Before passing on to the emigration of 1839, it will be in order to speak briefly of a small group of emigrants from Numedal in the year 1838. The name of the leader was Ole Osland, a wealthy farmer of Flesburg Parish. He sold out his farm, and taking with him his family and about 20 other persons, whose passage he paid for, he sailed from Tonsberg via Gothenburg and thence to New York. He then went to Orleans County, New York. Here it seems he fell into the hands of speculators, who sold him 600 acres of marshland in Noble County, Indiana, for a very high price. He removed to that place soon after. It seems, with most of those whom he had brought from Norway, sickness set in, brought on by the swampiness of the region, and many of his party died. He thereupon, next year, abandoned the land, taking with him the survivors. In the Kendall settlement, Andrew J. Stangeland bought the land of him for a nominal price. Asland, who changed his name in this country to Orsland, lived on the so-called Norwegian road in Kendal till his death, about 1864. In Kendal, he accumulated considerable property. He left a wife and 4 children, Canute Orsland and Harry B. Orsland, born 1828 in Kendal, the former occupying the old homestead as late as 1895, and Halleck Orsland living in Detroit, where a daughter is also living. Let us now turn to Ernst Nadestad's journey. The Kendal settlement. Asland did not take anything for it, says Canute Orsland in letter of 1895 to R. B. Anderson. Letter is printed on page of first chapter. According to Nadestad's own account, he went back to Norway in the spring of 1838 via New Orleans and Liverpool. In Drammen, he had printed his brother's journal, En Dagbog, and Rinning's book was printed in Christiania. He speaks of the great interest that these pamphlets aroused as well as that of his own return. He says, "The report of my return spread like wildfire throughout the country, and an incredibly large number of people came to me to get news from America. Many even traveled 18 to 20 Norwegian miles to speak with me. It was impossible to answer all the letters that came with reference to conditions across the ocean. In the spring of 1839, about 100 persons stood ready to go with me across the ocean. Among these were many farmers with families, all except the children able to work and in their best years. There were, moreover, a host of people from Telemarken and Numedal who could not accompany him, as there was no more room in the ship. In the meantime, these people from Telemarken, not to be deterred long in their plans to go to the New World, immediately set about organizing their party and went to Skien to seek passage there. They were all from Tinn and H. Jertdal parishes in Upper Telemarken. The leaders of the party were the Luras family, which was represented by 4 heads of families, in all about 20 persons of the total number of 40, composed almost exclusively of grown men and women. They embarked at Skien, May 17th, somewhat earlier than the party from Numedal and arrived in America before. Hence it is to this group that we shall now turn our attention, leaving for the time being Nadestad and his party. The Luras party was in all composed of 11 families, most of them being from Tinn parish. We have already, under causes of emigration, spoken briefly of John Luras, who perhaps was the chief promoter of this emigration. The party consisted of John Nelson Luras, Nut Nelson Luras, Haver Erstensen Luras, Torger Erstensen Luras, Haver T. Lonflak, Haver Nelson Loner, Helge Matheson, Ole Helixen Kroken, Erst Malerflate, Ole K. Jonas, Nils Johnson Kassa, and the latter's brother, G. German Johnson Kassa, all of whom had families, besides 3 unmarried men, namely Nils, Ole, and John Tolifsjord. The Kassa brothers were from Heiderdal. The rest, I believe, were all from Tinn parish. In Gothenburg, they met another small company of Norwegian emigrants, who had just arrived there from Stavanger, bound for America. This party included Gittel Danielson, the leader of the party from the island of Reniso, a little north of Stavanger, and who had a large family, Haver Gellarviken with family and Petter Rasoino, both with families, Eric Esvinili and sister. The party also included John Evenson Moley from Tinn in Telemarken, who was at that time in the service of Gittel Danielson. In all there were now about 60. The journey across the Atlantic took 9 weeks, and the journey from Boston to Milwaukee took another 3 weeks. The latter led by way of New York and then by canal boats, pulled by horses, to Buffalo, thence by way of the Great Lakes to Milwaukee, the most common westward route for the early immigrants. This was at the close of August. It was the intention of the emigrants to settle in LaSalle County, Illinois. But in Milwaukee, they were induced to remain in Wisconsin, and a site for a settlement was selected near Lake Muskego in the southeastern part of Waukesha County, about 20 miles southwest from Milwaukee. A story is told how it came about that they did not go to Illinois as originally intended. A good-natured fat man is said to have been pointed out to them as the product of Wisconsin. On the other hand, Illinois was described as a hot and unhealthy region, in substantiation of which a pale, sickly man was presented as the result of life in that state. Whether this was done or not I do not know, but the story may serve as an illustration of frontier humor and immigrant credulity both. Suffice it to say that the people of Milwaukee succeeded in diverting the immigrants from Telemarken from going any farther, but selected a site for a settlement, as we have said, near Lake Muskego in Waukesha County. Then they returned to Milwaukee to perfect their purchase of land there, the price paid being the usual one of $1.25 per acre. Before reciting further the fortunes of this group of immigrants, the first to enter the state of Wisconsin, let us turn for a moment to a consideration of the larger movement. With the year 1839, emigration from Norway begins to assume larger proportions, and certain districts, which hitherto had sent very few, now begin to contribute the larger share of the number of emigrants to America. This year may very properly be said to have inaugurated the second period in Norwegian immigration history. Down to 1839, the immigration movement in Norway had not really gone beyond the provinces of Stavanger and South Bergenhus in southwestern and western Norway. Indeed, nearly all of the emigrants had come from these sections. In fact, before 1836, the movement was almost confined to Stavanger and Ryfylke. In that year it reaches Hardanger, and in 1837, Bergen. It does not reach Voss properly before 1838, although Nils Roth and wife had emigrated from there in 1836. In 1837, as we have seen, the first emigrant ship, the Aegir, left Bergen with 84 passengers. Before 1839, we meet with occasional individual emigration from provinces to the east and northeast. Thus Olrinning and Snåsen in Trondheim diocese emigrated in the Aegir in 1837. The first emigrants from Telemarken also came in 1837. As we have seen above, 1837 is also the year which records the first immigration from Numedal. Among the emigrants from other parts of Norway prior to 1837 must be mentioned also Johan Nordbo, from Ringibo in Gudbrandsdalen, who came in 1832 and resided for some time in Kendall, New York, later going to Texas, and Hans Barlian from Trondheim County, who came to La Salle County in 1837. Neither of these two men, however, were instrumental in bringing about any emigration movement in Gudbrandsdalen and Trondheim. It is not until a much later period that these two districts are represented in considerable numbers among emigrants. It is the year 1839 in which emigration on a larger scale takes its beginnings. Similarly, the year 1839 marks a change also in the movement of the course of settlement. Down to this time, all emigration from Norway stands in direct relation to the movement which began in Stavanger in 1825, and which in the years 1834-36 resulted in the formation of the Fox River settlement in La Salle County, Illinois. This settlement then became the center of dispersion for what may be called the southern line of settlements. All through the 40s and the 50s, the southern course of migration westward, which includes southern and central Iowa, stands in direct relation to early Norwegian colonization in New York and Illinois. That is the first period of Norwegian emigration from the provinces of Stavanger and South Bergenhus, and this province only as far north as Bergen, Voss being excluded, in southwestern Norway. In 1839, the first settlements are formed in Wisconsin on the shores of Lake Muskego in Waukesha County and in Rock County, and in 1839-40, that of Koshkonong in Dane and Jefferson counties. These settlements then became a northern point of dispersion. From here, we have a second northern line of settlement westward and northwestward into northern Iowa, Minnesota, and the more northerly localities of Wisconsin. Chapter 14. Shelby County, Missouri. Ernst and Nadestad's return from Norway in 1839. The founding of the Jefferson Prairie Settlement in Rock County, Wisconsin. Before returning now to the thread of our narrative, I wish to speak briefly of an early effort, and the only one, before the 50s, to found a settlement from the southern point of dispersion. In 1830, 7 Kleng Pearson, Jacob and Nud Slogvig, Andrew Askeland, Andrew Simonsen, Thorstein Thorson Rue, several of whom had families, and about 8 others, left La Salle County, went to Missouri and made a settlement in Shelby County. This, however, proved unsuccessful, principally on account of the lack of a market. Pearson does not seem to have selected a very desirable locality, and he did not possess the steadfastness of purpose that would seem to be a prime requisite in the pioneer. He was too much of a lover of adventure, and hardly was a plan brought to completion before his head was again full of new dreams and fancies. He was something of a Peer Gynt, but without Peer Gynt's selfishness or his eye for the main chance. The roving spirit dominated Pearson wholly, Not until old age had laid its hand on him did he yield to the monotony of a settled life. But even then, in the wilderness of Texas in the 50s, I have personal information of his life there. He took no part in the upbuilding of the community, no active interest in its progress. In a settled community, he alone was unsettled. He was never able to gather himself together into concentrated action and prolonged effort in a definite cause or undertaking. A vagabond citizen, he died in poverty. The only activity we associate with his name is the adventurous wanderings of his youth. After having spent a year in Missouri, Pearson returned to Norway, evidently for the purpose of recruiting his colony, but I have no evidence that he succeeded in this. Independent of Pearson's efforts, the little colony did receive an accession of 3 in 1838, namely Nud and Ole Lidvo and Lars G. Jurstad, and of 1 person in the fall of 1839, namely Nils Lidvo, who had just come from Voss, Norway, with a group of immigrants from that region, most of whom remained in Chicago. The Shelby County settlement did not thrive. It was too far removed from other settlers, too far from a market. The settlers suffered want and became discouraged. The colony was practically broken up in 1840 when most of the settlers removed north into Iowa Territory into what is now Lee County. Here they established the first Norwegian settlement in Iowa. Of this, we shall have occasion to speak under the year 1840. Let us now return to Ansten Nadestad and his party of emigrants, whom we left above, page 119, as about to depart for America. Ansten Nadestad's party of 100 then sailed from Drammen by the Amelia, Captain Ankerson, late in the spring of 1839. It was the first time, says he, that the people of Drammen had seen an emigrant ship. Every person paid $33.50 specie. They were 9 weeks on the ocean, going direct to New York. They took the usual route inland and arrived in Milwaukee just at the time when the Luras party had returned to Milwaukee to purchase land already selected in Waukesha County, as we have seen above. They urged the new arrivals to stop in Milwaukee and go with them to Muskego, but Nadestad objected, and so they continued their journey to Chicago. Here Ansten learned that his brother had located in Wisconsin the year before. The party's destination was LaSalle County, but this changed the course of some of them. Some who had friends there did go to LaSalle County, a few remained in Chicago, especially single men, but the majority went with Ansten to Clinton. All these, excepting some to be noted below, bought land and began the life of pioneers there in the fall of 1839 on what came to be known as Jefferson Prairie. Besides Ole Knudsen Nadestad and his brother Ansten, those who founded this settlement were Haver Petterson Hagen, Hans G. Germanson Hagen, Thor Helgis in Kirkejord, Torsten Helgis in Kirkejord, Jens Gudbrandsen Mia, Gudbrand Mia, Eric Skavlum, the brothers Kittel and Christopher Nyhus, and T. Nelson. Haver Hagen did not come with the Nadestad party, although he was in Drammen intending to sail on the Amelia. Owing to lack of room, about 30 persons, including children, had to be left behind. Haver Hagen has himself told in America, September 1907, of the coming of these. After several days of waiting, they secured passage on a boat bound for Gothenburg, Sweden. The journey went via Fredrikstad, where another stay of 2 or 3 days took place. At Gothenburg, a wait of 10 days followed before the brig Bunyan, on which they were to sail, was ready. It was certainly fortunate, says our narrator, that people were not in such haste then, or the repeated delays of several days' duration would have been the cause of much unpleasant irritation. Landing in Boston, the immigrants traveled by rail to Providence, Rhode Island, thence by steamboat to New York. Here they boarded the boat which was to carry them to Albany. As they were told the boat was not to leave before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the men of the party went ashore again to purchase food. When they returned, however, the boat had sailed, having left at 10 in the forenoon instead of 5 in the afternoon as planned. Those left behind managed to reach their destination also, though with many difficulties and unpleasant experiences. From Albany, they traveled by canal to Buffalo. Of this part of the journey, says Hagen, there is nothing to be said except that, like all other earthly things, this also at last came to an end. From Buffalo, the journey went by steamboat to Chicago. They did not go thence to LaSalle County, though undoubtedly intended originally to do so. I do not know what changed their course, but on the next day after arriving in Chicago, they went to DuPage County, Illinois, where a week later they met those who had gone with Nadestad in Captain Ankerson's ship. The party whose coming has thus briefly been related was composed of Havar Hagen, wife, 3 sons, Petter, Havar and Andreas, and 2 daughters Birgit and Sigrid. Havar Stordok, Lars Hagerud, Gunder Fingelpladsen, and Jebrit Cedar, Lars Dalen, G. German Johnson, and Sven Tuft, all of whom also had families, besides some single persons. Havar Hagen's family and most of the party remained in DuPage County for a time, and Petter Hagen and his brother Andreas and the 2 sisters secured employment there. The father, however, went with Eric Skavlem to Jefferson Prairie to help him build a house. At Christmas, the rest of the party also went to Jefferson Prairie. During the winter, they all lived in Skavlem's house. This house is described as follows. It was 16 by 16 and quite low. In order to add to room, crowns were erected overhead, that is, beams which were laid crosswise near the ceiling. These beams were cut pointed at the ends, which were made to rest between the logs and the walls on either side, like riders across the house. On top of these again was laid flats, on which beds were arranged. Down below on the floor there were also 3 beds. A writer in America, March 1, 1907, quotes one of the immigrants as speaking of the cramped quarters in the log cabin, in which the whole party lived that fall and winter, room which to one family would seem too small now. How these settlers, he says, could manage in one log cabin a whole winter is a riddle to me. The following spring Havar Hagen also built a cabin, which was always full as newcomers were constantly arriving. At the same time, other cabins were erected by Kittil and Christopher Nyhus, Gudbrand and Jens Mia, and Torsten Kirkejorden. 2 years later, all of these built new and more commodious houses. The settlement, thus founded exclusively by immigrants from the district of Numedal, has always continued to be recruited largely from that region, see, however, below. In the following year, a few more families came from Numedal, while from 1841 the accessions were considerable every year for a number of years. Among these is to be mentioned Birgit Nelson Kallerud, from Vigley, who also came in the ship Amelia in 1839, but who does not seem to have gone directly to Jefferson Prairie. She married Jens Gudbrandsen Mia at Christmas, 1839, while his brother Gudbrand Mia married Amjur Olsen, also from Vigley, in 1840. The following year they, however, moved to the Rock Prairie settlement, see below, and in 1852 they settled in Mitchell County, Iowa. In connection with the settling of this county, we shall have occasion to speak again more fully of them. Jens Mia was born in Vigley, Numedal, in 1812. Illustration: Map of southern and central Norway, see appendix for names of parishes here numbered. Of the other founders of this settlement, I may here add the following facts. Ole Knudsen Nadestad was born at Vigley, in Rollag Parish, December 24, 1807. We have above given an account of his settling at Clinton. In Nordlyset for May 18, 1848, there appeared a communication from Nadestad relative to this occasion, in which he rightly claims to have been the first Norwegian to settle in the state. He married their Lena Heiser in 1840. He lived in the settlement as an influential, respected member of the community till his death, which occurred at Clinton, May 28, 1886. His wife died in September 1888. They left 7 children. Henry Nadestad, the oldest, at present occupies the homestead. The other children are Charles Sioux Falls, South Dakota, James Dakota, Ann Clinton, Julia Mrs. Martin Scoffdet Lawrence, Kansas, Caroline Mrs. Louis O. Larson, Clinton, and Eliza Clinton. Anson Nadestad was born August 26, 1813, the youngest of 3 brothers. Ole was the next oldest. Their father, Nud Nadestad, was a man of some means, but by the right of primogeniture, the oldest inherited the estate and he remained in Norway. Of these things and the early life of the 2 younger brothers, Ole Nadestad gives an account in an interview printed in Bild Magazine, 1869, where also is a detailed account of Anson Nadestad's coming to America with his group of 100 immigrants in 1839. He also there, pages 107-108, gives a description of the settlement as it was in 1869, and he has elsewhere in the columns of that magazine made important contributions to the immigration history of the years 1838-1840, which now are among the original sources of material for a history of Norwegian immigration. Relative to the further career of Anson Nadestad, I shall only add here that he became one of the substantial members of this great and growing settlement, in which he continued to live until his death on April 8, 1889. Hans G. Hagen was born at Vigelie in Rollag Parish in 1785. He was an old soldier, having been in the Norwegian-Swedish War of 1814 and having served in the Norwegian army for 7 years. His wife, whose maiden name was Sigrid Petterstatter Val, was born in January 1803. The family consisted further of 2 sons, Gunnel and G. Germund, the former born at Vigelie, April 28, 1827, the latter on September 19, 1836. The father, Hans Hagen, lived only a year after coming to America. He died in October 1840. In 1849, the widow and 2 sons moved to Primrose, Dane County, Wisconsin, where we shall meet with them again. Sigrid Hagen died in Beloit in 1885. It may be added here that the family took the name of Jackson in this country. Of the circumstances that led to the adoption of this name, the son gives an account which appeared in Anderson's first chapter, etc., page 263. Thor Helgeson Kirkejord was born September 12, 1812, married in 1837. They had 1 daughter, Christy, born 1849, and who is married to Gunder Larsen. Thor Helgeson died in Clinton in 1871. Christopher C. Nyhus, Newhouse, was born at Vigelie in July 1812. When he came to Clinton Township, he first entered claim to 40 acres of land, which was later increased to 160. He married a daughter of Haver Havorson in the fall of 1843. They had 5 children: Christopher, who died in infancy, Oliver, Christopher 2D, Torina, Mrs. Gustav Nelson, Clinton, and Christiana. T. Nelson settled on Section 20 in 1839. He married Rachel Gilbertson that year. They had 5 children. The son, T. Nelson, married Mary Tangen of Manchester, Illinois, in 1872. They have 2 daughters, Anna R. B. 1875, Gertine B. 1878, whose name appears as Toro Halgeson in the History of Rock County, Wisconsin, 1879, p. 780, to which work I am indebted for some of the facts recited above. They again have 4 children. Mr. Larson enlisted in the 42D Illinois Regiment, later transferred to the Mississippi Marine Brigade, was at the Battle of Vicksburg, served faithfully, and was honorably discharged. Chapter 15. The earliest white settlers on Rock and Jefferson Prairies. The founding of the Rock Prairie Settlement. The earliest settlers on Rock Prairie. We have seen that when Ole Nadestad settled at Clinton on July 1, 1838, the country was a wilderness, he being the only white man there. He speaks, however, of 8 Americans living some distance from him, in similar condition. It was less than 3 years prior that the first white settlers had located in the county. On the 18th day of November, 1835, John Inman, of Lucerne County, Pennsylvania, Thomas Holmes, William Holmes, and Joshua Holmes, of Ohio, Milo Jones, and George Falmer, settled on the site of the present city of Janesville, opposite the Big Rock. This was the first settlement in Rock County. Inman and William Jones had visited the locality and selected this spot in July of that year. On this occasion, they had camped on the bluff on the Racine Road. Our authority relates. From this point they saw Rock Prairie stretching away in the distance to the east and south, till the verdant plain mingled with the blue of the horizon. They saw before them an ocean of waving grass and blooming flowers, and realized the idea of having found the real Canaan, the real paradise of the world. They returned to Milwaukee, having in their 10 days' exploration of the Rock River Valley, found but one family, namely, a Mr. McMillan, who resided where Waukesha now stands. Somewhat later in the year came Samuel St. John and his wife, the last being the first white woman in the county. The next year there were several new arrivals. On December 7, 1836, townships 1, 2, 3, and 4 north of ranges 11, 12, 13, and 14 of the 4th principal meridian, afterwards the eastern 16 of the present 20 townships of Rock County, were taken from Milwaukee County and constituted a separate county, called Rock. The county took its name from the Big Rock on the north side of the river, now within the city limits of Janesville, and an ancient landmark among the Indians and the early traders. History of Rock County, p. 335. Avon, Spring Valley, Magnolia, and Union being added in 1838. All these earliest settlements, 1836–1837, were made near and along the Rock River. In 1838, there were 480 settled in this region chiefly, the centers of population being already then Janesville and Beloit. Next followed Johnstown, Lima, and Milton in the northwestern part of the county, and Union. The region west of Beloit, Newark, Avon, Spring Valley, was still wholly unsettled in the summer of 1839. The town of Bradford, the next north of Clinton, was first settled by Erastus Dean in 1836. There were very few before 1838. The town of Clinton, as originally organized 1842, comprised the territory of the present town, the south half of Bradford, and portions of Turtle and La Prairie. The first actual settlement in the present township was made in May 1837 on the west side of Jefferson Prairie by Stephen E. Downer and Daniel Tasker and their wives on the southeast side of the prairie. In July, Oscar H. Pratt and Franklin Mitchell from Joliet, Illinois made claims. These were the earliest. On the west side of the prairie settlement was made in October 1837 by H. L. Warner, Henry Tuttle, Albert Tuttle, and Griswold Weaver. We recall that Ole Nadestad said that, when he came to Clinton on July 1, 1838, there were 8 Americans living isolated at considerable distance from him. Nadestad located on Section 20. Here Christopher Nyhus also settled, while Thor Helgeson settled on Section 29. Who the 8 settlers were that Nadestad met remains somewhat uncertain, but it does not seem unlikely that it was the 4 last mentioned, and some of the first explorers, who are named as Charles Tuttle, Dennis Mills, Milton S. Warner, and William S. Murray. The town of Turtle, directly west of Clinton, was not organized until 1846. The first settlers were S. G. Colley, who located on Section 32 in the spring of 1838, and Daniel D. Edgery, who came there about the same time, locating on Section 36, to Beloit, however, in 1837. Such were the beginnings of settlement east of Beloit prior to Nadestad's coming, and it was still virtually a wilderness when Anson Nadestad's party came at the close of September 1839. West of Beloit, in the town of Newark, the Norwegians were the first, while in Avon and Spring Valley they were among the earliest groups of settlers. It is the settlement of this region, and especially the town of Newark, to which we shall now turn. We observed above that some of Anson Nadestad's party who came to Jefferson Prairie in September 1839 did not remain there. These went 14 miles farther west and established a settlement in the township of Newark, which had not been settled by white men before, while a few of the members of this latter party went south from their 18 miles, crossing the Illinois line, and located in the township of Rock Run in Stephenson County, Illinois. The founder of the Rock Prairie settlement was Gullick Olson Gravdal, of Vigley, New Middle. He emigrated from Norway with Anson Nadestad in 1839. He came directly to Jefferson Prairie, but did not remain there. With Giles Halland and Go Biono, he went west a distance to look over the country, with a view to settling elsewhere. Having arrived at Beloit, they managed here to secure a map, and from it got some idea of where government land was to be had. Then they continued their journey along the Madison Road 7 miles farther west. Finally, he came to a place which suited him, for he found, as he says, good spring water, as also prairie and woodland in the right proportion. Together with Lars Rost, a single man from the parish of Land, he then bought 40 acres of land. Giles Halland bought land 1 mile farther east, while Go Biono took a claim on a piece of land for Mrs. Gunhild Erdegarden, 3 miles south of the site selected by Gravdal. Ross later went back to Norway, however. Gunhild Erdegarden, who emigrated from Nor Annex Parish in New Middle, was a widow of considerable means, who had paid the passage of several other persons. Her family, among whom were grown sons and daughters, emigrated with her to America in the Nadestad party and came directly to Jefferson Prairie. Immediately after Biono's purchase of land for her in Newark Township, she, with family, moved out there and had a log cabin erected, this being the first dwelling built in that township. This statement is based upon the authority of Gravdal himself, as printed in an interview on page 162 of Build magazine for 1869. The History of Rock County agrees in this statement that Mrs. Erdegarden's log cabin, built in the fall of 1839, was the first house erected in the town of Newark. Gunhild Erdegarden's name appears regularly as Mrs. Gunnel or Gunel. She is there mentioned several times, her family being extensively intermarried with the old pioneer families in the settlement. Gravdal completed the erection of a cabin late in the fall, and his family having been left on Jefferson Prairie, he brought them to Rock Prairie in the latter part of November. Build Magazine, 1869, page 162. Thus Ole Gulek Gravdal, son of Gullik Gravdal, married Juri Erdegarden, given as Juri Gunnil in the Rock County history in 1855. There can be no doubt as to the correctness of the facts as here given. It has also been said that Lars Skavlum's house was the first to be erected, and J.W.C. Dietrichson erroneously even names him as the first Norwegian in Rock Prairie. That same fall, Gile Hallen married Margit Nudstatter Nosterud from Ralog Parish, Newmiddle, being obliged to go as far south as Rockford, Illinois, to get the ceremony performed. Their oldest child, Christine, born in the fall of 1840, was the first white child born in that township. Gravdal, speaking of those days, says, "When I located in this region, the whole country to the west was a desert. I do not know whether there lived white people anywhere between my home and the Mississippi." The same was also the case toward the north. However, about 7 miles west-east, from my home 2 Yankees had settled in the wilderness. The Indians were still lords of these regions. They often visited us in our houses, but they were always friendly and courteous. We were never molested by the wild son of the desert. There was, at this time, an abundance of game. We saw stags in large herds, and prairie chickens literally swarmed. There seemed to have been no fresh accessions of settlers until the spring of 1841. Then Lars H. Skavlum arrived and located on Section 11. Gullik Knudsen Lodgen also came at the same time, and not long after several Americans moved in. Both Skavlum and Knudsen had come to America in 1839, having been members of Nadestad's party. Skavlum had, in the interval, lived on Jefferson Prairie. Gullik Knudsen had remained in Chicago, as had also Gunnel Stordak, securing work there, as did also 2 girls from Newmiddle, to whom they were engaged in Norway. These 2 couples were married the following winter, and, having saved some money from their small earnings, they decided to buy a home somewhere in the Norwegian settlement in Rock County. Knudsen relates, "I walked about several days to find a location for a home, and at last came to a place on the verge of a prairie, where a rushing spring of water poured out of the ground. Here I decided to build and live, and I called the place Springen, the spring. The land about was like a desert. Barring the 4 Norwegians who had come before me, there were no settlers. Toward the west one had to travel 22 miles to find white people. It was fortunate that there was an abundance of game, for what we secured by hunting was the sustenance on which we chiefly relied during the winter." He tells how, with the first fall of snow, he and another walked on skis to Beloit to buy flour, and how the tracks left in the snow by the skis had aroused considerable wonder and speculation among the Americans about there, who afterwards discovered the tracks, and that it became the subject of extensive discussion as to what unknown monster could have left such tracks. Beloit, he says, consisted then of a mill, a hotel, 2 stores, and a few laborers' cottages. His wages were from $6 to $10 a week, whom we now know to have been Hellick Glame. From the fact of his location near the Big Spring, Springen, as Knudsen called it, he came to be called Gullik Springen. His surname, Lodgen, he no longer used, but wrote himself Gullik Knudsen. Here by this spring, Knudsen built a hut of shrubs, thatched with straw in which they lived for 3 months while the log cabin was being built. The flat cover of a chest, brought from Norway, served for a table, and the cooking was done on the ground. In December the log cabin was ready. Gunnel Stordak and wife, who did not come to Newark until September, lived with Knudsen during the first winter, after which they removed to Illinois. This log cabin is still used as a chicken house on the old Springen homestead. The Rock County history says of Stordak, he and his family lived in a haystack for 3 months until they had completed a log cabin, page 774. As we have seen, it was not a haystack they lived in. Stordak's family consisted, as yet, only of himself and wife. In the summer of 1841, a considerable number of Knudsen's acquaintances from Norway came. These found a temporary home with Knudsen, sharing in his genuine pioneer hospitality. Among them were Haver Skavlum and his wife, Berit, the daughter, Kari, and 2 sons, Ole and Paul Skavlum, the latter with wife and child, Bessie. Haver Skavlum died 1 week after their arrival. The son Paul bought land, Ole first, however went to Mineral Point in Dodge County, returning, however, later. He settled near Orfordville. Another of this group was Haver Nilsson Aas, who, with his family, settled near Gravdal in Newark Township. Knut Christensen also came in 1841 and located on Section 11, erecting a log cabin there. Finally, Ole Halvorsen Val, who later moved to Iowa, was among this number. Several of those who had come to Jefferson Prairie in 1839 removed to Rock Prairie in the summer of 1841. Thus, Hellick Glame, Lars Skavlum, and the latter's three brothers, Gullik, G. Germund, and Herbrand, these all moved there upon their father Haver's arrival from Norway that summer. Hellick and Breek and Nils Olsen Vigli came directly from Norway in 1841. The last mentioned was from Vigli Annex to Rollag Parish in Newmiddle. He was born at Vigli Parsonage and was therefore often called Nils Prestegard. He lived at Gravdals the first winter. The following summer he, with two others, Paul Skavlum and Hellick Breek, bought a quarter section of land together in Section 32 in Plymouth Township. Nils Vigli was married in 1844 to Kari Skavlum, daughter of Haver Skavlum. They went to Koshkonong in Dane County to be married by Reverend J. W. C. Dietrichson, who had just come there from Norway. They were one of the first couples to be married by him. Hellick Breek sold out his share in the land and in 1852 moved to Mitchell County, Iowa. Lars Skavlum bought land and settled near Haver Aas, whose daughter Gro Nelson he married in 1844, hence he was also called Lars Aas. He later bought his father-in-law's farm, the place being called the Skavlan Farm, Skavlan Farmen. Gullik Skavlum bought land 3 miles east of Gile Halland in Beloit Township, about 3 miles from Beloit. He, however, moved to Mitchell County, Iowa in the 50s. Hellick Glame had stopped in Chicago till 1840 when he came to Rock Prairie. 10 years later he sold out and moved to Fillmore County, Minnesota. Of these various removals to Mitchell County, Iowa, I shall speak more fully in the proper place. Glame located at Hanley Falls, Minnesota, in 1866. The above is a brief record of the beginnings of the Rock Prairie settlement. Of some of the founders of this settlement, which, in a few years, became one of the most prosperous in the state, I may here add. Gullik Gravdal, the nestor of the settlement, was born in Vigli Newmiddle in 1802. He died in 1873, leaving widow a daughter Sarah and two sons Ole and Toll. Ole Gravdal was born in Norway in 1830. He married Jori Erdegarden in 1855, after which he lived for 13 years in Beloit, then removed to Newark Township. He is at present living in Beloit, Wisconsin. Ole Gravdal dropped the latter name and used the patronymic Gillak. Toll Gillak Gravdal was born in 1833. He married Bessie Skavlum, daughter of Paul H. Skavlum, in 1857. They lived on the farm in Newark until 1894, Toll having lived there 55 years, in which year they moved to Beloit. He died in September 1903, leaving a widow and two children, a son, Gilbert Gravdal, in Newark Township, and a daughter, Mrs. C. E. Inman, in Beloit. A son, Henry, died in 1902, and a daughter, Nellie Mrs. W. O. Hansen, died in the summer of 1903. America for September 25, 1903, prints an obituary notice of Toll Gravdal, according to which his death was sudden, being stricken as he was at work. The notice says, he was one of those who had tried the privations and the trials of pioneer life, and he was always ready to extend a helping hand to all who needed it. He enjoyed universal respect and love for his sincerity and his integrity and his lovable nature. Sarah Gravdal, daughter of Gullik Gravdal, married Haver Halvorsen, son of Cleophas Halvorsen, of Newark Township, in 1869. Hellick Nilsson Breek married a sister of Reverend C. F. Clausen's wife. In 1852, he joined the latter's colony of settlers in Mitchell County, Iowa. Lars Skavlum was born in 1819. He married Gro Nilsson Aas in 1844. Their children are Haver, Bessie, Helen, and Carolina. The son, Haver L. Skavlum, born 1848, is a farmer in Newark Township. He married Cornelia Almsted in Plymouth, a granddaughter of Mrs. Gunald Erdegarden. Gunnel Stordock moved to Rock Run, see below. It seems that he had retained some of his land in Newark, for when Gunder Knudsen Springen, brother of Gullik Springen, came there in 1843, he bought land then owned by Gunnel Stordock. They have two children, Lulu and Louis. We shall now leave, for the present, the Rock Prairie settlement and observe what was taking place elsewhere during the period that has been briefly sketched here. Chapter 16. The Rock Run Settlement, Other Immigrants of the Immigration of 1840. It has been stated that a settlement was also established in Illinois about 20 miles southwest of Rock Prairie, the same year as the latter was settled, i.e. in 1839. This came to be known as the Rock Run Settlement from the name of the town. It lies partly in Stephenson, partly in Winnebago County. The locality is prairie, relieved here and there by bits of timber land. The foundation of this settlement is also to be accredited to an immigrant from New Middle, who came on the Amelia in 1839. His name was Clement Torstenson Stabik, and he came from Rolog Parish. With him, 3 others located there in the fall of 1839, namely, Sivert Tollefsen and Ole Anderson from New Middle, and a Mr. Knudsen from Drammen. Stabik was a man of considerable means. He selected land in Winnebago County, near the present village of Davis. His son, Torsten K. O. Stabik, born in Norway, married Torgen Patterson, and they lived on the farm until 1884, when they moved to Davis. Christopher Rostad and wife, Christy, seem also to have moved to Rock Run before the close of 1839. In the following summer came Gunnel Stordak, to whom we have referred under the settling of Newark in Rock County. Stordak lived in Rock Run until 1870. He then moved back to Newark, where the rest of his relatives who had come to America had settled. Gunnel Stordak was born in Rolog, New Middle, in the year 1800. He married Mary Larson of Rolog before emigrating. Not on the homestead, as History of Norwegians of Illinois, page 487, has it. In 1895, he organized the Farmers' Bank of Davis, Illinois, of which his son, C.O.R. Stabik, is now cashier. When he returned to Newark in 1870, he bought 200 acres of land, for which he paid $7,000. Among the earliest arrivals in the settlement subsequently was Haver Assen, born in New Middle in 1823, and who came to America in 1841. For 2 years after coming to this country, he worked in the lead mines at Mineral Point, Wisconsin, and at Galena, Illinois. In 1843, he married Christy Olson and bought a farm in Leona Township, Winnebago County, whither he and his wife moved in 1844. Here they lived until their death. She died in 1902, and he in March 1905. Their children are Ole Anderson and Andrew Anderson at Davis, Illinois, and Mrs. O. H. Larrod at Lisle, Minnesota. 4 children are dead. The Rock Run settlement was prosperous, but did not grow to such proportions as its sister settlements to the north. In later years, many of its earlier pioneers moved back to Rock County, as Stordak did, and as Lars Rostad and family also did in the 60s. Among those who located at Rock Run in the 40s were Hovell Paulsen, born 1817, from Northland Parish, Norway, who located near Davis in 1846. Christian Lund, also from Land, Norway, came to Rock Run in 1848 and later moved to Goodhue County, Minnesota. Narv Stabik, Torsten Knudsen, and Nels Nelson, all 3 from New Middle. Gunder O. Haverson from Kragero. Svale Nilsson from Buchan Parish, Stavanger. Gunder Haverson from Telemarken, and Lars O. Anderson. There appears a very brief account of the Rock Run settlement by Lars O. Anderson in Nordlyset, under date of June 2, 1848. According to this, there were at that time 20 families, 12 unmarried men over 20 years of age, 6 unmarried women of over 20 years, while there were 32 persons below the age of 20. The whole settlement, he says, numbers 90 persons and comprises 4,062 acres of land. He moved to the Old People's Home in Stoughton in 1903, where he died in 1907, his wife having died in 1905. His only son was killed in the Civil War. We have followed somewhat fully the immigration movement in New Middle and Telemarken in 1839, and we have also noted the fact that that year records its contingent of emigrants also from Stavanger province. It remains here to note briefly the growth of the movement in Voss and its spread elsewhere. Nils Lidvo came from Voss in 1839 and went directly to his brothers, Nud and Ole Lidvo, in Shelby County, Missouri. At the same time came Anders Finno, Lars Davidson Rikve, Nils Severson Gilderhus, and Anfinn Ladel. Their destination was La Salle County. The party further contained Ole K. Gilderhus, Lars Igger, Anders Flage, Lars Dugstad, Nud G. Jostein, Anders Nilsen Breek and wife, Nud Breek and wife, Magni B. Beistolen, Anna Gilderhus, and Anna Backetun. This party seems to have arrived in New York early in July 1839, and to have intended to go to Illinois. We shall meet with most of them later as pioneers in Wisconsin settlements, but for a time, many of them remained in Chicago, so that in the fall of 1839 and the following winter, there was a considerable colony of Norwegian immigrants located in Chicago. Nils A. Lai of Deerfield, Wisconsin, writing of this fact, says there were more Vossings in Chicago about 1840 than all other Norwegians combined. Among those who remained temporarily in Chicago were Ole K. Gilderhus, Lars Igger, and Lars Rikve. The last of these worked for a year on a steamer plying between Chicago and St. Joseph, Michigan. I shall give a brief sketch of him below, under Koshkonong. Anders Finno went to Koshkonong, Dane County, in 1840, but later settled in Blue Mounds, in the same county. In 1850, he went to California with a group of gold seekers and has not since been heard from by his compatriots. Where, however, they did not remain, as we shall see. Bygdeevening, page 43. Anderson's first chapter, page 330. Anders Nilsen Breek was born at Breek, Voss, Norway, February 12, 1818. He had married Inger Nelson in Norway. Breek located permanently in Chicago, working at first for Matthew Laughlin and John Wright. He laid the foundation of his future fortune in 1845, when he purchased some property on Superior Street, on part of which he built the residence, where he lived until his death in 1887. He held many offices of public trust in the discharge of which he was able and unimpeachable in his honesty. Breek's first wife died early, leaving 3 children. In 1849, he married Mrs. Julia K. Williams. 3 children by this marriage are living. Andrew Nelson Breck. They are all dead long ago. A daughter of theirs is Mrs. J. A. Waite of the Anchor Line Steamship Company. I am indebted to Strand's Norwegians in Illinois, page 215, for some of the facts of Breek's personal history. In the party of emigrants from Voss in 1839 were also Arne Andersen Vinge, born 1820, and wife Martha Gullikstadter Kindom. From Vinge, we learn that the ship, on which the 20 emigrants from Voss came that year, left Norway April 16th, and that they arrived at Chicago in September. Vinge located first in Chicago. Soon after arriving, he built a log house, in which he and his wife lived during the first winter. Anders Breek, it is said, assisted him in the erection of the log house. During the winter, Vinge worked on a road that was being laid out on the west side. For this work, he received $16 a month. The next July, however, Vinge, together with Per Davidson Eskjervheim, who had just arrived from Voss, Norway, each with his team of oxen, left for Hamilton Diggings in Lafayette. Here each took a claim of government land. Of this, we shall speak more at length in the chapter on Wyoda. During the year 1840, emigration from Norway was rather limited. There had been a considerable exodus in 1839 from Numedal and Telemarken. The lull in 1840 may be explained by the fact that intending emigrants in those regions were waiting for favorable news from their relatives and friends who had gone the preceding year. The settlers at Muskego, on Jefferson and Rock Prairies, and at Rock Run had barely gotten located when the winter set in. Communication was of course very slow, and spring and early summer was the sailing season of Norwegian emigrants in those days. The year 1840, however, brought its quota of arrivals from Voss, namely Kun Hill, Ole S. Gilderhus, Nut Rockney, Mad Sand, Bardnyer, Brynjolf Ronv, Torstein Saw, wife and son Gullik, Klaus Grimstead and wife, Arne Erland and wife, and Lars T. Roth. There were 20 in all in the party. All of these, it is said, settled in Chicago. They all came in Captain Ankerson's ship Amelia, the same ship which carried Nadestad's party in 1839. They were 5 months on this journey, arriving in Chicago in September. We shall later meet with some of these elsewhere. As also from Drammen, see below, page 159. Father of Torger G. Thompson of Cambridge, Dane County, Wisconsin. I gather most of these names from Nils A. Lai's account in Bygdeevening, pages 47-48. A few other names from different parts of Norway are recorded among the immigrants of 1839. We have observed above that Johan Nordbo of Ringibo in Gudbrandsdalen had come to America in 1832. Though he wrote letters home, it does not seem that he succeeded in promoting emigration from that section of Norway, except individually, and then not until 1839. In that year, his friend Lars Johannessen Hollo of Ringsaker, Hedmarken, together with 3 grown-up sons, came to America. Hollo did, however, not go to Dallas County, Texas, where Nordbo had settled the year before, but he first located in Rochester, New York. A man by the name of Lawman from Faubourg in Gudbrandsdalen also came with him and went to Rochester. He, however, went west a few years later, settling in Lee County, Illinois. Hollo remained in Rochester 2 years, he and his sons being employed there on the canal. In 1841, they went to Muskego, where we shall find them in our next chapter. The route led by way of Havre and New York. Among the immigrants of 1839, we find one man from Son, the first to emigrate from that region to America. His name is Per I Unda, and he came from Vic Parish in Outer Son. He lived in Chicago, it seems, the 2 first years he was in America. In 1841, his brother Ole Unda arrived, and the 2 went to Lafayette County. We shall speak of both of these men later. Among the immigrants of 1839, who did not go to Muskego, I may here mention Nud Hellickson Rowe and wife Anna and 4 children who came from Tin, Telemarken. They went to La Salle County, Illinois, where they lived till 1841. Thence they removed to Racine County, and in 1843 went to Dane County, Wisconsin, see below. H.R. Holland writes of Per Unda in Scandinavian for July 17, 1908, stating that he came in 1842. Unda's nephew, Jacob Unda of Sherry, Wisconsin, contributes in a later issue of Scandinavian some corrections, among them that Per Unda came in 1839. Ole H. Hansen and wife, also from Tin, Telemarken, came in 1839. They settled at Indian Creek, near where now stands the village of Leland, La Salle County, Illinois. The first winter they lived in a dugout on the same spot on the homestead where the residence now stands. Mrs. Hansen died in 1842. Mr. Hansen died 3 years later. The children were Ole, known as Ole H. Hansen, Alex, Betsy, Helen, and Levina. Ole Hansen assumed charge of the homestead and lived there and near Leland till his death in December 1904. In 1855, he married Isabella Osmundson, who died in 1873. They had 6 children, one of whom is C. F. Hansen, state's attorney of Morris, Illinois, to whom I am indebted chiefly for the family history. Alex Hansen lives at Ellsworth, Iowa. Chapter 17. The Settlement of Norway and Raymond Townships, Racine County. The founders of the settlement. Immigration to Racine County in 1841-1842. We have seen how in the fall of 1839 the Luraz brothers established a colony near Lake Muskego in the present Waukesha, then Milwaukee County. The locality was illy selected, being low and marshy. It was in the first place unhealthy, and the settlers suffered much from malaria. Furthermore, it was very heavily covered with timber, and the soil, which was clay, yielded but small returns for their labor. The settlers therefore found it difficult enough to make a living. As early as the next spring, several moved farther south into Racine County, where the conditions were more favorable and where a thriving settlement grew up in a few years. The old settlement ceased to become the objective point of intending emigrants from Telemarken. After the cholera year 1849, most of those who survived moved away. The southern extension of the settlement, which took its root at Wind Lake in Norway Township, later spread out so as to include the townships of Yorkville, Raymond, and Waterford, all in Racine County. The old name, Muskego, was retained as the designation of the new as well as the old settlement, although the settlement in Racine County is now often referred to as Yorkville Prairie. It is the beginnings of this settlement to which I shall now turn. The editor of Build magazine writes, page 11 of volume 1, that at that time, 1869, Kittel Lohner and his brother Haver Nilsson Lohner, from H. Jertdal, Telemarken, and the family of Giles Danielson from Escajold were still living in the settlement. The rest were dead or had moved away. But Nud J. Beekis from H. Jertdal and Ole K. Jonas from Bow had settled west of the colony in the town of Vernon. The founders of the settlement at Wind Lake in the town of Norway were Soren Bakke, son of Tolef o Baki, a merchant of Drammen, and Johans Johannessen. The latter was a clerk in the employ of Tolef Baki of Drammen, whom he latter deputed to accompany his son to America. He was a man of about 40 years of age, of strong character and moral principles. He had some knowledge of the English language, having once lived for a short time in England. Soren Baki was a young man, evidently of little promise, whom the father sent to America ostensibly that his ambition might be kindled by American opportunities and by being placed upon his own responsibility. In company with them came also a third man, of whom I shall speak again in a later chapter, namely Elling Eilsson's son from Voss, a lay preacher and the noted founder of the Ellingian sect of the Lutheran Church. These three left Drammen in the summer of 1839 and arrived in LaSalle County in the fall of that year. The forest land had all been taken and was now occupied by settlers, and Johannessen seems to have been suspicious of the prairie, where land could still be had. A contributor to the Bild magazine for 1869 says that the conditions of distress, the winter storms and the extreme cold on the prairies were the things that influenced them to seek a locality for a settlement elsewhere, and that they did not go north to Racine County until the spring of 1840. He says, "Early the next spring they walked north and came as far as to Wind Lake, where there was then a single settler, an Irishman. Here in the primeval forest, on the shores of the little lake, they had found what their hearts desired, and they bought the piece of ground which the Irishman was cultivating, and Baki chose this place as his home." It is to be noted, however, that K. Langeland in Nordmyndin I America says that they remained in LaSalle County only a few weeks and went north to Wisconsin that same fall, page 43. Langeland adds further that they dug a cellar in an Indian mound in which they lived during the winter. Professor Anderson accepts unreservedly the authority of Bild magazine in the matter and decides for the date 1840. In touching upon these facts in my article on the coming of the Norwegians to Iowa, I did not hesitate to accept this as correct, and I must now adhere to this view. My reason is that as early as the middle of the summer of 1840, a small group of emigrants were ready to leave for America with the view of settling at Wind Lake, having received letters from Baki and Johannessen, urging them to come there. Had these not located at Wind Lake before the spring of 1840, the time would have been insufficient for the second party at Drammen to have not only received word from America, but also to have made all necessary arrangements preparatory to emigrating. I assume, then, that it was about December 1839 that Baki and Johannessen located in Norway Township. I am inclined to think, however, that Elling Eilsson remained in the Fox River settlement during the winter, and that he came to Wind Lake in the spring of 1840. During that spring and summer the brothers John, Torger, Haver, and Nut Luras, with their families, as also G. German Johnson Kassa, located in Norway Township. Nelson Johnson Kassa, who had emigrated in the Luras party in 1839, remained in Milwaukee for 3 months and moved to the settlement in November 1840. In the Iowa Journal of History and Politics, 1905, page 360. Among the immigrants of 1837, who went to the ill-fated Beaver Creek settlement in Iroquois County, Illinois, was Mons K. Odland. We have already observed that he was the last one to leave Beaver Creek. He with family also came to Racine County in the summer of 1840. He, however, selected a locality on the prairie east of the Indian Mound, buying a farm of 160 acres on Section 30 in Raymond Township. This part of the settlement came to be known as North Cape. The nucleus of the later extensive settlement had then assumed considerable proportions by the fall of 1840, but new accessions were soon to come. Baki and Johannessen decided to write to friends in Norway, and their letters were productive of results. In the summer of 1840, a party of about 30 persons stood ready to emigrate to the settlement in Wisconsin. The leader of these was Even Hansen Hegg, the keeper of a hotel at Lier in Drammen, who sold out his property, and with his wife and 4 children came with this party. Other members of the party were Johans Evensen Skafstad, Sivert Ingebretsen Narverud, Helge Thomsen, Ole Andersen, all from Drammen and all of whom had families, Ole Hogensen and family from Egedal, and Nut Aslaksen Svalstuen from Vinge, Telemarken. All these came to Wind Lake and located there in the autumn of 1840. Soren Bakke seems to have been a man whose generosity was as remarkable as his lack of business ability. His father, a man of considerable wealth, had supplied his son generously with funds upon his departure for America. Soren Bakke evidently loaned money very liberally to those of his countrymen who were in need, and there were many of these here as in all pioneer communities. It is said that when his funds were used up, he made a journey to Norway for more money. With this he purchased land, which he let out on easy terms to newcomers from Norway. It was Johannessen who had charge of these transactions, in which it seems even Hegg was a partner with Bakke. Johannessen is described as a devout Christian, a zealous adherent of the Hagen tendency, and in every way a noble character. As we have seen, the settlement developed rapidly, and it continued to grow for many years. Bakke and Johannessen then joined partnership and started a store. For this purpose, an Indian mound was excavated, the walls were sided with boards, and this structure, which was partly underground, served as store, living room, and kitchen combined. Their stock of goods was shipped from Milwaukee, itself then only a village of 1 or 2 stores, a hotel, and half a dozen pioneer cabins. Bakke and Johannessen continued their business together for about 3 years when Johannessen fell ill and died in 1845. That same year, Bakke returned to Norway and settled on his father's farm Val, in Lier, near Drammen. Even Hegg was a leading spirit in the settlement in Norway and surrounding townships during his lifetime. Much has been written about him, and I shall not here repeat the eulogies elsewhere voiced in his honor. After Johannessen's death, it was Hegg upon whom the settlers in the early days of the colony leaned for advice, and it was even Hegg to whom every new arrival from Norway to the colony came for help and counsel. His hospitality and his resourcefulness in the aid of his compatriots was boundless. Hegg's barn, where large parties of immigrants were received every summer, and in which they were permitted freely to make their home during the first weeks after the long and arduous journey, is famed throughout many an early settlement in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. The log cabins of the settlers were too small to afford the necessary quarters for the numbers that continuously flocked in, and the large barn was a boon for which they were truly grateful. For a time, Racine County became the objective point of most of the immigrants from Norway, a distinction which, however, it was soon to share with the still more famous Koshkonong Prairie in Dane County, Wisconsin. Of Elling Eilson I shall speak below, as also of Hans C. Hegg, son of Even Hegg, and of some of the other Racine County pioneers. I wish to add here a few words of Mons Odland, who, as we recall, came to America in 1837 and located at North Cape in 1840. Odland was born near Bergen, Norway in April 1793, being thus 44 years old when he emigrated. He was one of the few survivors of the Beaver Creek colony in Illinois. As we have seen, he is the founder of the North Cape branch of the settlement. There he lived till his death in 1869, his wife having died 2 years before. A settler's history says of him, he was a man of generous spirit, as is shown by his liberal gifts, and one who took a commendable interest in public affairs. 10 years before his death, he owned between 500 and 600 acres of land, which he then divided among his children. Thomas Adland and Nud Adland, both of Raymond Township, are his sons, while a daughter, Martha, lives in Norway. The other children are dead. Mons Odland was a nephew of Nils P. Langeland, whom we have spoken of above page 100. Mons Odland had a sister Melinda, the wife of Anders Nordvig, who came to America in the same ship as he. Anders Nordvig died in Beaver Creek. His wife moved to the Fox River settlement, where she died, 90 years old, about 1892. I have above written the name Adland as it came to be written in this country. The immigration of 1841 was not extensive. Bakke and Johannessen do not seem to have continued their propaganda of immigration, but the party who came with Even Hegg wrote home letters full of praise of the New World. But even in the face of such tempting exhortations, the Old World resident requires time for thought before he decides to bid farewell to the home of his fathers and seek his fortune in a strange and distant land. I am not aware that anyone came from Drammen or Telemarken to Racine County in 1841. Nut Rowe and wife located in Racine County, however, in 1841, but they came from LaSalle County, where they had settled in 1839. In 1842, there were several arrivals. Thus Hermund Nilsen Tuft with wife Kari and 3 daughters came from all parish in Hallingdal. This was the first family to emigrate to America from that province. In that year came also Anand Halvorsen Bjorn, wife and family from Tinn, Telemarken and John Jacobsen. Further, Havar Larsen Lysenstone Modum from Hadeland, Norway, the first immigrant from that region, and Helge Sigurdsson and wife Birgit Alstader, who, however, removed to Dane County in 1844. John J. Dale from Norway, who had come to America in 1837 and settled in LaSalle County, Illinois, came to Racine in 1842. His wife Anna had died in Illinois in 1839. Another of the immigrants of 1839 came to Muskego in 1842, namely John Evenson Moley. He had lived in Milwaukee the preceding 3 years. I shall speak of him below. There were individual accessions to other settlements in 1841-42, but they are few in number. With 1843, the immigration movement receives a new impulse, but the discussion of that year will better be postponed until we have recorded the founding of some other important settlements in 1840-42. Nor any from other provinces, for Hermund Tuft, who, in Holland's de Norsk Settlementers history, is said to have come in 1841, did not come before 1842. See below under Rock Prairie. The Biographical Review of Dane County, Wisconsin, 1893, page 239, gives 1842 as the year Seaman A. Simonsen came from Skien, Norway, to Racine County, his wife and 3 children coming the next year, see later chapter. Chapter 18. The establishment of the Koshkonong settlement in Dane County, Wisconsin. The genesis of the settlement of Koshkonong Prairie in Dane County, Wisconsin, the most noted undoubtedly of all Norwegian settlements in America, dates from 1840. The recital of this event, however, will take us back to the preceding year. For the first visit of Norwegians to Dane County is, I believe, correctly recorded as having taken place in 1839. Before discussing the first coming of Norse pioneers to Koshkonong, I shall mention a few first settlers in Dane County who preceded the Norwegians. To do this will help to give us a better idea of the state of wilderness which they found there, and which they in a few years transformed into a settled and thriving community. In reality, a group of prairies. The townships in Dane County in which the Norwegians settled most extensively are found in 3 groups, viz., in the southeastern, in the northern, and in the southwestern part of the county. The first of these comprises originally Albion, Christiana, and Deerfield. From this region, the settlement soon grew into Dunkirk and Pleasant Spring, and from the latter north into Cottage Grove. On the east, it extends into Sumner and Oakland townships in Jefferson County. This settlement came to be known as Koshkonong Prairie, though properly the name applies only to the 2 first-named towns and adjacent portions of Pleasant Spring and Deerfield. The second settlement includes the townships of Burke, eastern Westport, Vienna, Windsor, and northwestern and central Bristol. The western portion of this settlement is generally known by the name of the Norway, or Norwegian, Grove Settlement, from the post office of that name in Vienna Township around which it lies. In its northern extremity, the settlement extends into Columbia County, northeast into Spring Prairie and Bonnet Prairie, and northwest, past the village of Lodi. This whole region is in reality a northern extension of the Koshkonong settlement. It is also from 4 to 8 years later in order of formation. Our third group of townships comprises Primrose, Perry, Springdale, Blue Mound, and that part of Verona Township, which lies east of Blue Mound Creek. Later Norwegians settled also in Blooming Grove, west of Cottage Grove, and in Rutland, west of Dunkirk, but they always remained here a minority of the population. On the north, the settlement extends also into southeastern Sun Prairie and southwestern Medina. But Spring Prairie was settled slightly earlier than Norway Grove. The settlement enters the town of Dane, northwestern part, on the west. That is, excluding the southwestern part of the town, and sections 6, 7, and 18 along its western line. In the town of Albion, the Norwegians were the earliest settlers, for some of them came as early as the spring of 1841, as we shall see below. The History of Dane County, 1880, says, page 838, that Freeborn Sweet from New York was the first settler in the town, and yet on page 1189 we are told that he was one of the first settlers. As he did not arrive until August of that year, he clearly was not the first. The next earliest American settler seems to have been Samuel T. Stewart of Massachusetts, who located on Section 14 in the fall of 1841. The first white settler in the town of Christiana was William M. Mayhew, who came in 1837 and located on Section 28. The next arrivals were Norwegians, see below. A work which, unfortunately, contains a great many errors. In the spring of 1842, Duty J. Green and Jesse Saunders came, both from Allegheny County, New York. They settled near Saunders Creek, where Albion Village now stands. Saunders had lived 1 year in Rock County. In 1842 also, Samuel Clark of Yorkshire, England, son of James and Judith A. Clark, arrived and located on Albion Prairie. John S. Bullies, Giles Eggleston, Lorenzo Kuhn, and Barton Edwards came in 1842, C. R. Head in 1843, as also Adden Burdick, and in 1844 Job Bunting, L. O. Humphrey, R. P. Humphrey, Henry Job, Samuel Marston, and James Wileman. The first settler in Pleasant Spring seems to have been Abel Rastall, who located his cabin on the eastern shore of Lake Kegonsa, about half a mile south of the inlet. The year of his arrival, however, cannot be given definitely, and I am not able to say with certainty whether he preceded Nut H. Row, see below, or not. In the town of Deerfield, the first settlement was made by Norwegians in 1840. As we shall show below, however, Philip Kearny had erected a house on Section 18 in 1839. He remained the only American there for several years. The first settlers in the town of Rutland were Joseph DeGean, John Prentice, and Dan Pond, who located in its southern part in 1842. John Nelson Luraz may have been the first settler in Dunkirk. He came in 1843 and was followed soon after by John Wheeler, Chauncey Isham, and Mitchell Campbell. In the towns of Cottage Grove, Burke, Windsor, and Bristol, Americans preceded Norwegians by several years, as also in Blue Mounds, where Ebenezer Brigham located as early as 1828, or some 16 years before that part of the county actually became settled. From whom Wheeler Prairie takes its name. I am inclined to think that Wheeler preceded Luraz, see below. The township of Springdale was settled first in 1844, when John Harlow entered it, he remaining the only white man there for a year. A few Americans came in 1845, then Americans and Norwegian immigrants in 1846. An American settlement was effected by Thomas Lindsay and David Robertson in the town of Bristol, Section 7, 2 years before Norwegians came there, which was in 1847. The earliest settler, however, seems to be William G. Simons, who entered in 1838. The first white settler in Perry Township was John Brown of Indiana, who came into the town in 1846. A few other Americans, as B. K. Barry in 1847, preceded the Norwegians, whose coming dates from 1848. In the town of Primrose, Robert Spears and family were the first comers, 1844. A few other Americans had also arrived there before Christian Hendrickson, located in the town, in 1846. We shall now turn to the events that led to the establishment of the extensive Norwegian settlement on Koshkonong Prairie in the southeastern part of the county. We have seen that most of the immigrants from Voss, Norway, who came in 1839, located either in Chicago or in LaSalle County, Illinois. It has been observed also that not all of those who went to the Fox River region located there permanently. The land here was now mostly taken. Besides, our pioneers from Voss did not like the prairie. They were in search of a location where timber and water was near at hand. And so some of them decided to try their fortune in Wisconsin, where they had heard there was plenty of forest land with many lakes and rivers. Our party from Voss had been in LaSalle County only a few weeks, when 3 of them decided to go and investigate for themselves. These 3 were Nils Bolstad, Nils Gilderhus, and Magni Bystolen. They engaged Odd J. Himmel, who had emigrated from Voss in 1837, then living in Illinois, to accompany them as their guide and interpreter. Bystolen, being taken sick and thus prevented from going, gave instructions to the rest to select land for him if the region was satisfactory to the rest. Bolstad, Gilderhus, and Himmel started on foot for Milwaukee, a distance of 150 miles. Having arrived there in safety, they procured maps and whatever information they could with reference to the regions that were open to settlement in the interior of the state. Then they walked west about 80 miles inspecting the land on the way, and after 2 weeks reached the eastern part of Dane County. The spot where they stopped was about 2 miles east of the site of the present village of Cambridge. Here a man by the name of Snell had shortly before established a tavern for trappers and frontiersmen. With him our party of homeseekers put up, and from him they received instructions as to the government markings of the sections and the stakes placed at the corner of sections and quarter sections, giving the number of each. After a 2 days' rest, they continued their tramp westward to Koshkonong Prairie. Himmel, Gilderhus, and Bolstad inspected the whole prairie from one end to the other, walking about for 2 days. Then they returned to Cambridge, finally deciding on a parcel of land a little over 2 miles northwest of that place, lying on both sides of the boundary line between the towns of Christiana and Deerfield. Here Gilderhus and Bolstad selected 40 acres each and 40 for Bystollen. This locality was chosen because of its abundance of hardwood timber, and besides, there was plenty of hay on the marshes and fine fishing in Koshkonong Creek nearby. The prairie takes its name from Koshkonong Creek and Koshkonong Lake. As Mr. Odland points out, Odland adds, they were all Vossings, and to emigrants from that celebrated district in Norway, therefore, belongs the credit of founding the most important Norwegian settlement in America. Article in America. Having thus made their choice of land, Gilderhus, Bolstad, and Himmel returned to Illinois by way of Milwaukee, walking the whole distance. They remained in LaSalle County through the winter. Their account of the land of promise which they had discovered aroused much interest, and, as we shall see below, brought others in their train later. Early in the spring of 1840, Gilderhus and Bolstad, accompanied now by Magni Bystollen and also Andrew Finno, started for Koshkonong, driving, this time, in wagons drawn by oxen. They arrived there at the end of April and immediately took possession of the land selected. The land that had been chosen for Bystollen was inside the Christiana Township line, where Anders Finno also now located. Nils Gilderhus's land lay within Deerfield Township. He was the first Norwegian to locate there. He built a log cabin, which was the first house in the town. Nils Gilderhus and, I believe, Nils Bolstad soon after walked to Milwaukee and filed their claims at the government land office, Nils Gilderhus being the first in the party to purchase land. The date of the purchase is May 6, 1840. The land is the south half of the southwest quarter of Section 35. Nils Bolstad entered on 40 acres of Section 2 in the town of Christiana, and Magni Bystollen's 40 acres lay directly east of Bolstad's in the same section. Their names are recorded in the land office as Nils Severson, Nils Larsen, and Magni Buddelson. Their first habitation was a hurriedly built log cabin. It was not plastered, and, as we can believe, proved inadequate as a protection against winter, which was already setting in. Here they experienced the intensest suffering from cold, until, the condition becoming intolerable, they dug out a cellar against an embankment, where they lived during the remainder of the cold season. In this dugout, Nils Gilderhus and Magni Bystollen continued to live another year, but Nils Bolstad erected a log cabin in 1841, when he married Anna Vindag, who was the first white woman in the locality. Gilderhus erected a cabin in the town of Deerfield near the Christiana line in 1842, but he sold out in 1843 to Gullake Thompson Saw. For further facts about these men, see below. Andrew Finno and Odd Himmel did not purchase land. Odland writes, when they had finished their work outside, they were obliged to lie down on their beds and cover up with robes in order not to freeze. Himmel settled some years later at Norway Grove, Dane County. We shall now turn to the 2 other groups of settlers on Koshkonong in 1840. Chapter 19. The settling of Koshkonong by immigrants from Newmetal and Stavanger in 1840. Other accessions in 1840–1842. Among the immigrants who came from Rollag, Newmetal in 1839 was Gunnel Olsen Vindag, though, as we have seen, he did not come in Natastad's party. Through the illness of a child, he was prevented from emigrating with Natastad, as he had intended. Coming later in the year, he went via Chicago, directly to Jefferson Prairie, where he remained during the winter. In the early spring of 1840, about the time our Vossings, spoken of above, are moving north to locate on their claims, Vindeg built or bought a boat at Beloit. And this being ready, he, with a companion, G. Germund Knudson's son, rowed north along the Rock River, up Koshkonong Lake and Koshkonong Creek, into the town of Christiana. That the journey should have been made in a boat up Rock River against the stream may sound like a legend. Why not have walked this comparatively short distance, about 40 miles, just as Gilderhus and party had walked the much longer distance from La Salle County? The Norwegian pioneers were good walkers and seemed to have loved walking. Vindeg evidently did not. That he actually navigated upstream I take, however, not to be merely a local or family legend, for it is vouched for by his subsequent neighbors and comes down to us on good authority. I myself visited Ole Gunnolfsson, Vindeg's son, who is still residing on the old homestead, last August, 1908, and also received his confirmation of the route his father took in the spring of 1840. Lars Lyer, a neighbor of Ole Gunnolfsson, is cited by Prof. R. B. Anderson as having been told by G. Germund's son himself that they had tied the boat a little below the Annexstad ford, where the Funkeli Bridge was afterwards built. Evidence comes also from some of the oldest pioneers of the locality, as Haverkravik and Jens P. Vehis. Gunnel Vindeg and Sund returned soon after to Beloit, as they had come, by way of the Rock River. Thereupon Vindeg, with his wife, Guri, and 2 sisters, moved from Jefferson Prairie via Milton to Koshkonong, driving in a covered wagon, and proceeded to take possession of the land he had selected. He soon had erected a cottage of 1 room, with an attic accessible by ladder. The land which Vindeg located on is the south half of the northwest quarter of Section 34. There he lived until his untimely death by accident in October, 1846. Anderson's first chapter, page 338. He was killed by a loaded wagon tipping over him. G. Germund's son selected 40 acres of land directly north of Vindeg's home, which he later, however, sold to Ole Lyer. The land which Vindeg purchased was recorded in the land office at Milwaukee on May 22, 1840, just 16 days after the purchase by Gilderhus and Bolstad was recorded. There has been much discussion as to whether the Vossing party or Vindeg built the first house in the town of Christiana. Our first group of settlers had selected their land the fall before and came north in April 1840. We have seen that the large log cabin they constructed was hastily and poorly built. I assume that either they altogether erected this immediately upon arriving and taking possession of their claims in 1840, or else the hewing of timber and the erecting of the cabin was begun by the 2 who remained, while Gilderhus and his companion went to Milwaukee to file their claims. It might then have been built at the close of April, or more probably, the beginning of May. Now Vindeg's purchase was recorded May 22nd, but as he seems to have gone direct from Jefferson Prairie to Koshkonong, he evidently had built his cottage and shelter for the family before he started for Milwaukee. There can, therefore, have been very little difference in time between the 2. Absolute proof of the priority of either it is not possible to obtain, it seems to me, but I am inclined to think the cottage erected by Gilderhus, Bolstad, and party was the first. Let us now turn to our third group of settlers, most of them immigrants from Stavanger, who were living in La Salle County. These 4 men were Thorsten Olsen Bjalland, Amund Andersen Hornifjeld, Bjorn Andersen Kavelv, and Lars Olsen Dugstad. The first of these Bjalland had come in the sloop in 1825. He is the only slooper who came to Wisconsin, and the last of that party whom we shall meet in our excursion down through the years of immigration. The second of this group was also from the province of Stavanger, being born on the island of Moster in 1806. We have seen that he came to America in 1836, and that he had settled in La Salle County, where he lived for 4 years. The third member of the party, Bjorn Kavelv, we have also met with among the arrivals of 1836. He had been living mostly in Chicago and La Salle County. He had come from Vikdal Parish in Ryfolk. 3 other men, Eric Johannessen Savik, Lars Shea, and Amund Andersen Rosalind, intimate friends of Kavelv, were of the party, but these did not settle on Koshkonong. In the spring of 1840, these 7 men decided to go north in search of homesteads. From Gilderhus and Bolstad they had received information of Koshkonong, and they decided also to go there and inspect the locality. About the middle of May, I take it, they started on foot for Wisconsin. The way led by Shabona Grove into DeKalb County, through Rockford, Beloit, Janesville, and Milton. They crossed the Rock River at Goodrich's Ferry, now Newville, then pushed on until they reached the southern line of Dane County, stopping in the town of Albion near Koshkonong Creek and about 4 miles north, slightly by east, of Lake Koshkonong. Here they found country that suited them in every way. Bjorn Kjellvelv is said to have exclaimed, "This is indeed the land of Canaan." Here woods were plentiful, the soil was rich, a vigorous winding stream teeming with fish ran nearby, and not far off there was a large lake. For these facts, I acknowledge indebtedness chiefly to Prof. R. B. Anderson, who is a son of Bjorn Anderson Kjellvelv. He gives an account of the journey of these men on pages 347-354 of his book, and a sketch of his parents' pages 155-165. See also page 171 and 245. Then a little river, now it is almost dried out. We see that the Stavangerings, as the Vossings, looked for wood and water. They did not realize the superior advantages of the prairie, and that it would yield much quicker returns for their labor. And yet there was good reason for their choice, and we shall find that quite often the early Norwegian pioneers located in a woodland tract near a stream or a lake. It was undoubtedly an inducement to build near a wood, where the timber for the usual log cabin was near at hand, and it was highly desirable to locate within access of that primary necessity of life, water. In this region, then, our party selected land. Amund Hornefjeld chose the east half of the southeast quarter of Section 1, and Bjorn Kjellvelv, the west half of the same quarter section. So the description reads, but the Amund Anderson homestead is the east half of the northwest quarter, and the Kjellvelv homestead is directly south. Thorsten Bjaaland chose 80 acres immediately north of Kjellvelv's, consequently in Section 2, while Lars Dugstad took the east half of the southwest quarter of Section 1. Having made these selections, they walked to Milwaukee to file their claims and perfect their purchase. This is recorded at the Land Office under date of June 22, 1840, just 1 month, therefore, after entry was made of Vindeg's claim in Section 34 in Christiana, the next township and section north. Amund Rosalind selected a piece of land near that of Bjorn Kjellvelv, but he was later informed that it had already been taken. So Rosalind did not settle on Koshkonong, but went to Jefferson Prairie, as did also Lars Shea, thence again elsewhere. Thorsten Bjaaland and Amund Hornefjeld built shanties on their land before leaving. Their names are given as Amund Anderson, Bern Anderson, Lars Olsen, and Foster Olsen. It was soon after taken possession of by William Fulton. The whole party then returned to LaSalle County, Illinois, and did not move to Albion Township and take possession of their land before the spring of 1841. Eric Savick became ill upon their return to LaSalle County. When he was asked if he, too, didn't wish to go along to Milwaukee and purchase land, he answered, "I think I can get a bit of ground here from Ole Middlepaint." His prophecy proved true, for he died there in June 1840. Eric Johannessen Savick and wife, in Jeborg, had emigrated from Cavendhurd in 1836, locating in Rochester, New York. A son, John, was born to them there in December 1836. The following year they seem to have removed to LaSalle County, Illinois. Their daughter, Ann Berth, was born there in November 1838. That is Ole O Hedeltveit. This incident is related in America in September 1903. The words were, for example, far meg nok ein fleek jord her hose han Ole Metalpaint. Early in the spring, Kjellvelv and Bjaaland moved to Koshkonong with their families, following the same route they had taken before. Bjaaland drove a yoke of oxen and Kjellvelv a yoke of black steers, which were not yet broke, says Arnold A. Anderson, oldest son of Kjellvelv, and who was in the party. Both teams were hitched to a wagon owned by Kjellvelv. Kjellvelv's family consisted, at the time, of wife and 4 children, 2 daughters having been born since the arrival in America in 1836. Thorsten Bjaaland, born in 1795 in Ha Parish, about 30 miles south of Stavanger, Norway, was still unmarried when he came to Dane County, as was also Lars Dugstad. The latter evidently came north from LaSalle County about the same time as Kjellvelv and Bjaaland. Amund Hornefjeld married Ingeborg Johnson, widow of Eric Savick, in LaSalle County, in June 1841, and he, with wife and her 2 children, came north to Albion a few weeks later. Arnold Andrew Anderson was born in Norway in 1832. The second son of Kvelv, Augustinus Meldal Brun, was born in 1834. A daughter was born and died in Rochester, New York, where the Kvelv family lived 1836–37. Elizabeth was born in LaSalle County, Illinois in 1837, and Cecilia in 1840. A daughter, Martha, was born in Albion Township in the fall of 1841, being, it seems, the first white child born in the town. It was, therefore, just 12 persons who located in northeastern Albion Township that spring. The Hornef-Geld family moved directly into the shanty Amund had built before leaving in 1840. Dugstad made a dugout on the side of a hill near the creek, in which he continued to live till 1855, when he married and moved into a large log house. Bjorn Kvelv erected a log house on his farm immediately upon arriving in 1841, the logs having been cut by men engaged to do so during the winter of 1840–41. These men were Lars K. Vendelen and Knut Olsen Vindag. We shall now pass to the account of their arrival, and that of others who came in 1840–41. Chapter 20. New accessions to the Koshkonong settlement in 1841. The growth of the settlement in 1842. As the first explorers of Koshkonong from LaSalle County, Illinois, in 1839, attracted others in their train from the same region the following year, so Jefferson Prairie and Chicago sent new recruits following Gunnel Vindag in the summer of 1840. The first of these were the 2 we have mentioned at the end of the preceding chapter, namely, Lars K. Vendelen and Knud Vindag, a brother of Gunnel. Both were single men. They came there early in the summer of 1840 and met in Albion Township Bjorn Kvelv and Lars Dugstad before these had left for Milwaukee and Illinois in June 1840. Knud Vindag and Lars K. Vendelen, the latter also from Newmiddle, came to America in the fall of 1839. Another brother of Gunnel, namely Helik Vindag, and 2 sisters, Berit and Anna, came to America in the fall of 1840. As said, Kvelv met Knud Vindag and K. Vendelen in Albion Township in the summer of 1840, and he engaged them to split rails during the winter of 1840–41, so as to have them ready at hand when he should come there to locate with his family in 1841. These 2 men did not take land, but worked for a time for others in the settlement. See above, page 179. In the autumn of the same year came Helik Vindag and Nils K. Vendelen, generally called Nils Halling, but the latter did not remain there long. The sister, Anna, married Nils Bolstad in 1841, see above, page 171. About a year later, Berit married John G. Smith, a man who played a role as both doctor and preacher among the pioneers in the 40s. There were no further additions to the southern part of the settlement in the fall of 1840, so far as I know. Late in the fall of that year, Lars Davidson Rikve came to Koshkonong and selected land in the town of Deerfield. Entry of this was made at Milwaukee on December 8, 1840. The land was the south half of the southwest quarter of Section 28, about a mile south of Deerfield, and 2 miles northwest of the 80 acres selected by Gilderhus in the spring. Together with Rikve came also Olke Gilderhus, who had immigrated from Voss, Norway, in 1839. When they reached Albion, they stopped overnight at the house of Thorsten Bjalland, who had not yet returned to Illinois for the winter. Then they traveled north until they came to the place where the 4 settlers from Voss had erected a log cabin the spring before. Not having the means wherewith to make improvements on his land, Rikve soon, after summer 1841, went to Muskegon, Michigan, where he secured employment in a sawmill. He did not settle in Dane County before 1842. L. Derick is still living in Deerfield, Dane County, Wisconsin. If now we pass on to the year 1841, we shall find that there were several accessions to the Koshkonong settlement in that year. It is to be observed first that a small group of immigrants came from Voss in 1841. They were Anders Nilsson Lai, with wife Gunvor Estgerstatter, Gilderhus, and 2 children, Rasmus Grain, Ole Grain, Kolbein Vestreim, Nils Viksch, Lars J. Mohn, Knut Larsen Boe, and Anna Salheim. These had emigrated with a small brig that carried iron to Boston. Thence they went to Racine County, Wisconsin, and Koshkonong by the usual route. John Haldorsen Bjorgo, who had emigrated from Voss in 1838 as we have seen, also came to Koshkonong in the spring of 1841, and Ole Severson Gilderhus came a short time after. The latter had emigrated in 1840, having remained in Chicago during the winter. Bjorgo settled in the town of Christiana in Section 9, Ole Gilderhus a little farther north in Deerfield Township. None but Norwegians were then living in these regions, writes Bjorgo 27 years later. Bjorgo and Ole Gilderhus had, of course, arrived before Anders Nilsen Lie, a brother of Nils Gilderhus. Interview printed in Bild Magazine, 1869, page 387. Late in the summer of 1841, a few Americans came and settled there. During the first winter, John Bjorgo lived in a small log house. His nearest white neighbor lived about 3 miles away. As he was unmarried, he was obliged to cook and do all his own housework. Nearby, an Indian tribe had erected a camp, where they remained from that fall until the next spring. Bjorgo says of them that they were friendly and neighborly, and he never suffered inconvenience because of them. They were often my guests, as I also visited them, and it never occurred to me to have any fear of the son of the desert. Nor did they ever give me cause for that, for they were peaceful and gladly shared their meager supplies with those who needed their help. John Bjorgo died in October 1868. His wife, Martha, died in May 1898. They are both buried in West Koshkonong Cemetery, as Reverend G.G. Crostu of Utica, Wisconsin, informs me. Let us now return to the party of 11 persons who came with Anders Lie. The son, Nils A. Lie, Deerfield, Wisconsin, writes that after a long and trying voyage they arrived in Boston, whence they went to Racine, arriving there in December. There they hired 2 Swedes to take them to Muskego, where the Lie family and one other family stopped with Even Hegg. Lie's destination was the home of his brother-in-law, Nils Gilderhus, in Dane County. Leaving his family, he soon after set out on foot for Koshkonong, not meeting anyone he could speak with before he reached Fort Atkinson. Here an American took him across the Rock River in a canoe, and by waiting there a day, he was joined by 2 immigrants from Newmiddle, who walked with him as far as Koshkonong. Thence he continued north to his brother-in-law's place in Deerfield Township. We have seen that Nils Gilderhus made a dugout early in the winter of 1840-41, having found the cabin they had built in the spring too cold. In this dugout, Anders Lie and family also lived during the winters of 1841-42 and 1842-43. In the meantime, Anders Lie worked for others, saving up all he could with a view to buying a home for himself. These may have been Hellick Vindag and Nils K. Vendelin. The family being sent for soon after. His wife, Gunvor Estjerstetter, was born in 1805. The children were Martha, born, and Nils, born 1841. In 1843, he bought 40 acres farther west in the northeast corner of the town of Pleasant Spring, becoming the first Norwegian to settle in that township. Selling this out in the fall of 1844 to Petter G. Gerd, he located on Section 32 in Deerfield Township, where he lived most of the time till his death in 1907. After his wife's death, he lived some years in North and South Dakota. Anders Lie was born in 1814 and attained therefore to the good old age of 92. His wife died in 1876. They were married 3 years before leaving Norway. Anders Lie left 3 sons, Nils A. in Deerfield, Sever Lie in Grafton, ND, and Andrew Lie of Washington County, ND. Just how long the rest of Anders Lie's party remained in Muskego, I am not able to say at this moment. Nils Lie writes in 1902 that they all came to Koshkonong, and I accept that as authoritative. But I may add that the names of Grain, Vikj, Vestreim, Moan, or Bo do not appear in the roll of members of Reverend J.W.C. Dietrichson's church in Koshkonong for the years 1844 to 1850, which is elsewhere published in this volume. Nor have I been able to trace them in the towns of Christiana or Deerfield in the years 1842 to 1844. They do not appear as purchasers of land, and probably left for other regions soon after coming to Koshkonong. One member of the group who came from Voss in 1839, with Ole K. Gilderhus and others, did soon after come to Koshkonong, however, namely, Nutbreek. He and his wife located in Deerfield Township in 1843. It was he who, in 1844, bought the large log cabin built by Nils Gilderhus in 1840. He then removed it farther southeast, in the same town, where later it became the property of Eric Ley, the father of Andrew E. Ley of South Dakota. Andrew E. Ley was governor of South Dakota from 1896–1900. There were also several accessions from New Middle in 1842. The first of these, I believe, were Jens Pedersen Vehes, from Nor Annex of Rollag Parish, New Middle, and Thor Knudsen Nor and Sons, Nutt, Lars, Ole, and Siebjorn, also from Nor. With them came also Haver Funkelian, a native of Kongsberg. Jens Vehes was a brother of Gunnel Vindeg's wife. All three of these came directly from Norway. Jens Vehes settled about 3/4 of a mile southeast of Gunnel Vindeg, on the north half of the northeast quarter of Section 35. Later in the summer, and in the fall, this locality received new recruits from New Middle, who came for the most part directly from Norway via New York, Milwaukee, and Muskego to Koshkonong. Others came from Chicago, LaSalle County, and Jefferson Prairie, principally to the towns of Christiana and Deerfield. They're nor located across the Jefferson County line. Among the immigrants from New Middle who located there later in the year of 1842 were Ole Helgesen Lien, wife Thierry, and children Barbro and Ole from Nor, Niels Olsen Smetback, wife Barbro Alstetter and family from Nor, Mrs. Ole Backley Bagley, widow, and her son Ole from Flesburg, Bjorn Guldbrandsen Morkvald, wife Bjor and son Guldbrand, Hellik Gunderson H. Vashovd and wife Marit from Flesburg, Hellik's parents, Gunder Gunderson H. Vashovd and wife Kirsty. Mary Guldbrandsen, cousin of Gunnar H. Vashovd, and her daughter, Christy born Kristoffersen 1826. Herbrand Tollefsen Morkvald and son, Ole and daughter Ragnhild. Torstein Levorsen Bergrud, wife Kirsty Gunderstatter, born H. Vashovd and son Lever from Flesburg. Thor Olsen Kasa, wife Ann Torsteinstatter and daughter Aslaug from Rollag. Ole Amundsen Buind, wife Helene Brandt and daughter Anne from Flesburg. G. Gertrud Alstetter Salebacka, born 1822, from Rollag. Jule Gislesen Hammer, born 1805, with wife Ann Gunderstatter, and children Giles Kirsty and Gunder, and his sister, Ann Gislasdatter, from Flesburg, born 1797. Hellik Helliksen Fossliet, born 1812, his wife Sigrid, and children Hellik, born 1833, Anders, born 1835, Marit, born 1838, Christopher, born 1841. Thierry Lien, whose maiden name was Smetback, was born in 1811. She died in 1899. Ole Lien died in 1850. The widow then married Lars Tenor. The daughters Christine and Sigrid were born in 1842 and 1844. Of those mentioned here, the H. Vashovd, Hammer, and Bergrud families, Mary Guldbrandsen and her daughter Christy, and one or two more, 19 in all, left Flesburg, New Middle, in May and arrived in Muskego in October. Here they stopped 2 or 3 weeks with Even Hegg, whose wife was a relative of Mari Guldbrandsen. Some early settlers on Liberty Prairie, Koshkonong, took their baggage to Koshkonong while the immigrants walked. These facts are told me by Reverend K. A. Kasberg of Spring Grove, Minnesota, as related by his mother-in-law, Mrs. Haver Kravik, who was in the party. She was Christy Christoffersen. She relates also that in the spring, hence 1843, she and her mother walked to Madison to get work. There was only one house on the whole road, that of an American family, but their friendly come in, Norwegian come ind, but pronounced alike, was easily understood. Here we were well entertained overnight. From Telemarken the following came: Richard Bjornson Rockjan, born 1816, and brother Aslak, born 1826, from Vinge, Torstein Torsteinsen Garden from Tinn, Ole Haljason Atribo with wife Margit and children Johan and Anne, and Haver Hansen Dalstil Dalestel from H. Vidseid, Ole Torsteinsen Osnes, wife Ingeborg, and daughter Hege from Vinge. Ole Gulliksen Barstad, born 1791, wife Ingeborg Jonstetter, born 1799, and children Vettel, Evend, and Haver from Siljord. Ole Olsen Hagen from Siljord, Torbjorn Haverdalen, wife Lisa and family from Vinge, and Gunhild Samenstatter, born 1798, from Laudel. Furthermore, Guro Alstetter, born 1821, from Nissedal, and Thomas Johnson Landeman, born 1804, from Sandsverd. And Torbjorn Haverdalen with wife, Lisa, and family also came to Koshkonong that year. Many of these located in the eastern and northern part of the settlement, a year or two later. Who located in town of Deerfield. Some of these, as Dalstil, left Koshkonong a few years later. The great majority of these made the town of Christiania their first stopping place. So that, by the end of 1842, there were perhaps more immigrants found together within the area of that township than in any of the other settlements founded during the preceding years, 1839–1840. It was at this time that the question of a name for the new town was being mooted. Gunnel Vindag was given the privilege of naming it, and he decided for Christiania, adopting the name of the capital of Norway. The form as it came to stand, however, would seem to be a typical instance of that slovenly habit of slurring syllables in foreign names, which so often appears in the records of American officials or clerks in land offices in those days. Yet the Bild magazine is authority for the statement that Gunnel Vindag himself was the cause of the error. He, by mistake, writing Christiania instead of the correct Christiania. In the meantime, new colonies are springing up elsewhere, and the settlements previously established are growing and thriving. Before, therefore, tracing the further development on Koshkonong Prairie, it will be in order to note the advance in other localities. Chapter 21. The first Norwegian settlement in Iowa, at Sugar Creek, in Lee County. The same year that records the genesis of the Koshkonong settlement also registers the founding of the earliest Norwegian colony in Iowa, that of Sugar Creek, in Lee County, in the southeastern part of the state. When Cleng Pearson was on his way to Missouri in 1837, see above, page 117, it seems that he passed through the southeastern corner of Iowa. He was, therefore, in all probability the first Norwegian to enter the state of Iowa. Iowa had been organized as a territory in 1838. The settlers in Shelby County, Missouri, were dissatisfied, and having heard of the natural resources of the territory of Iowa, immediately to the north, and that good land with a near market could be had in the southeastern part of the territory, they decided to move to Iowa. Going north into Lee County, Iowa, they located at a place 6 miles northwest of Keokuk, known as Sugar Creek. Andrew Simonson and most of the settlers in Shelby County came at that time, but Pearson remained in Missouri. Here, however, they found a small colony of Norwegians who had, it seems, but recently established themselves. With the exception of one to be mentioned below, it is not known who these earlier settlers were, and I have not been able to ascertain where they came from. Though not the first Scandinavian, for a Dane, Niels Christian Boy, came to Muscatine, Iowa, in 1837. In 1842, he located in Iowa City. A daughter, Julia Boy, the only surviving member of the family, lives now in Iowa City. One of the settlers in Shelby County, Missouri, was Peter Amundsen Gijilge. As an illustration of the state of wilderness of the country around them, it is related that Gijilge once walked for 9 whole days in the forest tract before he found human habitation. One morning early he heard a cock crow, and then he found people. During these days he had lived on wild strawberries. These facts are related by Mr. B. Elwick of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Cleng Pearson has been accredited with being the founder also of the Sugar Creek settlement, but there is no proof that he previously selected the site or even that he located there in 1840. Indeed, the evidence goes rather to show that he never actually settled at Sugar Creek. His home in the following years was probably chiefly in Shelby County, Missouri. In 1847, he sold his land there and joined the Swedish colony in Henry County, Illinois, which had been founded in 1846. Nor does it seem to me that Hans Barlian was a member of the Missouri colony, as Professor Anderson suggests. No mention of Barlian can be found in connection with the Shelby County colony or any other settlement. It seems more probable that he went to the Fox River settlement when he came from Norway in 1837, but with a few others left in 1840, coming to Lee County somewhat before the party that came with Andrew Simonson from Shelby County. They may originally have received their knowledge of this locality from Pearson. Barlian himself may have been in LaSalle County when Pearson in 1837 returned from his journey to Missouri. It was then Barlian and a few immigrants with him, whom Andrew Simonson and others from Shelby County found already settled at Sugar Creek in the spring of 1840. If this is correct, then the first Norwegian settler in Iowa and the real founder of the first Norwegian colony in the state is Hans Barlian, who was born at Overhalden in the province of Trondheim about 1870. In 1838, Cleng Pearson went to Norway to gather recruits for the Shelby County colony. The following year he brought back with him from Stavanger County the three brothers, Peter, William and Hans Tessman, Nils Olsen, Ole Ryerson and family, and 6 or 7 women, all of whom came to Missouri. But several of these went to Lee County, Iowa, the following year. As far as known, the first settlers who came with Andrew Simonson from Missouri were Amund Olsen, Nud Slagvig, Jacob O. Heddeltvedt, Mrs. Thorstein T. Rue and her sons, Thorstein and John, Peter Amundsen G. Gilge, Eric Uri, Ole Urisone, and the 3 Tessman brothers. Some of the rest seem to have followed later. Lars Talaxon settled there about the same time, but he came from Clark County, Missouri, where he had located in 1838. G. Germund Helgesen was also among the earliest settlers, and Jacob Slagvig, who had gone back to LaSalle County in 1838, likewise later located at Sugar Creek. Among the subsequent arrivals were Ole Soppeland, Hans William, C. Person, and Nils and Christ Nelson, these located there before 1846. Jacob Slagvig was also among the first settlers. He had returned from Shelby County, Missouri, to LaSalle County, as also had Andrew Askeland. Helgesen may have come with Barlian from Illinois. The leading spirit in the colony was undoubtedly Hans Barlian. He was a man of great natural endowment, and he had a fair education. In Norway he had been a pronounced nationalist of the Wergeland direction and had taken part in the first peasant uprising. He was for a time a member of the Storthing, the national parliament. In religion he was a liberal, which aroused the hostility of the clergy, while his radical political views called forth the enmity of the official class. He owned a printing establishment at Overgarden and published a paper in which he did not hesitate to give expression to the principles for which he stood. This frequently involved him in litigation, and feeling himself persecuted, he at last decided to emigrate to America in 1837. Barlian seems to be the second Norwegian emigrant from Trondheim. Lars Talaxon came from Bergen, while the rest of the colonists were mostly from the region of Stavanger. Melkeveien, the Milky Way. See J.B. Wist in Bygdeevening, Madison, Wisconsin, 1903 p. 158, also first chapter of Norwegian Immigration, pp. -236, and Republikaneren, February 9, 1900. The first was Ole Rinning. See above, p. 107, and Normandien I America by Nud Langeland, pp. 2629. Lee County was but little settled at that time. Land was bought of the Indians for a nominal price, but it often became expensive enough in the end, since it proved very difficult for many of the settlers to obtain a clear title from the United States. This is one reason why the settlement did not grow, though probably not the chief cause. In 1843, there were between 30 and 40 families, writes John Ryerson, but in 1856 there were, according to the census of that year, only 68 Norwegians in the county. This number had in 1885 decreased to 31. In the 50s, many of the settlers moved to other localities, but throughout the 40s, there was a prosperous colony that contributed not a little to the development of the community and the county in that early period. The settlement is of special interest in that it was the first Norwegian settlement in Iowa. Its founding inaugurated Norwegian colonization in the state which, particularly in the 50s, resulted in the establishment of a score of extensive settlements in the central and the northern counties. The first post office was established in Lee County in 1841. Vivisor for Emigranter, 1843. There are many reasons why the Sugar Creek settlement did not grow as did the later settlements north and west. First of all, land was not of the best in Lee County. And then, the locality was rather too far south. Norwegians have everywhere in America thriven best in the more northerly localities. Again, the tide of emigration from the vicinity of Stavanger was not sufficiently heavy to recruit the various settlements already established by immigrants from that region. The majority of those who came went direct to the Fox River settlement in northern Illinois, which offered unsurpassed natural advantages. To be sure, the Shelby County, Missouri, and the Lee County settlements might have been recruited from other districts in Norway. But it must be remembered that such other districts as had begun to take part in the immigration movement had their attention directed just at this time in another direction. The other provinces in question are Voss, Telemarken, and Numedal. It was representatives of these that founded the Wisconsin settlements in 1839–40, and in them, the great majority of immigrants from those provinces located in the following decade. This is also true of those who came from Hardanger, Son, and from western Norway in general. Immigration from Son was at first directed almost exclusively to Boone County, Illinois, and Dane County, Wisconsin. There is still another reason why the colony did not grow. Beyond the common desire of material betterment, there was too little of community of interest. It is enough to mention that several different religious sects were represented in the little settlement, chief among which were the Quakers and the Latter-day Saints. Just across the Mississippi was the town of Nauvoo, which was a Mormon center at the time. When the Mormons who did not believe in polygamy established themselves at Lamoni some years later, many Norwegians of that belief went with them. And not a few of the Quakers joined American Quaker settlements farther north, as in Salem, Henry County. In the later 50s, a prosperous colony was founded at and south of Legrand in Marshall County. A few of the early pioneers, however, remained and their descendants live in Lee County today. Finally, the difficulty of securing a title to the land upon which many Norwegians had settled, to which reference has been made above, undoubtedly drove many to seek homes elsewhere. In the Fox River settlement in Illinois, many Norwegians joined the Mormons and later moved to Utah. Bishop Canute Peterson was one of these. The Mormons first moved into Iowa in 1839, having received assurance of protection and the liberty to practice their belief from Governor Lucas in that year. They located in Lee County, not far from Sugar Creek. The town of Nauvoo, Illinois, had been bought by them. The name was changed from Commerce. Amund Olson was converted to Quakerism at Salem, Henry County. As early as 1842, several of the settlers joined with him in erecting a meeting house on his farm. The question has been investigated somewhat by Mr. B.L. Wick, see Republikaneren, February 9, 1900. Of these first Norwegian pioneers in Iowa, I shall here add a brief final note, as we shall not meet with them again. We have met the brothers Nud and Jacob Anderson Slogvig 4 times as the founders of settlements in Orleans County, New York, in LaSalle County, Illinois, in Shelby County, Missouri, and in Lee County, Iowa. Jacob Slogvig went to California about 1850. There he became wealthy and died in 1864. Nud Slogvig moved to Lee County early in the 50s, I believe, and died there. Hans Barlian died in the Sugar Creek settlement in 1842. Mrs. Thorstein Rue and her son, Thorstein, lived in Sugar Creek till 1846, when they went to Wisconsin, and took part in the founding of the Blue Mound settlement in western Dane County. Lars Talaxon settled about a decade later in LaSalle County, Illinois, where he lived to a good old age. Jacob Olson Hedoltvedt, brother of the slooper, Ole O. Hedoltvedt, continued to live in Lee County till his death in August 1857. His widow married Sven K. Gila, with whom she then moved to the Fox River settlement. Per Amundsen G. Gilge was one of the last to leave the settlement. In 1864, he removed to New Sharon, Mahaska County, Iowa, where he died in 1895. His wife, born Karina Bornevik from Nerstrand, Norway, died in 1902, aged 86. He died about 1900. Among those who moved to New Sharon were Esther Olsen, Nils Nilsson, and Odd Nilsson and wife Christina. Martha Erickson was until recently, at least, living in Clark County, Missouri. Chapter 22. The earliest Norwegian settlers at Wyoda, Lafayette County, and Dodgeville, Iowa County, Wisconsin. About 40 miles directly west of Rock Prairie lies Wyoda, about which town stretches in all directions a Norwegian settlement of considerable size. It is separated from Luther Valley by Greene County and lies only 25 miles distant, northwest, from the old settlement of Rock Run in Illinois. Here extensive lead mines were being operated in the 40s, and they were the means of drawing to that locality a large number of immigrants of different nationalities, many of whom, to be sure, only remained there temporarily, going elsewhere to buy a home as soon as they had accumulated sufficient funds. The mines were at that time called Hamilton Diggings. As early as 1840 we find 2 Norwegians working in these mines, namely, the brothers Andreas and John O. Week, both from Eidfjord in Hardanger. The Week brothers seem to have been two of a party of about 40 from Hardanger, who emigrated in 1839. I do not believe, however, that either Andrew or John Week entered a land claim in the vicinity, and they remained there only a few years. In 1844, John Week moved to Dodgeville in Iowa County, where he established a shoe store in company with John Lee from Newmiddle, Norway. Andrew Week went to Marathon County some years later. Here he built a sawmill, which, however, was bought out by his brother John in 1849, when Andrew joined the California Gold Seekers. They came in the same ship as Nut Rowe. In the spring of 1842, Lars Davidson Rick, an immigrant from Voss in the year 1839, came to Weota. We have already met him as a purchaser of land in Deerfield Township, in Dane County, in December 1840. Not having the means to begin the improvement of his land, he says, he decided to go to Hamilton Diggings, and he did not take possession of his land until the summer of 1842. Rickve remained at the diggings only about 1 year. In 1841, the first permanent settlers arrived. These were per Unda, from Vik Parish, Son, per Davidson Eskjørvheim, Esther Ulven, and Arn Anderson Vinge from Voss. The first of those was, it seems, the earliest emigrant from Son to America. He was a man of considerable means, but a copy of Rinning's Sandferdig Beretning om Amerika fell into his hands, and he decided to emigrate. He remained in Chicago the first year and a half or over. Ulven and Eskjørvheim had come from Norway in 1840. Arn Vinge, born 1820, came to Chicago in September 1840 after having been 5 months on the journey. He had left Norway April 16th with his wife and a party of 20 other persons from Voss. The following spring, Vinge and Eskjørvheim, having decided to go to the mines in Wisconsin, secured each their yoke of oxen and drove overland, arriving at Weota on the 7th of July after 5 days of difficult travel. Unda and Ulven came at the same time. Unda immediately entered a claim on a piece of land in the vicinity and built a house, as did Eskjørvheim and Vinge a short time after. These located, however, about 3 miles farther south. He did not actually settle there permanently before 1844. Her maiden name was Martha Gullikstadter Kindom. According to Arn Vinge, the following 21 persons came from Voss that spring: Torstein Saw, his wife and son Gullik, Lars Saw and wife, Klaus Grimstead and wife, Arn Anderson and wife and infant son Andrew, Nut Hill, Oles Gilderhus, Nut Rockney, Mads Sonv, Bar Lawson Bow, a brother of Ivor Lawson, Lars Roth, Brynel Ronv, 2 young ladies from Saw, one from Ronv and one from Gilderhus. In discussing the voyage, Vinge says, "The bottom of the ship in which we sailed was declared by Capt. Ankerson to be 150 years old, and when, in mid-ocean, we encountered a severe storm, the timbers sustaining the upper berths gave way, precipitating them upon the lower ones. And the screams and cries of the frightened passengers added to the fury of the storm, almost created a panic on board. As for myself, I seized a heavy chest which I intended throwing overboard to use as a support in the water in case the ship foundered. Even Hegg and others from Urslandit, who came from Drammen with Capt. Ankerson, stopped in Milwaukee, while we from Voss came on to Chicago, where my wife and I were received into the home of Esther Ulven and family, Mrs. Ulven being my wife's cousin. Nut Hill and myself began our first work in Chicago upon the streets of the then West Side. My work was handling a heavy plank scraper, drawn by a yoke of oxen and used to scrape the sod from the sides of the road into the center. At this time occurred the election of General Harrison to the presidency. The candidate was the People's Choice, and I, from my bed, saw a log cabin, such as he lived in, mounted upon wheels and drawn through the streets to show that he was chosen from the common people. That was effective electioneering. In the spring of 1841, Petter Eskjørvheim, who had come from Norway in 1837, having lived in Chicago in the interval, drove from Chicago up to Hamilton Diggings to explore the region. Upon his return, he reported that there was government land for sale there, and Vinge and he decided to move thither. Petter Iverson Unda and family and Esther Ulven went to the diggings at the same time. Of this Vinge writes, "We left Chicago on July 2nd and arrived in Weota, or Hamilton's Diggings as it was then called, after a tiresome journey of 5 days. On July 7th, we passed Elgin, Illinois, in a grove near which Independence Day was being celebrated, on July 4th, but there was then no town, only a few scattered houses. We progressed with some difficulty as our wagon broke down twice during the journey. The second of these accidents occurred as we were nearing Rockford toward evening, when the axle gave way. But Petter Eskjervheim, with only an axe and an auger, went into the woods nearby, and from a convenient tree cut and made a new axle that night, so that we proceeded safely on our way the next morning. There being no bridges, we forded the rivers at Rockford and Freeport. There was then not a house where the thriving city of Rockford now stands, and only one small grocery store at Freeport. There were, at that time, no Norwegians in or around Weota, and the nearest Norwegian settlement was at Rock Run, Illinois. Petter Eskjervheim and I each bought 40 acres of government land in the township of Weota, upon which we each built a log cabin and began other improvements. Andres Breek also bought 40 acres, but soon sold it again. In 1842, there came to our neighborhood 3 young people from Voss, David Larsen Fenn and wife, and his brother Nils Fenn. In 1843, there came some families from Vik in Son and settled nearby, Ole Iverson Unda and wife Britha, and his brother Eric's family. Eric died before reaching America, but his wife and children settled down here. Likewise, Eric and Jebrit Hove, Ole Anderson and Esther Talaxen Bruvald came at the same time. To those which Mr. Vinge mentions as arriving in 1842 may be added Isak Johnson from Skien and Christian Hendrickson from Lier, Norway. The latter, however, moved to Primrose Township in Dane County in 1846. See below. I am told that he came in 1841, but this seems to be a mistake. Matthias J. and Jebretson of Gratiot, Wisconsin, tells me that Per Fenn and wife Martha came to Weota in 1842, while Nils Sundv and wife Maline, and Ivar Fenn came in 1843. All these were from Voss. Helge Melland and wife from Telemarken came in 1843, as also Tor Thompson from Tyndall and Ashley Gunderson from Newmiddle. Those mentioned by Arne Vinge at the end of the above account, Ole and Esther Bruevalden, did not settle at Weota, it seems, before 1845, and Eric E. Hove not until 1847. These had located first at Long Prairie in Boone County, Illinois, as had also in Jebricht Fugelgjerdet, who came from Vik, Son, in 1844. Of the immigration from land, Norway, to Weota, which began with Siver Johnson, Smed or Smedhigen in 1844, I shall speak in the next chapter. The growth of the Jefferson Prairie settlement will, however, claim our attention briefly first. Reverend J. W. C. Dietrichson, speaking of the Weota settlement in 1844, says that there had been organized a congregation that year, which numbered about 100 members, of whom the larger part were from Voss. These, he says, had settled there for the most part in 1843. He mentions Per Davidson as deacon and a leading member of the church, and Nud Knudsen as one who by great energy had acquired considerable wealth. Chapter 23. Growth of the Jefferson Prairie Settlement from to 1845. The first Norwegian land owners in Rock County. In an earlier chapter, one have given an account of the coming of Norwegians to Jefferson Prairie in 1830-839. We found that a considerable number of persons had located there by 1840, principally immigrants from Newmiddle. These first settlers located in the southern half of Clinton Township, but others soon came who settled still farther south, so that the settlement soon came to include a portion of the township of Manchester in Boone County, Illinois. The first settlers here were Tons Tollefsen, or Tollefsen, from Yteren, and Svend Larsen, both of whom settled in Boone County in 1840. Tollefsen had come to America in the fall of 1839, presumably spending the winter of 1839-40 on Jefferson Prairie. The settlement thus came to be divided into a northern and a southern part, the immigrant settlers in the two representing different provinces in Norway. The New Medallions settled, as we have seen, nearer Clinton and in general in the northern end of Jefferson Prairie. In fact, they occupied most of the prairie proper. The southern portion, the timberland, come to be settled principally by immigrants from Voss. Very few of these located in the town of Clinton. They selected homes in the early days, for the most part, just where their descendants now live, on the south side of the state line, in Illinois. The whole settlement extends from about 1.5 miles south of Clinton across the prairie and into the timber, which began about 3 miles south of Clinton and extends about 4 miles down into Illinois. We have observed above that Ole Nadestad's house became the stopping place of the earliest immigrants to Jefferson Prairie. In a similar way, D.B. Edgery's place, located 4 miles southwest of the Nadestad cabin on the trail to Beloit, became the headquarters for many a Norwegian immigrant in that early day. Speaking of him, H.L. Skavlan gives testimony to his kindness and the readiness with which he lent a helping hand to the incoming settlers in his vicinity, who were seeking a place to establish a home in the wilderness. As soon as the immigrants arrived, parties of 2 or 3 would fill their knapsacks, screep with provisions, and strike out in various directions to spy out the land. Situated in Section 26 in Turtle Township, H.L. Skavlan in Scandinavians in the early days of Rock County, a most interesting and valuable pamphlet, though very brief. The first Norwegians to buy land on Jefferson Prairie were Ernst Nadestad and Thorstein Nilsen, the date of whose purchase is December 25, 1839. On January 25, 1840, Anders Jacobson's purchase was recorded, and further in the same year those of Erik Gudbrandsen, May 16, and Kittel Newhouse, Nyhus, June 15. The first 3 purchases were in sections 32, 30, and 22, respectively, while those of Gudbrandsen and Newhouse were in section 20, all in Clinton Township. The latter made a further purchase in 1842 in the same section, as did also Tosten Olsen. Ole Nadestad's purchase was recorded on November 25, 1842, while in September of that year Ole Newhouse, Nyhus, had bought 3 40s in sections 15 and 22, and Christopher Newhouse one in section 30. Others were now rapidly moving in and becoming owners of their choice of land on the prairie. Among these were Jas. Hilbateson, Erik Hilbateson, Tor Helgesen, Erik Gulbateson, Gulbrand Gulbrandsen, and Ole Petterson Bogstrandeet, all in the fall of 1842. The first Norwegian landowner in the county was, however, Giles Sebjornsen Halland, as shown by H.L. Skavlan's researches. The date of Halland's purchase was November 29th. In this connection, it may be noted that Gullake Gravdal's purchase of land in the town of Newark, in Section 1, was recorded December 12, 1839, and he made additions to his holdings in 1842 in Sections 1 and 9. Mrs. Gunnold Erdegarden purchased land in 1839 and 1840, Lars H. Skavlan in June, 1841, and Gudbrand Olsen and Mrs. Gullake Springen in October, 1841. During September of the latter year 4 purchases were also recorded in Plymouth Township, namely those of Paul Haverson Skavlan, Nils Olsen Wagley, and Gunnel Halgerson, while in May 1840, Gullake H. Blakested Skavlan had become the owner of 40 acres in Beloit Township. In December 1842, Mrs. Giles Halland bought 40 acres in Beloit Township. Her name appears as Margaret Nutsdatter. The Jefferson Prairie settlement received considerable accessions during the next 4 years. Lena Sondel came in 1841, Håkon Paulsen from Sigdal and his wife Inger came in 1842, Ole Severtson and family from Newmiddle, including a daughter, Petra, who is now Mrs. Henry Jacobson Oppital of Clinton, came in 1843, as did also Brynald L. Lai and wife from Voss, Lars O. Lai from Hallingdal, and Edwin O. Wilson Nishog. The last of these settled in Boone County, Illinois, where he bought land in 1846, but removed to Fillmore County, Minnesota, in 1854. Gunder Vedfold and family, including the sons, Ole and Haver, from Telemarken also came in 1843. In the year 1844, there was a considerable influx of settlers from Voss. Among them were Esther K. Varma wife and 4 children from Voss, Brynald Dugstad, wife and 5 children, Eric K. Dugstad, wife and child, Louis Severts, Ole Shipley and wife Guri, Lars Grain, Esther Grain, Elling Ellingson and wife Majla, Ole Scuttle, Petter Berra and wife Britha. Also the following came about the same time, 1844 or the following year. Lars Barson and wife Gudv, Guru Isaacson, Esther A. Gronlian, wife and 2 children, and Eric E. Slean. Nearly all those here enumerated followed the lead of Claus Isaacson and settled near or south of the state line. From Vik, Son, Norway, there was a single settler, namely Ole O. Train. From Hardanger also there was, it seems, only one immigrant among those who came during this earliest period, Anna Tollefsen, wife of Tons Tollefsen, who, as we have seen, came to America in 1839. From Telemarken there were about 12 persons, among them Steinar E. Hadland, wife and son, Guldmund, Gunder O. Vedfold, wife and daughter Even Hotvet and Ole A. Hotvet and wife, besides the Vedfold family spoken of above. From Nies and Hallingdal we find Nud R. Viderud, a widower, and his 2 daughters Ingeborg and Ranau, besides Lars O. Lai, and from Modum, Thav Modum and wife Karen. Finally, Krudsherd is represented by Even Fingerson Foslian. Henry Jacobsen is a son of Jacob J. Opedal, who came from Hardanger in 1850. Frederick Fredriksson's wife, who was Martha Larsen, also came in 1843. Fredriksson came some years later. We have seen that Claus Isakson had immigrated from Vossen. He was the first Vossing to settle on Jefferson Prairie. Brynald Dugstad located in the northern part of the settlement. A son, Knut B. Dugstad, died at Clinton, Wise, in April 1905, age 80. Ole Scuttle later married Lena Sondel, who had come in 1841, see above. Among the earliest purchasers of land, 1842, I have mentioned Ole C. Newhouse. He was a brother of Christopher and Kittel Newhouse who had come in 1839. The original name Nyhus was in the early days changed to Newhouse, which is a translation of the Norwegian. Ole Newhouse married Helen Stabik, daughter of Clement Stabik, who has been spoken of as the founder of the Rock Run settlement in Stephenson County, Illinois, in 1839. Esther Kavarm's children included a son, Kolbein, born 1831. He lived on Jefferson Prairie from 1844-1854, in which latter year he joined the gold seekers in California. With the proceeds of 3 years' work in the gold mines, he came east again in 1857 and bought a farm near St. Ansgar, Iowa, where he lived till his death in October 1906. Ola Vedfold, son of Gunder Vedfold, remained with his parents on Jefferson Prairie till 1850, when he purchased land and settled on Bonnet Prairie in Columbia County, Wisconsin. Of those who come in 1844 from Newmiddle were Gullake Svensrud and family, who however removed to Blue Mounds, Dane County in 1847. In 1860, he married Ingeborg Lone, who died in 1903. There are 5 living children. Among the pioneers of Jefferson Prairie are also particularly to be named Reverend O. Andrewson and wife, Ragnald Paulson, both of whom came to America in 1841, but did not settle in Clinton Township before 1855. In that year, Reverend Andrewson accepted a call as pastor of the congregation, which he had organized there in 1850. Mrs. Andrewson, who is now 85 years old, is still living there. In the above survey of the growth of the Jefferson Prairie settlement during these years, many names have been omitted because of the uncertainty among my informants as to the year of their arrival. In a subsequent chapter, one shall also outline the subsequent growth of the settlement. I shall here merely note the fact that Reverend J.W. C. Dietrichson speaks of the congregation in 1844 as numbering 150 members. Chapter 24. Immigration to Rock Prairie from Newmiddle and Land in 1842 and subsequent years. In Chapter 11, above we have given an account of the beginnings of the Rock Prairie settlement and traced its growth down to 1842. We shall here briefly discuss the development of this settlement during the next 8 years. Already in the summer of 1842, a considerable number of immigrants came, most of them locating there permanently. I shall mention first Haver N. On and wife, Guri Frogny, both from Norrin Newmiddle, who settled in Newark. Haver Stordock and Ole Stordock, brothers of Gunnel Stordock mentioned before, both came in 1842. Haver bought land near Sugar River Bottom. He married Ingeborg Paulson, and the couple lived on the homestead till their death. Their children Nud, Haver, Inge, and Ingeborg, all unmarried, are still living there. They are all over 50 years of age now. Ole Stordock, who married Ann Sand from Rolog, located at Sand Prairie, 5 miles south of Broadhead. In the same year came also Gullak O. Migstu, with wife Joran and 5 children from Viegli, Newmiddle. Gullak died in 1852, but the widow lived till 1887. Their oldest son, Ole, born in 1825, had learned the trade of a shoemaker and conducted a shoemaker's shop on his farm long after he had begun farming. In 1848, he married Siv Espesset from Hallingdal, Norway. They had no children. On is said to have been something of an inventor. He made 2 clocks, one of which was bought by Mr. Crispinson, the other was bought by Simon Strand, and is now probably in the possession of Stone or Gunald Strand, says a writer in America for March 15, 1907. On died about 1886. The location of his farm is half a mile from Orfordville. Mrs. Mixtu died in 1892. Ole Mixtu then sold his farm and moved to his sister, Mrs. Ingen, in Primrose, Dane County. An obituary notice of Ole Mixtu, who died in 1902, speaks very highly of him as a member of the church and a citizen. He was a man of kindly nature and helpful spirit in whom all reposed implicit confidence. Among those who came from Newmiddle to America in 1842 was also Herbrand H. Burge, born in Rolog in 1821. He remained for a year and a half on Jefferson Prairie, however, so that he did not locate on Rock Prairie until early in 1844. Anna Torbjornsdatter, who later became his wife, 1847, also immigrated in 1842. They removed to Jackson County, Minnesota, in 1876. He died there in December 1903, and she in February 1904, at the age of 77. In 1843, Hellick Olson Holton with family from Flesburg in Newmiddle emigrated and settled on Rock Prairie. Holton was a man of much intelligence and strength of character, who soon came to hold a leading place among the pioneers in the community. Their children are Paul Burge, Herbrand Burge, and Mrs. Henry Anderson, all living in Jackson, Minnesota. So far we have spoken only of immigrants from Newmiddle. In the year 1842, the first family from land, Norway, came to Rock Prairie, namely Hans Smedsrud and wife. We have seen that the first immigrant from land, Lars Rost, who came in 1839, located at Rock Run. It was the year 1843 which inaugurated the tide of emigration to America from land, and nearly all the earliest arrivals located on Rock Prairie. Thus in that year came Harold Amelstad and family, 5 in all, Anders Lundseter and family, in all 5, Petter H. Garter with family, 6, Soren Sorum and Anne-Marie Nilstetter, in all 18 persons. These were followed the next year by 15 persons, namely, Lars Nordfossum and family, 5, Hans Kristoffersen Tollefsrud and wife, Anders Midbone with wife and 1 child, Anders and Jen, Gudbrand Garter, Helene Garter, Injur Garter, and Helene Klevmon. Anders Erstad and wife, and Siver Smed, who came at the same time, did not locate on Rock Prairie. The former went to Rock Run while Smed located at Weota, being the first native of land to settle in Lafayette County. I shall also add here the names of those who came from land in the following years. In 1845 came 2 families, namely Askild Ullensiger, wife and 4 children, and Terold Joranlian, wife and 4 children. Joranlian or Jorlian, as the name is usually rendered, located in Newark. In 1846, Marie and Jen and her son, Hans, born 1823, and daughter, came, as did also Eric Netterhagen. The year 1847 brought Ole Norstellian, Christine Norstellian and Hans Sveum, wife and 5 children. The year 1848 with its extensive immigration also brought an increased contingent from land. The following settled on Rock Prairie: Ole Garter and wife, Andreas Sorum, Ingebrigt Fossum and family, 6, Haver Rude and family, 7, Johans Netterhagen and family, 4, Johan Frankreich and family, 5, and Havel Jensvold, Huvel Smeby and Bertha Liebig. In all there were 54 who came from land in 1848. Of these, 28 settled on Rock Prairie, 25 at Weota and 1 at Rock Run. The roster of immigrants from land in 1849 includes 48 persons, of whom 16 located on Rock Prairie. They were Johans Amelstadseteren, Ingeborg Amelstadseteren, Marthia Brendingen, Johans Liebig, Bertha Frostley, Merritt Frostley, Hans Ingen, Frostliet and family, 5, and Jonas G. Jurdit and family, 5. Siver Garter and family, 13 in all, who located farther west at Albany, Greene County, came directly from land, but they were natives of Valders. He had moved from Valders to Torpen inland and bought there the Garter farm when the Garter family emigrated in 1843, remaining there, however, as we have seen, only 6 years. The accessions for 1850 were Ole Smeby and family, 5, Ersten Lundseteren and family, 5, Esjugel Frankreich and family, 6, Helene Frostley, Bertha Sorum, Huvel Fossum, Ole Havdelian and Hans Verhaag, in all 21. Svend Norstellian and family, 7, and Kari Lillebeek and 6 children from land, who also came that year, settled in Wiota. Martin Johnson of Orfordville, Rock County, is his son. Christian Lund, who also came from land in 1848, located at Rock Run. Several families went to Wiota, see above, Chapter 22. Who later married Siver Midbone. Of the remaining 23 of this year's immigration from land, 11 went to Wiota, 7 to Rock Run, and 5 scattered elsewhere. The account of immigration from land which it has been possible to give so fully here is based on the private records of Hans C. Tollefsrud, as published in part in America for March 8, 1907. Hans Tollefsrud's name occupies a foremost place in the early history of the Rock Prairie settlement. In the 70s, he again became a pioneer, locating now in Pocahontas County, Iowa. The limitations of space forbid a sketch of Mr. Tollefsrud in our survey of Rock Prairie. Chapter 25. Immigration from Hallingdal, Norway, to Rock Prairie from 1843 to 1848. Continued immigration from Numedal. Other early accessions. We will now turn to another contingent in the early immigration to Rock Prairie, that from the dialect district of Hallingdal. The emigration from this region began in 1842 with the departure of the brothers Nudd and John Ellingson Solemn, who came direct to Rock Prairie. In 1843, Cleophas Halvorsen Hansemone immigrated with wife Kari, Ansgard, and child Haver, locating on Section 12 in Newark Township, Rock County. Cleophas's father's name was Haver Cleophason Hansemone. He did not emigrate. There were 2 other brothers, Eric and Hans, of whom the former did not come to this country. Hans Hansemone had in Norway bought an estate called Husemone, not intending to emigrate. But when his brother sent favorable reports back from America, he sold out and came to this country in the fall of 1845. He bought land in sections 11 and 12 in Newark Township, near his brother. The above is narrated in part to show how his name happens to appear as Hans Husemone, while the brother is Cleophas Hansemone, and the brother's children are Haver Cleophas, Nudd Cleophas, etc. See Note 198. Hans Husemone's wife's maiden name was Birgit Haverstatter Tvito. She was from All Parish in Hallingdal. They had 5 children in this country: Nudd, Cleophas, Eyvind, Eirik, and Caroline, all now married and with families. The sons adopted Cleophas as the family name. The daughter was married to Kittil Hagen, now living in Pelican Rapids, Min. In 1845, the settlement received other accessions from Hallingdal. The list includes Ola Brunsvald, Haver Hesgard, Kristen Grimsgard Olskallen, Nils Roe, Ola Sando, Mikkel Rust, Svend Hesla, G. Germund Meetum, Aslak Rustad, and Aslak Ulsak. In 1846, about 300 persons emigrated from Hallingdal. How many of these came to Rock County, I am not able to say. Among them were, however, Eric Karlsrud and family, Ole High and family, Nils Hagen wife and 6 children, Nud Trostum, Henrik Henriksen Trostum, Haver Ness, Hans and Jen, Kari Husemone, Gudorm Roan and son, Ole, Tolef Tolefsrud Ballenby and sons Nils, Ola and Amund, Henrik Rime, brother of Tolef, A.T. Bago, Timon Burtness and his brother John, Odny and Jen, Kristen Megaarden, Lars Grimsgard, wife and family, Ingeborg Alstetter Trostum, Asle Hesla, and Asle Brunsvald. Many of the above had families. The leaders of this party were the 3 first named and Tolef Tolefsrud. They were the owners of large estates in Norway which they sold when they left for America. They paid the passage for many who came from Hallingdal that summer, but I cannot give the names of these. The party of emigrants left Drammen in April by the ship Newman, which took them to Havre, France. Here they remained 1 month, before the ship on which they were to sail was gotten ready. They did not arrive to Rock Prairie until October, having been 6 months en route. In 1847, very few came from Hallingdal. Among them are mentioned Ole Ansgard, Nils O. Wicko, and Ersten Burtness. In the following year, however, there was a considerable immigration. Eric K. Berg and his brother Truls Berg, Ole Trulsen V. and Ole Gulsen, Trostum, with wife and son Gull and daughter Guri, Eric Ovestrud, Tideman K. Varv, Gudorm Megaarden, a Mr. Sagdillen and wife, Kari, Lever K. Varv and family of 12, and Nut Guttormson Tyrebacken. There came others from Hallingdal also in the years following. I may mention here Ole J. Back and wife and Herbrand K. Finseth, born in Hemsettle in July 1830, who emigrated in 1852 and lived 3 years on Rock Prairie. They moved to Goodhue County, Minnesota in 1855, as did also Nut K. Finseth and A. K. Finseth, brothers of Herbrand. These, together with Haver Hesgard, Odney and Jen and Kristen Evenson, who removed to Minnesota at the same time, were the first white settlers in the town of Holden, Goodhue County. I may also mention Kittle O. Rood, born 1823 of parents Eric Sanderson and Margit Rood, and who came to Rock County in 1850. A few years later, he moved to northwestern Iowa and in 1855 became a pioneer settler in Holden, Goodhue County, Minnesota, where he married Margaret Anderstatter Flom in 1856. She was born in Åland, Son, 1824. She died in March and he in April, 1903. Nils O. Wicko was from Gall, Hallingdal. He married Beret Haverson in 1854 and removed soon after to Worth County, Iowa. He died in 1904 at the age of 83, survived by widow and 6 daughters. They moved to Houston County, Minnesota in 1853. He died in and she in 1904 at the age of 84. Tyra Bakken moved to Black Hammer, Minnesota in 1854 when he married Mari Hodgejordet. He was born in 1823 in 1905. Nut Finseth died in 1869. Herbrand Finseth married Guri Ari in 1867. He died in January 1901, leaving wife and 6 children. I gather these facts from an obituary notice, which speaks at length in eloquent terms of the noble lives of this couple. The immigrants from Hallingdal settled chiefly in Spring Valley and Plymouth. Beloit and Newark townships were settled for the most part before the Hallingdal immigrants began to come in larger numbers, yet some are located in Beloit Township. Newark is occupied largely by immigrants from Newmiddle, as is also Beloit. While Rock Prairie was taken possession of chiefly by pioneers from Newmiddle, Land, and Hallingdal, there were also a few from Telemarken, Sigdal, and Ringerike, and one from Valders among the pioneers of the 40s. Of those who came from Telemarken, I shall mention Nut Simon, born 1819, who located near Janesville in 1843. He removed to Rice County, Minnesota in 1854 and thence to Pope County in 1865, died in 1905. The single immigrant from Valders to locate on Rock Prairie was Gul Guttormson. He came in 1843 and is the first known American immigrant from that district. He was born at Ildrenstadhog in Hedlin in 1816. About 1840, he had removed to Modum. Here a copy of Natastad's journal fell into his hands, and he and Hans Ullin and Anders Amat decided to emigrate. These 3 came on the same ship that brought Cleophas Haverson and Petter Garter. Guttormson bought land halfway between Orfordville and Brodhead. He was always called Gul Valdres, for he was and remained the only Valdres there. For while he wrote home urging his friends in Valders to come to America, the immigration from Valders did not set in before 1847-48, and by that time Rock Prairie had been, as we have seen, taken up largely by immigrants from Hallingdal and Land. Gul Guttormson's oldest son, Guttorm Gul, Brodhead, Wisconsin, born August 1848, was probably the first child born of Valdres parentage in America. I have already spoken of the emigration of Syver Garter, of Valdres, who came with the party from Land in 1849. They located at Albany in Greene County. These, I believe, were the only settlers from Valders in this locality. These 2 were the first to emigrate to America from Modum. Valdres is the Norwegian appellation of a native of Valders. Syver Garter's daughter Barbro married Martin Johnson Netterhagen in 1855. Dr. J. S. Johnson of Minneapolis is their oldest son. Other children are Ben Johnson, Orfordville, Wisconsin, Mrs. Reverend Langseth Glendorado Min, Mrs. Reverend L. Enjus McIntosh Min, Mrs. Stromseth, living on the homestead, Mandy Johnson. Chapter 26. Economic conditions of immigrants. Cost of passage, course of the journey, duration of the journey. In discussing the causes of emigration, we have found that economic factors entered extensively into operation. It was the desire for material betterment that prompted a very large proportion of Norwegian emigrants to leave the land of their fathers. The first 5 decades of Norwegian emigration was a period in which the battle for existence among the Norwegian peasant and the common man was none too easy. Unfavorable economic conditions, the oppressive methods of the larger landowners, frequent crop failure, often reduced the lesser farmers into a condition of impoverishment. Even wealthy families found themselves burdened by debts from which the future seemed to offer little hope of relief. By the law of primogeniture, the oldest son inherited the estate. The sons of men of means, therefore, were financially often no better situated than the cottar's son, and were often forced to seek their fortune beyond the native village or district. These considerations will make clear first that the great majority of Norwegian emigrants to the United States were at the time of emigration of small means. They were often very poor indeed. Their wealth lay in the ability and the will to carve their way in a land of greater promise. Their wealth lay also in their thrift, in their ideals, and the moral fiber of their race. Many of those who have succeeded best in their adopted country came here well-nigh penniless. To them, poverty was no longer a curse when the path of opportunity lay before them. But the above considerations will also have indicated that Norwegian immigrants of that early period were not always of the poor classes, even though they came here with little or nothing. Later Norwegian immigration has, it is true, generally been from among the impecunious. But in that early period, especially 1835 to 1865, a very large number of the immigrants came from families which general or special conditions had suddenly so reduced to conditions which became to them intolerable. And it was the hope which America held out which inspired them with the will to seek there the independence now no longer theirs. We have already met with the evidence of this in such families as Hovland, 1835, Nattestad, 1837, Odland, 1837, Osland, 1838, Gravdal, 1839, Stabæk, 1839, Gittel Danielson, 1839, Luras, 1839, Unda, 1839, Hegg, 1840, Garter, 1843-49, Nils Hagen, 1846, and many others. We shall in the following pages meet with families of considerable means from Nymedal, Telemarken, Voss, Ringsaker, and elsewhere, of whom the same is true. And among the pioneers who came from Son in 1844, 1845, and later there were many old families of property and prominence in their native community. I stress this fact because some who have formerly written about Norwegian settlements in this country have never yet fully recognized the full significance of this. But I speak of it here especially because I have myself also failed to fully appreciate this fact when last I wrote upon the subject. What has been said here applies to the founders of the settlements of northern Illinois, of Racine, Rock, Dane, and other counties in southern Wisconsin, and many of those who some years later established the settlements in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota. On the other hand, also, some of those who later became most substantial members of these settlements were men whose transportation to America was paid for by others that they might come and get a start in life. These men emigrated prompted by the desire of material betterment, and in that aim they have succeeded, and they have succeeded honestly, often accumulating great wealth. It is only financial prosperity, which we are here speaking of course. The question of success is entirely a different one. The second topic in the title of this chapter is the cost of passage. I shall discuss this item briefly, using concrete illustrations from our sources. In that early period, the voyage was made by sail ships. These continued to be used for a long time after steam had come into use, clear down into the 70s. The ticket was then generally somewhat cheaper by sailing vessels than by steamship. Passengers furnished their own board and beating, and they were required to bring a supply sufficient for 10 to 12 weeks. The price of passage ranged between 33 and 50 spesidaler, that is between $25 and $38. Children under 14 traveled for half price, those under 1 went free. The Luras party, page 158 above, paid 42 spesidaler from Gothenburg to Boston, while the Nattestad party paid $50 from Gothenburg to New York in 1837. In 1839, the party that came with Ernst Nattestad secured passage for $33 per person. This may be regarded as normal. It was the price paid, e.g., by Anders Tommersteigen and family from Christiania via Havre, France, to New York in 1846. Those who came in June from Son in 1844 paid $25 a person from Bergen to New York. The extremes are illustrated by two groups for the year 1839 and 1845. The little group of immigrants who came from Stavanger via Gothenburg to Boston with Gittell Danielson in 1839 paid, it seems, $60 apiece, while Petter Osmundsen Tanger and others, 90 in all, who came in 1,845 from Kragerø, paid only $18 apiece to New York. The regulations varying with different ships. Juno, which brought the first party from Ingersoll in 1844, did not accept any passenger who had not provided himself with food supply for 12 weeks, i.e. $47. R.B. Anderson's first chapter, page 313. The inland journey, generally in the early days made by canal boat, varied greatly in cost, often amounting to as much as $14 to Milwaukee or Chicago. But the additional toll inland frequently made the inland journey much more expensive than was the ocean voyage. One pioneer, writing of this later, says that his whole journey cost him $90. In the 50s, the inland journey was made by railroad. The railroad ticket from Quebec to Chicago or Milwaukee was $8. In American money, of which less than half for the ocean voyage. The course of the journey has been incidentally indicated above. During the first years, it was usually by way of Gothenburg, sometimes via Hamburg, not infrequently by way of Havre. The starting point was Stavanger, Bergen, Skien, Drammen, Porsgrund, and Christiania, later other ports. New York was most often the place of landing, but not infrequently Boston, in isolated instances, Fall River, Philadelphia, and New Orleans. After 1850, sail ships plied extensively between Scandinavian ports and Quebec. The inland journey from New York went by steamboat to Albany, thence by canal boat to Buffalo, a distance of 350 miles, which usually took 12 days, but often over 2 weeks. From Buffalo, the journey went by steamboat over the Great Lakes to Milwaukee and Chicago, after 1,842 usually to Milwaukee. Those who took the Quebec route after 1,850 were then brought to St. Levi by the railroad company's steamboats, whence they went by rail to Chicago or Milwaukee, a journey which generally took 4 or 5 days, over a distance of 10-20 miles. Milwaukee-bound passengers were often shipped from Port Huron by way of Lakes Huron and Michigan, or were taken by rail from Detroit across Michigan to Grand Haven, thence by steamboat across Lake Michigan to Milwaukee. The latter was of course the shorter and the favored route for immigrants whose destination was Wisconsin, northern Iowa, or Minnesota. Immigrants who landed in Boston usually went by steamboat thence to New York and from the regular inland route as given above. Of the trials and the hardships of the ocean voyage in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, we can today have no conception. It would, however, fall outside the scope of this work to discuss that here. I may refer the reader to a well-written article by H. Koch Jensen in Nordmannsforbundet, December, 1907, pages 53-66. See also Holland's article, pages 56-60. A good account of the character of this journey is given by Holland, pages 65-74. Via Montreal, Toronto, Port Huron, and Detroit. Bild Magazine I, 123-124, article Om Udvandringen, by J. A. Johnson Skipsness. To Port Huron, 189 miles, thence to Milwaukee, 85 miles. The duration of the journey was always a matter of great uncertainty. Intending emigrants who came from the interior of Norway often had to wait as long as 2 weeks at Bergen or Skien, as the case might be, before the ships on which they were to go sailed. The overhauling and putting in repair of the storm-battered ships often took weeks. The duration of the voyage across the Atlantic depended, of course, largely upon the state of the weather. With this favorable, a sailboat would usually cross the ocean in 6 or 7 weeks, but in a voyage of such a distance, it was practically certain that there would be stormy weather sometime before the other side was reached. In his answer to this question in Bild Magazine I, page 123, John A. Johnson wrote that the average length was 7 weeks, but he adds that those who crossed in that time had no reason to complain. And he speaks of the fact that emigrant ships have in rare cases taken 12 to 13 weeks. The author's grandfather, Ole Torgersen Flom, and party of about 53 from Ingersoll were obliged to wait in Bergen nearly 3 weeks before sailing. There was of course great difference in the speed of the boats. The Nattestad party made in 1837 an especially short voyage of 32 days from Gothenburg to Fall River. I have no record of any other ship in those early years which sailed so well as did Ennieden. Juno, the most rapid sailor on the Atlantic in the 40s, crossed in 5 weeks and 3 days in May-June 1844, which Christy Mellas of Stoughton, Wisconsin, who was a passenger, says broke the record for speed at that time. Anston Nattestad and party took 9 weeks in 1839 with the ship Amelia from Drammen. 9 weeks is the number which many report as the duration of the voyage in the 40s. The party that came with the Luras brothers from Tinn and Gittel Danielson from Stavanger, also in 1839, took 9 weeks and 3 days from Gothenburg to Boston. And Aegir took 9 weeks on its journey from Bergen to New York in 1837. The sloop Restoration and we recall crossed in 10 weeks. The so-called brookship, Albion, usually required from 8 to 9 weeks for the voyage. In stormy weather the voyage sometimes lasted as much as 14 weeks. The sailship Tricolor took that long in April-July 1845, the route being from Porsgrund to New York. Ingebrigt Johnson Hell from Kragero, who was a passenger, writes of the terrors of this journey, see Appendix 2. On a voyage made in 1848, Tricolor took 14 weeks and 4 days, according to interview with Kari Gullikstadter Mogen, from Flesburg Newmetal, who was a passenger on the ship, see Bild Magazine I, page 388. The little sailship in which Nils Hansen F. Gjeld and family came in 1847 took 14 weeks from Christiania to New York. For account of the voyage see Appendix 2. In this connection, I shall cite from an article by Dr. K. M. Tajan of Minneapolis, Minnesota, entitled Pionerliv, Pioneer Life. He says, "In the days of the sailship, a voyage across the Atlantic Ocean was more of an undertaking than a journey around the world now. Most of the summer might be required for it if the weather was unfavorable. My mother's party from Flesburg and Lingdal parishes in Newmetal took 7 weeks and 4 days in 1843 with the brig Hercules, Captain Overvind, between Drammen and New York. My father's company from Sogndal in Inner Son, 3 years later, lay for 14 weeks heaving and lunging in contrary winds between Bergen and the Promised Land. And then came the journey by steamer up the Hudson to Troy, thence through the canal, and the sluices at Oswego by canal boats, which were drawn with a snail's pace by horses, lazily moving along the banks, then by way of the lakes by steamer again westward to Milwaukee. For this journey of about 1,000 miles, another month went by, without counting the walk from Milwaukee to Koshkonong, lying 70 miles distant in the wilderness, whither so many of the earliest Norwegian immigrants were destined. The article forms one in a series of most interesting articles bearing the general title Blant Vestens Vikinger, Monks the Vikings of the West, printed in America in 1902. Dr. Tajan, son of O. C. Tajan, Koshkonong pioneer of 1846, is a poet and story writer of the first rank among Norwegians in America. At the place of landing, the immigrants were frequently obliged to wait for several days before the westward journey was begun. To Rock Prairie, Koshkonong or Norway Grove, as the case might be, required another week, and correspondingly more for those bound for more westerly settlements. In all, the duration of the journey from Norway to the settlement, which was the immigrants' ultimate destination, was rarely made in less than 9 weeks. Often it consumed as much as 5 months. Chapter 27. Norwegians in Chicago, 1840-1845. A Vossing colony, some early settlers in Chicago from Hardanger. On page 94 above I have spoken briefly of the first Norwegian settlers in Chicago in the years 1836-1839. On page 150 mention was made of the increase of the Chicago colony by the arrival of a number of immigrants from Voss, Norway, in 1839-41. As there indicated, however, many of those who came during these years lived there only temporarily. We find them later as pioneers elsewhere, especially in Dane and Lafayette counties, Wisconsin. The same applies also to several of those who came from Voss, Son, and Telemarken to Chicago in 1843-1844. These went mostly to Koshkonong, Weota or Long Prairie, others to the various parts of the Fox River settlement. I instance the families of Th. Saw and Kvelv who went to Koshkonong, and Unda, Ulven, Eskjervheim and Vinge who went to Weota. For instance, the Casa family went to Long Prairie in 1845. In Chapter 21, above I have further related some incidents from the life of some early Norwegian settlers in Chicago. In the following pages, I shall merely try to give a brief account of new accessions to the Chicago colony between the years 1842 and 1850. It is estimated that there were in Chicago in 1853 1,000 persons of Norwegian birth. Relatively, the number was therefore considerable in that year. Yet I shall probably be right if I say that the actual number of Norwegians in the city in the year 1842 was very small, not more than in some of the smallest rural settlements already established. I assume that, as the early Norwegian immigrants came here with the intention of settling on a farm, comparatively very few were induced to remain permanently in Chicago. Chicago and vicinity was not particularly inviting at the time. The swamps and marshes soon drove the incoming immigrants to the more inviting and the far more fertile inland counties. As residents of Chicago before 1839, we have found Halstein Thoresen, Johan Larsen, Nils Roth and wife Torbjer, Svein Knutsen Loth and wife and 2 children, Bard Johnson, wife and 5 children, Andrew Nilsen Breek and Anders Larsen Flage, both with families. These were all from Voss except Johan Larsen, a sailor who was from Kopervik, a little south of Haugesund, and Thoresen, who was from F. Geldberg in Sondhordland. Among Bard Johnson's sons were Anfinn, John, and Andrew. The first of these was a tailor in the employ of Simon Doyle on Kinsey Street. The first directory of Chicago, published in 1839, gives a few more names of Norwegians. We know that Lars Davidson Rick lived there then. He seems to have lived in the Cass Street Dutch settlement. His occupation was that of a fireman on the steamboat George W. Dole. There were 2 other Davidsons, Sivert and Peter. In the latter, we recognize our Per Davidson Eskjervheim, see above p. 199. Other names in the same directory are Asle Andersen, musician, Endre Andersen, laborer, Eric Andersen, pressman, all 3 of whom lived at the same house on North State Street and were probably brothers. Knut Lawson, Larsen, City Street carpenter, and Ivar Lawson, who lived at 240 Superior Street. The Newberry, whom Thoresen worked for as a gardener, was the founder of well-known Newberry Library. For this and many other facts in this chapter, one am indebted to Strand's History, pages 180 to 186. A. E. Strand published some facts from this directory on pages 180 through 184 of his work. He was a carpenter. Mr. Strand thinks the 3 were brothers. This is a mistake, of course. But the directory does not give the name of another Norwegian who, if the year of his arrival is correctly recorded, must have been the first Scandinavian resident of Chicago, namely David Johnson, who came in 1834. He was a pressman in the employ of Mr. Calhoun, the publisher of the Chicago Democrat. David Johnson was a sailor who came from Norway to New York as a boy, locating in New York in 1832, securing work as a press feeder. About this time, Mr. Calhoun was planning to install a cylinder press in place of the old hand press at his printing establishment in Chicago. The cylinder press was ordered from New York. Mr. Johnson, having accepted Calhoun's offer as pressman for him, he went to Chicago at the same time, where he put up and operated the new press. The Chicago Historical Society has among its documents Mr. Calhoun's account book for 1834, which gives Mr. Johnson's name. Strand's History, p. 187. But there were other Norwegians in Chicago in 1839 who do not seem to have been found by the census taker. Thus Stephen K. Gilderhus came there from Voss in 1838, and his brother Ole K. Gilderhus came in 1839. They lived in Chicago until 1844, when they settled on Koshkonong Prairie, Dane County, Wisconsin. Further Perunda, Esther Ulvin and Arnvinge, who came there in 1839, these 3 settled at Wyoda, Wisconsin in 1841. Of this removal, I have given a full account above chapter. Probably the earliest subsequent arrival from Voss were Torstein Saw, wife and son Gullik, who came in the summer of 1840. They lived in Chicago until 1843, when they also went to Koshkonong. At about the same time of the year came also Bard Nyer, Mads Sandv, Ole Gilbertson, Brynjolf Ronv, Klaus Grimstad and wife and Lars T. Roth and Anna Backetun, all from Voss, and all of whom were for some time residents of Chicago. Anna Backetun married a Mr. Nicholson Nicolason, who died from cholera in 1849. From this marriage there were two sons, Henry Nicholson, who served throughout the war, and John G. Nicholson, who is still living Orchard Street. Torstein Michelsen, who succeeded Halstein Torresen in the employ of Newbury, also came in 1840 or 1841. Michelsen was from Voss, where he was born in 1808. He remained Newbury's gardener for about 35 years. We have above seen that some of the early immigrants to Illinois were from Hardanger, Norway, but the number was not large. We shall speak of this immigration more in detail in connection with the settlement of Lee County, Illinois. Here it will be in order now to note briefly Hardinger's contribution to the Norwegian colony in Chicago in the period under discussion. In 1839, 22 persons emigrated from Ulvik Parish, Hardanger, and all of these came to Chicago. They were Gunnar T. Vado, wife and child, Anders Vik, Johan Vik, Brynjolf Lekv, Lars Torbla, wife and two children, Nils Vampheim and wife, Olav Elmo, wife and two daughters, and Lars Spilda, wife and four children. This party, having started out from Bergen, left Gothenburg May 27, landed at Fall River, Massachusetts, August 2, took boat to New York, thence via Buffalo to Chicago, where they arrived August 25. In Chicago they suffered much hardship. Many were taken sick and died, among the latter T. Vado's and Vampheim's wives. The men secured work, some on the canal, some on a schooner on the river, others as woodcutters in the forests about Chicago. Lekv and the two Vik brothers wrote an account of their trials, which was published in Bergen's Stiftstidende for June 11, 1841, in which they advised against emigrating to America. And as a result, there was no immigration to this country from Hardanger again before 1846-1847. Very few of the later immigrants from Hardanger located in Chicago. Facts gathered from Normansforbundet Roman II, where Reverend O. Olafsson of Ullensvang, Hardanger, discusses most interestingly the early emigration from Hardanger to America, pp. 169-180. The Chicago census, for 1839, does not include the names of any of this party. Other arrivals during subsequent years were 1841, Peter Nelson and Nut Larsen Boe, 1842, J.C. Anderson, and in 1843, Ole Kassa and family, G.A. Weigeland, Nils Backaton and Ranver Lidvo, b. 1813. Ole Kassa moved from Chicago to Boone County in 1845, but one of his sons, Jens, became a permanent resident of Chicago and a leading member of the Norwegian colony of Chicago during his life. Jens Olsen, as he was known, was born in 1824 in Siljord, Upper Telemarken. In the early part of 1840, the family moved to Bamble Parish in Lower Telemarken, whence they emigrated in 1843. They arrived in Chicago October 20 of that year. The brother, Thor Olsen, went out to Boone County. Jens settled permanently in Chicago, where he lived till his death in 1907. In 1853, he married Martha Anderson at Capron, Illinois. She was born in 1827 at Stockebo in Levanger Parish, Diocese of Bergen. Mrs. Jens Olsen died in 1895. Jens Olsen was a master mason and bricklayer, and he built Vorfrelser's Kirk, the corner of Erie and May Streets. Later, he became a contractor on a larger scale and erected a large number of schoolhouses in Chicago. He was an ardent supporter of the Lutheran Church and gave freely to its cause. Our Savior's Church. Ranver Lidvo came to Chicago in October 1843. In June 1844, she was married to Lars Knutson Dykisten. The ceremony took place in Nils Roth's house, and the ceremony was performed by Reverend Flavel Bascom of the First Presbyterian Church. Lars Knutson died in the cholera epidemic in 1849. Mrs. Knutson, who is still living, is one of the oldest Norwegian residents of Chicago. She was the daughter of Anders Knutson Lidvo and wife, Martha, Roth. Anders Lidvo died in 1860 and Martha in 1875. She resides with her daughter, Mrs. Louis H. Johnson, at 235 Watt Avenue, Chicago. In 1844, Brynjol Henderson and wife Martha came to Chicago and became permanent residents of the city, as did also Nut Iverson Glim, Mrs., Julia Nelson, LFG Severtson, and John A. Heft. These were all from Voss. Severtson was from Vossevangen. Ole Backaton and family and Esther Emser, also with family both from Voss, came to Chicago in 1844, but lived there only 1 year when they went to Koshkonong. Elev G. Sievert. The year 1844 also brought Chicago another permanent resident from Voss, who later became prominently associated with the commercial and political life of the city. This was Ivar Larsen Boe, born 1821 in Voss, Norway, who came to Chicago that year and not as generally found stated in or about 1840, locating on the north side. Ivar dropped the surname Boe and changed Larsen to Lawson so that his name became Ivar Lawson. He was one of the organizers of the First Lutheran Church in 1848, located at that time on Superior Street between Wells Street and La Salle Avenue. Lawson took a prominent part in the political life of early Chicago, e.g., as member of the city council, and otherwise. In 1869, he was a member of the House of Representatives in the state legislature. As legislator, his name is most closely associated with the establishment of Chicago's excellent system of parks. The creation of Lincoln Park in particular was due in great measure to Lawson's efforts. Ivar Lawson's name is also associated with that of John Anderson in the founding of Scandinavian, now the largest and most widely circulated Norwegian newspaper in this country. So Strand, and after him Roland, p. 101. Strand, page 217. Brought out by Strand's investigation. V. F. Lawson was also the owner of the Chicago Record, before the Record and the Herald were combined about year. The year 1845 brought a number of accessions to the Norwegian colony of Chicago. Among them Kittil Nereson from Bow Parish in Telemarken, one of the few from Telemarken who settled in Chicago in the early days, Nud K. Harrisville and wife Maren Karin, née Larson, Christian Lee from Gaustel, and Andrew Anderson, wife, Laura, and family from Voss. This family included a son John, born March 1836, who is the well-known founder and owner of Scandinavian and president of the John A. Anderson Publishing Company. Andrew Anderson died of the cholera in 1849, and to the son John, then 13 years old, fell the task of supporting his mother and baby sister, which he did at first by peddling apples and carrying newspapers. Then he became printer's devil and soon learned the art of distributing and setting type. In the following years, he was successively connected with the Argus, the Democratic Press, and the Press Tribune. In 1866, he launched a paper of his own, Scandinavian, which at first a small sheet-issued weekly has grown until, through its daily, semi-weekly, and weekly issue, it is now the largest and politically the most influential of Norwegian newspapers in the country. Mr. Anderson has engaged extensively in the publishing of books, issuing a far larger number of books a year than any other Norwegian-American publisher. In this connection, it is to be especially mentioned that he has also in recent years done excellent pioneer work in the publishing of certain educational works, as school and college texts of Norwegian literature, thereby facilitating materially instruction in this field in our colleges and universities. There were 3 sons, but one died at sea, and another died on the journey from Albany to Buffalo. Strand's History, page 266. In succeeding years, the Norwegian colony in Chicago grew rapidly. Already in 1850, it was considerable. Today, there are more Norwegians in Chicago than any other city in the country. See also footnote 443. They resided in the early days for the most part on the north side, south of Chicago Avenue, between the lake and the present Orleans Street. Later, the region of Wicker Park became a Norwegian center. Today they are found very extensively in the vicinity of Humboldt Park and Logan Square. The business center is along West North Avenue. Strand, p. 180. See also above page 50. Among the earliest Norwegian settlers of Chicago now living is to be mentioned finally Mrs. Martha Eriksson, who come to this country in 1841. She is the daughter of Bjorn Bjornson, who accompanied Cleng Pearson to America in 1825. For account of this see above page 50. The other twin, there referred to, came to America in 1866. Her name is Mrs. Bertha Fugelstad. They are both living in Chicago, enjoying excellent health at the age of 88. Bjorn Bjornson settled in Rochester, New York, where he died in 1854. On their 85th birthday in 1906, the twin sisters held a family festival at the home of Mrs. Eric Ross, at which 4 children and 1 grandchild of Mrs. Erickson were present, and Mrs. Fugelstad's 4 children, 18 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. For above facts, I am indebted to Mrs. Eric Ross of 217 Mozart Street, Chicago, a daughter of Mrs. Fugelstad, Mrs. Erickson's children, Mrs. Robert S. Carroll, Otto G. Erickson, Samuel Erickson, and Alex Erickson. Mrs. Fugelstad's children are Mrs. Anna Ross, Thomas B. Fugelstad in Chicago, Peter A. Fugelstad, Forest City, Iowa, and Mrs. Mary Jacobson in Beltram, Minnesota. Chapter 28. The earliest Norwegian settlers in the township of Pleasant Spring, Dane County, Wisconsin. I have above spoken of the fact that Nut H. Rowe was one of the party that emigrated with John Luras from Tinn, Telemarken, in 1839. These 2 men became the first Norwegians to settle in the townships of Pleasant Spring and Dunkirk respectively in 1843. Rowe had lived for a time in LaSalle County, Illinois, going to Racine County, Wisconsin, in 1842, as we have seen above. In the fall of 1840, a few of the settlers in Racine County had traveled west as far as Koshkonong Prairie, for the purpose of inspecting the uninhabited country there, of which they seem already to have heard from friends. In the townships of Albion and Christiana, these met and spoke with those who had come there from Jefferson Prairie in 1840. The favorable report of these explorers relative to the fertility of the soil and the general character of the country on Koshkonong created considerable restlessness among the pioneers at Wind Lake in Racine County, and many decided to remove to Dane County. Among these were Nut Rowe and John Luras. We shall first follow the fortunes of the former. As soon as the snow was gone with the end of the winter of 1840-43, Rowe walked on foot to Koshkonong, where he visited the different parts of the prairie, and selected a spot on which to settle. Then he walked back to Racine County. John Luras and family, also having decided to remove to Dane County, the 2 families secured a team for the overland journey. They reached their destination on one of the last days in May. 2 weeks before St. John's Eve, writes Rowe, my first home, a hut of brushwood and leaves, supported at the 4 corners by an oak, was ready sufficiently so that my wife and child and myself could find protection therein against rain and wind. This he built in the southeast corner of Section 22 in the town of Pleasant Spring, at a point about 2.5 miles west of Utica. Nut Rowe, his wife, Anne, and family were the first white settlers in the township. An interview with Rowe which the editor of Build magazine prints will therefore be of interest. He says, I often received visits by the Indians, and the many deep paths in the ground showed that the son of the wilderness often held forth in the region about me. In their marches between the Lake Koshkonong and the 4 lakes which have made Madison famed far and wide for its beauty, the Redskins often pitched camp close to my brushwood hut. Sometimes I accompanied them on their hunts. They never caused me any trouble, but on the contrary were always ready to be helpful. There was game in plenty. Almost daily I saw herds of deer, flocks of prairie chickens, and I was often awakened at night by the howling of the wolf. In the autumn Rowe built a log cabin. In this cabin he and family continued to live till 1870. During the earliest years, he writes, he was obliged to drive as far as Whitewater, 30 miles east, or Madison, a distance of 18 miles, for flour. At Lake Mills, 22 miles, there was a sawmill. After a time, the settlers began to sell some wheat. This had to be hauled to Milwaukee, 75 miles away. Their only means of transportation at that time was the cubberel, or block-wheeled wagon drawn by oxen, much of the way through forest, where a way had to be cut by the axe. 2 weeks after Rowe's settling, Ole K. Travitten came from Muskego and located on the farm later owned by Gunder J. Felland. Travitten, who had been a school teacher in Norway, had emigrated from Laudal, Telemarken, to Muskego in 1840. He was, therefore, the second Norwegian to locate in Pleasant Spring. He, however, left for Cottage Grove that same fall. See below, page 252. The next arrivals were Osmund Lund and his brother-in-law Aslak Kostvedt, both from Vinge in Telemarken. The latter bought land 3 miles southeast of West Koshkonong Church, near Travitten's place. Lund lived at first with Kostvedt. Thereupon he bought land in Section 3. Some years later Lund sold his farm to Kittel Reinden, oldest son of Kittel Reinden, Sr., and moved to Minnesota, whither Kostvedt also moved. On the 3rd of August, a small group of immigrants arrived and selected a home and settled directly west of West Koshkonong Church on Section 14. These were Nut A. Juve, his brother Nut G. Jodel or Joydel, and his sister, Tone Lien, then a widow. Juve owned an estate in Telemarken, which he sold upon deciding to emigrate in May 1843. They sailed on the brig Washington, which carried 86 passengers, mostly from the parishes of H. Videsade and Laudel. They landed in New York on July 4th. It was the intention of the members of this party to settle in Illinois, but in Milwaukee they were advised against doing so. They were told that many who had settled in Illinois had later moved to Wisconsin and bought homes there. Many remained in Milwaukee, some went direct to Koshkonong, while others, including the Juve party, went to Wind Lake in Racine County. Nut Juve was not pleased with Wind Lake. One day he met a pioneer settler from the town of Christiana, Dane County, who, when he noticed Juve's downcast condition, said to him, "Go farther west. Not until you get to Koshkonong are you in America." Juve acted upon the advice. He and his brother and sister started west soon after, arriving in the town of Pleasant Spring, as we have said, on the 3rd day of August. Half a mile west of where the church was built 2 years later, they built their hut of brushwood, thatched with straw. Nut Juve was born in 1799, Nut Joytel in 1803. Most of them in fair circumstances, says Juve. Our furniture, says Juve, consisted of a few chests that were used both as table and chairs, while the bed was arranged on the ground on some twigs and grass. Here they lived till October, when they made a dugout, in which they lived till the following summer. Both Juve and Joydel were soon, however, taken ill with the climate fever. In the interview from which we have already cited, he speaks of how many a time during his illness he longed back to the old home, kindred and friends in his native land. In the summer of 1844, a log cabin was built, and not long after Joydel and the widowed sister also had erected log cabins of their own in his immediate neighborhood. In the spring of 1844, Juve broke 2 acres of ground and raised a little corn and potatoes. The next summer he raised enough of grain and potatoes for family use. The 3rd year he was able to sell a little. Such were the beginnings of agriculture in the wilderness. Interview in Build Magazine, 1870, page 24. About the middle of August, a large number came and located in the settlement. Among these were Gunlake T. Sunbo, B1785, with wife and 3 sons, 2 of whom were married and had families. Others who came were Tosten G. Bringa, B1817, with wife and son, Haver Lawrenson Fossheim, B1810, and family, his brother, Ole L. Fossheim, and Ole K. Dealand, B1819. Sunbo, Bringa, Fossheim, and Dealand all bought land not far from Nut Juve and Nut Joydel. During the next 2 months, the following arrived: Torbjorn G. Vik, with wife and son Gudorm, and daughter Anna from Siljord, Aslak E. Groven, B1812, and family from Laudel, Ole E. Niset, B1796, and family and his brother Odny from Vinge, and Gunnar T. Mant from Moe, Telemarken. Groven settled about a mile east of the West Koshkonong Church, near the Christiana Township line. The 2 Niset brothers also located near there. This group of immigrants came via Racine County, where they had remained a few weeks resting after the journey as the guests of Even Heg. They arrived on Koshkonong Prairie in the latter part of September, having walked from Muskego. Gunnar Mant first came to Pleasant Spring, but as he did not have anything with which to buy land, as he says, he worked for others there and elsewhere for 5 years. From his autobiographical sketch, I cite the following account of the method of thrashing in those days. There were no mowers, no reapers, binders, or thrashing machines. Everything had to be done by hand. When we were to thrash, the sheaves of wheat or oats were placed on the ground in a large circle. Then 3 or 4 yoke of oxen were tied together with an iron chain. One man stood in the center of the circle on the sheaves of grain and drove the oxen around over the grain. These would then stamp the kernels out of the straw little by little, and so we kept on, until we had the sheaves replaced by new ones and got the straw away. For cleansing the grain thus secured, we used short basins or bowls such as were made in Norway formerly. After a while we got a kind of fanning mill, mower, reaper, etc., but they were imperfect and cannot be compared with the machines and implements used nowadays. Torkild Sunbo and wife, Margit, later moved to Sun Prairie. Dealand says there were 211 immigrants on the ship on which he came, and most of these, it seems, were from Telemarken. His brother, also named Gunnar, came to America in 1848. G. Mant, inventor of the Stoughton wagon, was a son of the latter. Endrevra paid his passage to America. Published in America and Scandinavian in January 1906. Gunnar Mant worked in Chicago during the years 1844-45, where he got 75 cents a day, but had to furnish his own keep. In 1846, he returned to Pleasant Spring. In April 1848, he married Synnøve Alstetter Husebo, from Sistrand, Son, who had come to America with her parents in 1844. Having secured his own farm on Section 9, he farmed there until 1875, when he moved to the village of Stoughton. Gunnar Mant died in December 1907, his wife having died a month earlier. The greater part of 9 sections, 1315 and 2227, in this part of the township of Pleasant Spring, was settled before the winter of 1843-44. Nutt Rowe says that, while he was alone there when he came in June, he had neighbors on all sides before winter came, although the distance between the pioneer cabins was, of course, considerable. The year 1844 brought a large influx of settlers, chiefly from Telemarken, but in part also from Voss. Among them I shall here speak only of Hendrik Heave and family, from Voss, who located somewhat farther north on Section 1, on the property later owned and occupied by his oldest son, Ole Heave Havey. Anfinn O. Holton and family from Son, who settled in the southeastern part of the town on Section 36, where the son Ole Holton later lived, and Ole Iverson and his wife Angeline and son Louis. There were a few others, as Anand O. Drottning from Vinge and Nut H. Taseberg from Laudel Telemarken, who came to America in 1843, but they, too, settled elsewhere first. We shall have occasion to speak of them again. Finally, relative to Nutt Rowe, I may add that he and his wife continued to live on the old homestead till their death. He died as early as 1874, but she lived till 1908, being then a little over 90 years of age. The homestead was owned by the oldest son, Hellig. On the occasion of Mrs. K. Rowe's 90th birthday, all her children, 8 grandchildren, and 25 great-grandchildren gathered at the old home to commemorate the event. We shall now turn to Dunkirk Township, the earliest settling of which also dates from 1843. Ole K. Rowe of Stoughton is a son of K. Rowe. Other children are Mrs. F. Johnson, Mrs. Ole Thorson, Mrs. O. Swearig, and Mrs. J. King. Since the above was written, I have learned that Hellig Rowe has died April 1909. Chapter 29. The first Norwegian settlers in the townships of Dunkirk, Dunn, and Cottage Grove, in Dane County, Wisconsin. The first Norwegian settler in the town of Dunkirk was John Nelson Luras. Together with Helge Grimsrud, he had explored Dunkirk and surrounding country in the fall of 1842 and selected a site on which to settle. His father, Nils Johnson Luras, b. 1789, arrived from Norway in June 1843 and came with his son direct from Muskego to Koshkonong, where the party arrived on June 16th. An American by the name of John Wheeler had settled in the town 2 weeks earlier, being the only white man there. Luras settled on Section 3, about 2 miles east of the present city of Stoughton, and 3 miles south of where his companion, Nutt Rowe, located in the town of Pleasant Spring. Only about a week after Luras's arrival, 2 more families, who also came from Muskego, arrived and settled there, namely Helge Sivertsen Grimsrud, wife Birgit, son Sigurd, and Hans P. T. Verberg and wife Ingeborg, and John P. T. Verberg. The former had emigrated from Norway via Drammen and Gothenburg the year before, while T. Verberg had come in 1841. They were all from Tinn, in Telemarken. Helge Grimsrud possessed considerable means in Norway and owned a fine estate, which he sold upon emigrating. Grimsrud bought land in Section 2, directly east of Luras, while T. Verberg settled a mile south of Luras in Section 10. The next settler was Got Ingebrigtsen Gulliksrud, b. 1815, from Tinn, Telemarken, who arrived there 5 weeks later, that is, in August. He came in a party of about 120 persons, mostly from Telemarken, embarking at Skien, and sailed via Havre de Grace to New York. Most of the party went temporarily to Muskego. Gulliksrud did not like Muskego, and soon after set out for Koshkonong. Having selected a location for his home, he bought, for $200, 160 acres of land, near his countrymen, chiefly in Section 10, and erected his log cabin a short distance north of Hans T. Verberg's home. Herein I accept the authority of Bild Magazine. The history of Dane County, however, says that John Leroz was the first white settler in the town, Chauncey Isham and John Wheeler coming soon after. Helge Grimsrud's wife's parents and a sister had emigrated in 1841 and located in Muskego. Upon returning to Muskego from Koshkonong in the fall of 1842, Grimsrud went direct to Milwaukee and bought 240 acres of land, being the first to purchase land in Dunkirk. He died in 1856. Two of his maternal uncles and a brother had emigrated in and located in Muskego. Letters from these induced them to emigrate. There were then, in the fall of 1843, 4 Norwegian families settled in the town of Dunkirk. In the following year, a considerable number of immigrants came from Norway, Telemarken, Voss, and Son, but Dunkirk did not receive many of those who came that year. They settled mostly in Christiania or Pleasant Spring, while some now began to find homes in Cottage Grove and Dunn, immediately north and west of Pleasant Spring. The first Norwegian settlers in the town of Dunn were Nils Ellefsen Master and Lars Master, who had come to America in 1845. They located in Dunn, just across the Pleasant Spring line soon after arriving. American families had settled in the township before them. Ingebrigt Johnson Hell from Kragero was the next settler there, but he didn't enter Dunn until 1849. He emigrated in 1845, but had worked in Buffalo 4 years. John O. Haugen from Soler, Norway, was the first Norwegian to settle in Cottage Grove, where he came in the summer of 1842, consequently a year before Rowe and others came to Pleasant Spring. Haugen had been a baker in Christiania and usually went by the name of John Baker or Bager. Some years later, he removed to Coon Prairie in Vernon County, Wisconsin. Bjorn Tovsen Vassberg from Laudel, Telemarken, also located in Cottage Grove in the summer of 1842. Nothing seems to be known of his antecedents, and little that is favorable seems to be known of him during his brief career in the township. He later moved to Minnesota, where he lived, it seems, a roving life, being at last found dead on the public highway. He was a notorious, and as far as I know, the only instance of the vagabond and ne'er-do-well among the Norwegian pioneers of those days. The next Norwegian settler in the town of Cottage Grove was Haver Kostvedt, from Vinge Parish, who emigrated in the spring of 1842. He lived for a year in Christiania Township and came to Cottage Grove in the summer of 1843 and made a dugout on Section 24, in which he lived the first year. Others who came on the same ship were Alexander O. Beekes, or Norman, Ole A. Hotvedt, and Osmund Lund. The first of these located in Christiania, but later moved to Minnesota. Ole Hotvedt settled on Jefferson Prairie, when some years later he went to Iowa, while Asmund Lund, after remaining a year in Muskego, came to Pleasant Spring, as we have seen, in the summer of 1843. Ole Travin, whom we have already met, both in Muskego and in Pleasant Spring, came to Cottage Grove in the fall of 1843. Travin is reputed to have been a man of unusual natural gifts and considerable eloquence. He served as deacon in West Koshkonong and Liberty Prairie churches for many years, a capacity in which he had officiated also in Norway. He later affiliated with the East Koshkonong Church, which congregation he, with O. P. Selsang, represented on the occasion of the founding of the Norwegian Synod in East Koshkonong Church, on February 5, 1853. Called also Haver I Vinge. Page 15 of Court Udrag of Den Norsk Synod's History, by Reverend Jacob Al Oddesen, Decora, 1893. Esmund Aslaksen Nistestu, with wife and family, came to Muskego in the fall of 1843, where he worked as a blacksmith for 6 months. He removed to Koshkonong early the next spring, going direct to Haver Kostvedt, with whom he lived in the dugout the first summer. In 1847, he bought land in the same locality. Nistestu is said to have been famed in Norway as a mechanical genius of rare talent. On one occasion, King Carl Johan was shown a gun made by the farmer's son in Vinge. The king afterwards sent Asmund Nistestu a silver cup as a token of his pleasure over the excellent workmanship of the gun. Asmund Nistestu bought a farm a mile and a half northwest of Norra Post Office in 1854, where he, in the course of time, became the owner of 200 acres. Among others who came to America with a smund Nistestu in 1843 and later settled in Cottage Grove were Nistestu's nephews, Aslak and Haver Olsen Bikes, or Gjørgjord as they called themselves in this country, Bjorn O. Hustvedt, Haver Donstad, and Nut Taseberg. Esmund Nistestu was the son of Aslak Nistestu, a man of much native ability and influence in Vinge. Anna Nistestu, a daughter of Aslak, married Ole Bikes. They were the parents of the Bikes, Gjørgjord brothers of whom we shall speak in the next chapter. Finally, I shall add the names of Bjorn A. Standal and Bjorn Stevens Hustvedt, two of Cottage Grove's well-known early pioneers, who emigrated in 1843 and stopped through the winter in Muskego. Thence they came to Koshkonong, locating in Cottage Grove in the spring of 1844. Bjorn Standal was from Vinge, in Telemarken, being born on the farm Nistestu in Bogrind in 1823. He sailed on the ship Vinterflid from Porsgrund in the spring of 1843, as he relates. They were 11 weeks on the ocean before reaching New York. The objective point was Milwaukee and the Muskego settlement. Here they stopped during the winter with an American by the name of Putnam, 7 persons in a hut that was 14 feet long and 10 feet wide. In the spring of 1844, he walked west to Koshkonong, where he decided to buy 80 acres of land in Section 32 in southern Cottage Grove and begin the occupation of a farmer. 4 years later, he married Gunhild Berglund. Bjorn Standal died in April 1906 at the age of 83, survived by his wife and 9 children. They came in the same ship as Nut Joidel and Anund Drottning, who, as we have seen, located in Pleasant Spring. Nut Taseberg moved from Cottage Grove to Pleasant Spring in 1846. Hustvedt wrote his name Ben Stevens, according to interview printed in America. Chapter 30. The expansion of the Koshkonong settlement into Sumner and Oakland townships in Jefferson County. Increased immigration from Telemarken, new settlers from Krajero, Drammen, and Numedal. In our discussion of the settling of Koshkonong by immigrants from Numedal in 1840-42, mention was made of Tor Knudsen Nor and wife Gjørgjord among those who arrived in 1842. Tor Nor did not, however, locate in Christiana or Albion townships, where his compatriots had settled. He selected land about 3 miles southeast of where Gunnel Vindag had located, across the Jefferson County line in what later was named Sumner Township. Tor Nor, who was then a man of about 40 years of age and had a large family, had emigrated in the spring of 1842, but had not, as the immigrants from Numedal so far had generally done, gone to Jefferson Prairie or Rock Prairie, but had stopped in Muskego. Being dissatisfied here, he decided to go to Koshkonong. Taking his family with him, he arrived there about October 1st of that year. Soon after, he erected his log cabin in Sumner, being, therefore, the first Norwegian to settle in that part of Jefferson County, his being the second family to enter the township of Sumner. Here he lived till his death in 1868 at the age of 76. Gjørgjord Nor died in 1884. 3 sons are prosperous farmers living in the neighborhood of the father's original homestead. A daughter, Gro, married Petter Larsen Svartskuren, or Svartsker, in Norway in June 1842. They became the second Norwegian family to settle in the township. Petter Svartskuren was a native of Königsberg, Norway, being, as it appears, the 3rd emigrant to America from that locality. This log cabin was still standing not many years ago. An American family had come there before him. The first emigrants from Kongsberg were Thomas Broughton and Haver Funkelian. In an interview with Svein Nilsen printed in 1870, Petter Svartskuren mentions Bjorn Andersen, Kvelv, Amund Hornefjeld, Gunnel Vindag, and Thorsten Olsen as being the only Norwegians living in the neighboring towns of Albion and Christiana when he came there. He speaks of Sumner Township as being a heavy primeval forest, with only here and there a stretch of open country. There was an abundance of game, deers, and prairie chickens, and the lake Koshkonong and creek were full of fish. The Indians were roving about the country, but they did no one any harm and were kindly and ever ready to help. Mrs. Svartskuren, who is now 87 years old and quite feeble, has, since 1902, lived at Leeds, North Dakota, with a son, Carl, he having sold the homestead after the father's death, and moved to Viroqua, Wisconsin, and later to Leeds. Petter Svartskuren was among the founders of the East Koshkonong Church. He was a man of strong character, who enjoyed in large degree the love and the respect of his fellows. The town of Sumner did not receive many accessions from Norway. In the same interview, Svartskuren says, "There are now 12 Norwegian families, besides 6 Swedish families. The rest are German and English." The town of Oakland, Jefferson County, also received a few settlers at this early period. The earliest arrival there was, I believe, Tolef Bikas and wife, Åshild. They came to Koshkonong in 1843 and located 2 miles east of the village of Rockdale. They were from Laudal Parish in Upper Telemarken, had been married in 1838, and had 2 children when they came to this country. Tolef Bikas died in 1897. The widow lived until 1906, being 90 years old at the time of her death. A son, John Bikas, now owns the homestead. They had 12 children in all. In Chapter 18, above we gave an account of the founding of the Koshkonong settlement, which began in the townships of Christiana, Deerfield, and Albion in 1840-41. We spoke briefly of the founders and of those who came and joined the 3 groups of pathfinders in the following year. In Chapter 28, a similar record has been given of the events which led to the settling of the town of Pleasant Spring by 4 families in 1843 and by others in the following year. We have also observed how the towns of Dunkirk and Cottage Grove became settled in 1843, and that Dun received its first Norwegian settlers in 1844. The towns of Sumner and Oakland, in Jefferson County, in the eastern extremity of Koshkonong Prairie, also received a small contingent of Norwegian immigrant settlers in 1842 and 1843, respectively. The original nucleus and the subsequent expansions of the settlement, east, west, and north, are thereby indicated. In 4 years after its inception, the settlement covered an area of about 15 square miles. But the settlers lived, for the most part, far apart. Geographically, they had made ample provisions for a great settlement in this garden spot of Wisconsin. While there were as yet, in 1843, not more than 150 individuals in the settlement, there was room for thousands more without going beyond the boundary as already laid out. The beginning made in a few years was remarkable, but the growth in the years immediately following was even more wonderful. For a time, Koshkonong was the destination of 4/5 of those who emigrated from Norway. The year 1842 records the beginning of the Great Development, which in 5 years resulted in the settling of almost the whole of this vast area by immigrants from Norway. The next year was that of the great influx from various points in Telemarken, especially Siljord, Laudal, and Hvidseid, although there were considerable numbers also from Vinge and Tinn. The year 1843 was the one in which the Telemarkings took possession of Koshkonong. They gradually selected their permanent homes in Pleasant Spring, extending into Dunkirk and Cottage Grove and the northeastern sections of Christiana, as Egilson, Bjoin, Hodge, Borgerud, Bosben, and Kingland. The new medallions came only in limited numbers after 1842 and did not spread much beyond the original center around East Koshkonong Church in southeastern Christiana and northern Albion townships. Those on the extreme west were Levi Kittelson, Levi Holton, O. Lenaz, and Tor E. Smithbeck, all coming somewhat later than those in the eastern extremity. The immigration from New Metal, which began in Rollag, is after 1842 almost confined to Flesburg, a parish which furnished no immigrants before 1842. In the year 1843, there came to Koshkonong 35 families and many single persons, or a total of 182 individuals. This was the year of heaviest immigration to Koshkonong. The year's influx is significant in the large number of districts in Norway represented, Telemarken leading, as has been pointed out above. In addition to 9 persons from New Metal and a small contingent from Voss, the first party of 14 persons arrived from Kragero. These first immigrants from Kragero were Bjorn O. Ram K. Jostolf Tollefsen Holderone B. 1821, Even E. Buas B. 1799, Abraham K. Roningen, Eric K. Roningen, Haver E. Dahl B. 1802, wife Anne and family Torbjorn K. Roningen, Gluz P. Tiveng and wife Audi and Petter K. Roningen. From Lakinger in San Anna L. Eggum or Egging, B. 1811, who in 1845 married Esther C. Droxvald from Voss. From Lier came Knut O. Lier, as also the widow Anne Thorstad, Knut Asdaldalen and Gabriel Bjornson from Drammen. From Derdad came Barald J. Strandskugen and family, from Sandsverd, LFA Berg from Skager, Havard J. Stubberud from Rogen, Lars P. Hockelian and family, from Holt, Terald E. Midbo from G. Jerpin, Petter H. Moe, and from Hallingdal, Even Olsen. Came to Muskego in 1843, went back to Norway and returned, settling in Koshkonong in 1846. There was one immigrant from Åland, San, in 1843, but he stopped the first winter in Muskego. See next chapter. We have noted the fact above that there came for the first time in 1843 a group of immigrants from Flesburg Parish in Numedal. We shall note here briefly who these were. For the facts I am indebted to Mrs. Levy Holton, formerly of Utica, at present of Stoughton, Wisconsin. The name of the ship on which these people came, Mrs. Holton cannot remember, but it was commanded by Captain Overvind. The first mate was Fraz. In the party of 90 persons were Haver K. Jolin, Jule Hammer and wife Anne, Tostein Ullibert and Haver Assen, who went to Jefferson Prairie, Gullake Lodgen, who stopped in Rochester, but soon after came west, locating on Rock Prairie, Paul Spelleman. Lund, Guldbrand G. Holton, a widower, his brother Ole G. Holton, Nut K. Backley and Kittle G. Backley and families, Amger Allstatter and sin of Christopher Statter Beckjordan from Lingdal Annex of Flesburg. This was the ship on which also Per Svartskuren and wife Gro, Nut Lier and Barold Johnson came on. In the same party emigrated also Clement Larsen Stalsbrant and wife Gunhild, and his brother Haver Stalsbrant, Kravik from Sigdal in Numedal. Haver Stalsbrant took the name Kravik from the estate where he had worked 5 years before emigrating. Reverend Kasberg writes me, citing Haver Kravik, that they, the Stalsbrantens, bought tickets for America at Königsberg Fair, left Drammen May 6 ult. 1843, arrived at New York July 4, 90 passengers on the ship. The company of immigrants went from Milwaukee to Muskego. Haver Kravik and a young boy from Sandsverd walked to Koshkonong, arriving Friday evening. Monday morning, Haver was at work for one of the Englishmen further south. Kravik took a claim in 1844. During the winter, he stayed with Gunnul Vindeg, sleeping in the part of the house occupied at the time by Reverend Dietrichson, while the parsonage was being built. Reverend K. A. Kasberg, of Spring Grove, Min, writes me that Haver Kravik, in speaking of some of these people, says Haver Assen went to Rock Run, as did also Paul Spellemand. He also adds the name Gunnar Springen, who, he says, went to Rock Prairie. As I learned through Reverend G. A. Larson. The name of the ship, as we learn elsewhere, was Hercules. See above page 228. The rest of the party also came to Koshkonong a short while after, except those who went to Rock County. Ole G. Holton, B. 1821, and Amger Allstatter, B. 1821, were married a few weeks after arriving. Ole Holton died in 1851, leaving wife and 2 children, Anna and Ole. Anna later became the wife of Lever Kittelson F. Jos, Levi Kittelson, well-known farmer and prominent in the councils of the West Koshkonong Church. Amger, widow of Ole G. Holton, married Nils Torgerson Grotrud in 1852. He had come to America in 1849. Levi Kittelson died suddenly in 1907. The widow is living at Stoughton. A daughter, Andrea, is married to Reverend Abel Leon Adamin. A son, Carl, is in Nome, Alaska. Dr. Albert N. Kittelson, another son, owns valuable mines at Nome, Alaska. He is living in the state of Washington. Nils Grotrud assumed the farm name Holton and is therefore Nils T. Holton. He located first on the Holton farm south of Utica. About 1868, the family settled 2 miles east of Utica. We have, on page 183 above, spoken of Lars J. Hollow, who was the earliest immigrant from Ringsaker, 1839. From Rochester, New York, he came to Muskego, Racine County, Wisconsin, in 1841. In 1843, he located permanently on Koshkonong. His son Johans also settled on Koshkonong, as also the sons Lars and Martin Hollow. The latter now owns the farm originally purchased in Albion Township by Bjorn K. Velv. Haver Kravik, B. 1820, was the son of Lars A. Stalsbraten and wife Maria. In 1845, he married Christy Guldbrandsen, who had come to America in 1842. They bought land and settled permanently about 3/4 of a mile south of East Koshkonong Church at what came to be called Kravikhagen, the Kravik Hill. The homestead has now for many years been occupied by the oldest son, Lars C. Kravik. Since about 1899, Haver and his wife lived with their son-in-law, Reverend K. A. Kasberg in Stoughton, Wisconsin, later in Grand Forks, North Dakota, now for several years past at Spring Grove, Houston County, Minnesota. Mrs. Kravik died a year ago, Mr. Kravik in February 1909. K. Jostolf Hulderone Hulroya, who came to Muskego in 1843, went back to Norway 2 years later, but returned to America in 1846, settling on Koshkonong at Cambridge. In 1848, he married Hege O. Sub, who had come from Telemarken to this country that year. In 1853, he started a general merchandise business in Rockdale, Dane County, where he lived till his death in 1889. The widow is living with her oldest daughter, Mrs. John Haverson in Rockdale. A son, Charlie C. Tellefson, one of Dane County's prominent Democrats, resides at Utica, Wisconsin. Gabriel Bjornson was one of the few who came to Koshkonong from the region of Drammen. He married Gunhild Grotrud, sister of Nils T. Holton, Grotrud. Bjornson is said to have been the first Norwegian to be admitted to the bar in this country. He died in Ada, Minnesota, in 1889. He was at that time county attorney of Norman County. There were 2 families from Voss, who had immigrated earlier among those who settled permanently on Koshkonong in 1843, namely Steiak Olsen-Saw, who, we have seen, came to America in 1837, and Gullake Torstenson-Saw, who immigrated in 1840. They had lived most of the time in Chicago. Their Steiak-Saw married Eli K. Veet. She died at Deerfield about 1885. Steiak died in 1894. Gullake-Saw B. 1821 married Donnet Ralge in 1844. They purchased land in northern Christiania, not far from Cambridge. Here, and in neighboring parts of Deerfield Township, Gullake Thompson, as he called himself, became in the course of time the owner of about 1,000 acres of farmland. At the time of his death, he was Koshkonong's wealthiest farmer. His son, Hun T. G. Thompson, occupies the old home and owns the estate. Chapter 31. The coming of the first large party of immigrants from Son, new accessions from Voss. It has been noted above that one of the earliest pioneers at Wyoda, Lafayette County, Wisconsin, was from Vic Parish in Son, namely, Perunda, who emigrated in 1839. In 1842, Olunda came and joined his brother at Wyoda. In 1843, Ole Sherdilin came to America from Åland, Son. He was the first emigrant from that parish. It has been said that there was a party of immigrants from Son in 1843, but this I doubt, as I have been able nowhere to verify it. Ole Sherdilin went to Muskego, where he stopped the first year. Then he joined the party of Sonnings who came that year, and passed through Muskego en route for Koshkonong. Per and Ole underwrote letters home to Vic Parish. In response to these letters, full of praise for Wisconsin, there came many immigrants from Vic during the next 2 years. Ole Sherdilin, in a similar way, aided in promoting emigration from Inner Son. So written, but pronounced Skerdilin in the dialect. My father is the authority for the statement that Sherdilin was the first to emigrate from Åland. In Åland parish lived Ole Torgerson Flom. He had traveled much in Norway and come in contact with people who had relatives and friends in America, and who themselves were planning to emigrate. He was well acquainted with Sherdilin, and he had been in Vic and knew, it seems, the Unda family. Ole T. Flom, b. 1794, was the son of Torgus Flom, b. about 1765, generally called Torgus I. Midgarden, who was the owner of a valuable estate at Flom near Frethheim. There were 3 sons, Gullake, Ole, and Nut. By the right of primogeniture, the estate would fall to the oldest son, Gullake Flom. Ole Flom had selected for purchase a place, then for sale, in Voss, and it was his intention to remove to Voss. He was, however, prevailed upon not to do this by his father, who told him he would give him half of the family estate. When, however, the time came, the temptation to follow the general practice and give the estate intact over to the oldest son became too strong for the father, and he gave it all to Gullake Flom. Ole T. Flom then began thinking about emigrating to America. In 1843, he went to Vic Parish, and while there he and Anfinn J. Syme agreed to go to America. After he returned to Åland, others in the parish, also began to make preparations for leaving for the New World, and the fever spread to Fresvik and Sistrand, and up as far as Sogndal parish. In the spring of 1844, a considerable number from these regions, and from Vik, stood ready to emigrate. Ole T. Flom, wife Anna and sons Ole and Anders, Ivar H. Vangen and Nut Aratun I. Orito, wife Anna and 3 children left Ålandsvangen on the 12th of April. They had engaged passage on Juno, Captain Bendixson, but were obliged to wait in Bergen 2 weeks before sailing. In the meantime, others who also were to go on Juno joined them at Bergen. Among them were the Mellas families from Norum Annex of Sogndal parish. They were the first to emigrate from that district. This party was composed of the following 11 members: Mons Lassesen Mellas, B. 1787, and wife Martha; Kristen L. Mellas, wife Os and daughter Anna; Johans K. Bjelda and wife Christy; Ole A. Slind, wife Martha, and 2 children. She was a daughter of Ole Skjerdalen, a daughter of Mons Mellas. Their husbands took the name Mellas in this country. The following persons from various parts of Son also embarked on Juno: Anders and Jen, Per L. G. Gerd, Mitchell J. and Jessiter and wife Sino from Sistrand, Ole I. Husibo with wife Ingeliv and children, and Ole A. Verken, Grind from Lakinger, Nils T. Syme, wife Mari and children 3, and Thomas T. Syme from Lairdal, and the aforementioned Anfinn I. Syme from Vik with his wife Britha and 5 children. There were about 60 persons on Juno when it sailed in May. At the same time, 2 other ships sailed from Bergen with immigrants for America. They were Kongsver, Captain Vingard, and Albion, Captain Brock. A very large number of those who embarked on these ships also were from Son, especially Vik, nearly all these going to Long Prairie, see next chapter. Among those who came to Koshkonong were Torstein Thronsen Selseng and wife Kari, Nut G. Gerd, Ole Selseng Jakob I. G. Gerdine, from Sogndal, Elling O. Flatland, wife and children, and Esther S. Earlman. Relative to the personnel of this party and the sailing of Juno, I am especially to Christy Mellas, with whom I have had several interviews on the question. She is the oldest surviving member of the party and is still living at Stoughton, Wisconsin. My father, Ole O. Flom, has also supplied many facts. He was 13 years old at the time of immigration. Kongsver and Albion sailed 3 days before Juno, but arrived in New York several weeks later. Juno made the journey to New York in 5 weeks and 3 days, which, says Christy Mellas, broke the record for fast sailing at that time. The Brock ship took 8 weeks for the journey, while Kongsver was on the ocean 12 weeks. The party that came with Juno was therefore the first large group of Sonnings to land in America, the date of their landing being St. John's Eve. From New York they went by canal boat to Buffalo, where they arrived on the 4th of July. Here they were put on board an old steamboat, which the immigrants feared would go to the bottom at any moment of the journey, says Mrs. Mellas, over the lakes to Milwaukee, where they arrived at the end of July. Christy Mellas says the agent weighed their goods at every stopping place and charged toll each time. There was no interpreter on the boat who could voice their objections. The ticket from New York to Chicago was $14, but by additional charges along the route, the expense of the inland journey was greater than that from Bergen to New York. In Milwaukee, most of the party, including Ole Vendelbo, Ole T. Flom, Nut Aratun, and Mitchell and Jessiter, went to Koshkonong via Muskego, but the Mellas family went to Chicago, as did Ole Husibo and 1 man from Vik who had intended to go south to Missouri, and they were all met in Chicago by one who was to bring them to Missouri. It seems, however, that the departure hither was delayed for weeks by their guide who was addicted to drink. In the meantime, the Mellas families, becoming discouraged and having met a certain old Bringa who urged them to come to Koshkonong, decided to go where the rest of the party had already directed their course. They then bought 2 yoke of oxen and drove to Koshkonong, stopping in Pleasant Spring Township, about 2 miles northeast of Lake Kegonsa. Christy Mellas called the boat Ein Rota Bayat Skikleg. She says the agent who had charge of the journey to Milwaukee was a man by the name of Holfelt, a typical immigrant, runner, it seems, whom she styles as Ein Rigel Bedrager, Ein Stackars Man Vahan. This man, we learn, was Anfinn Syme, see next chapter. Soon after arriving at Koshkonong, they were met by Ole Travin, who aided them in the selection of land, and who accompanied Johans and Ole Mellas to Milwaukee to purchase the land selected. The 2 brothers bought each 40 acres at first in Section 3. Later Johans bought out Ole and 80 acres more adjacent to the acquired 40. Ol A. Mellas thereupon, located on Section 35 in Cottage Grove Township, a mile northeast of his brother's property. The Mellas families all located in that immediate neighborhood. Ol T. Flom bought 80 acres in Cottage Grove Township, a mile north of Door Creek where also Ol Vendelbo Olsen settled, purchasing 40 acres. Olsen, however, sold this out to Ol T. Flom not long after and moved to Minnesota. Niall Syme also located near there, while Per G. Jerd settled in Section 2 in Pleasant Spring, near the Cottage Grove line. Ol Ihusebo settled in Christiana Township, and Esther Earlman settled a mile north of Nora Post Office. Ivar Vangen located on Bonnet Prairie. Mitchell and Jessiter lived a few years on Koshkonong, then removed to Norway Grove. Nut Aratun settled in Koshkonong but went west to Minnesota after some years. Anfinn Syme, who was from Vic, went with the Mellas families to Chicago, and thence to Long Prairie, Boone County, Illinois. See next chapter. The only family from Vic to locate in Koshkonong that year was that of Mons Halringa, who settled in Pleasant Spring, a mile or so southwest of Utica, the homestead being that later occupied by his son Simon. The immigration to Koshkonong in 1844 was thus principally from Son, and it is to be noted that a considerable number of these settled in the northern extremity of the settlement, north of Door Creek and Nora. At the same time, there were new accessions from other districts, especially Voss and Laudel in Telemarken, while from Rolog came that year Giles H. Venaz and Anfinn A. Hodgerud. Among those who came from Voss I shall name here the brothers Nils and Esther Droxvald, Ole Droxvald, Henrik O. Heave, Eric V. Rio, Williams, Eric S. Fleisram, and Nut E. Rockney. All these had families. Among earlier immigrants from Voss who located in Dane County in 1844 were Ole and Stefan Gilderhus. The former had immigrated in 1839, while Stefan came in 1838. As has been observed above, Lars D. Rikve, who came to America in 1839, did not actually settle in Koshkonong until 1844. Rockney and Venaz settled in Christiana, the former 3 miles west of Cambridge, the latter 2 miles northwest of Rockdale. Most of the Vossings, however, located in Deerfield Township, south and west of the village of Deerfield. We shall now turn to the immigrants who came from Son with Kongsver and Albion in 1844 and did not settle in Wisconsin. Chapter 32. Long Prairie in Boone County, Illinois, a Sonning settlement. In the vicinity of the present village of Capron, Illinois, a few Norwegians located in 1843, forming the nucleus of what later came to be known as Long Prairie. This settlement is located only a few miles south of Jefferson Prairie, which extends into Illinois and is about 65 miles distant west from Chicago. The earliest Norwegian settlers here were Thor Olsen Kasa and Thav Knutsen Trame, his wife Ingebjorg and sons, Nut, Kjetil, and Ole, from Siljord in Upper Telemarken. Thor Kasa was the son of Ole Kasa and wife Margit, who immigrated in 1843 with a family of 9 children, of whom Thor was the oldest. We have spoken of their coming on page 235. Among the other children, the sons, G. Germund, Jens, Georgian, and Kittel, and daughters, Guro, As, Emeli, and Kristens, also moved to the settlement in 1845. Both Ole Kasa and his wife died of cholera in 1854. Georgian Kasa settled in Winneshiek County in 1852, while Thor Kasa moved to Fillmore County, Minnesota. Jens located permanently in Chicago. In 1844, there came 5 persons from Siljord, Norway, namely Bjorn Brekito and wife Guro, her brothers Jens and Steinar, and Johans Kleva. Bjorn Brekito died early, and the widow married Ole Orflat. Not many more immigrants from Telemarken located at Capron. In 1840-40, 5 natives of Son took possession of Long Prairie, and the settlement has ever since remained preeminently a Sonning settlement. Nut Brekito, a son of Bjorn Brekito, is living at Capron at present. We have observed above that of those who came from Son on the ship Juno in 1844, Anfinn Syme and family did not locate in Koshkonong, but went to Boone County, Illinois. They were the only ones of Juno's passengers to settle in Illinois. On the other hand, a considerable number of those who came on Kongsver and Albion located at Long Prairie. Among them were the following who came with the Albion: Ole J. Avry, wife Britha and daughter Inga and sons Johans and Andres. Ivar S. Rislov and wife Eli, a daughter of Ole Avri Lars Johnson Hav, wife Randy, daughter Britha, and 2 sons Joe, John, and Ole. Andrew Olsen Stadham Stame, wife Sigrid, 2 sons and 4 daughters Alina, Britha, As, and Inga. Ole Stadham and family, Ivar I Hav, wife Barbro and sons Ingebrigt and Elling. Indre H. Newmiddle and wife Helga, daughter of Ivar Hav. Ole Berdal and family, Ingebrigt and Vange, wife Britha, and 3 daughters and Ole Vange. Andres Avri soon, after return to Norway. With this fair came Anders H. Newmiddle and wife Agat, Ole Tistel, Ole O. Tenold and wife Sigri, Ole P. Tenold, Ole J. Orvidal, wife Ragnhilda, and 3 daughters, Lars O. Foley, Joe Foley, who died of cholera in Chicago, Ivar Foley, Lars Jensen Hav, with family, and Ingebrigt J. Fuggelgjerdet. Besides these, there were on both ships a number of young unmarried men and women whose passage was paid for by Lars Johnson Hav and Joe Foley, who may perhaps be regarded as the leaders of this party. Most of those named were men of means, and some of them were owners of valuable estates which were of course sold and converted into cash upon emigrating to America. Albion took 8 weeks for the voyage. Kongsvær took 12. The former arrived in New York about July 25th. One of whom married Ole Tenold. They moved to Comer, Iowa. The Orvidal family all moved to Winneshiek County in the 50s. From New York, they took the usual inland route to Chicago, their destination being Wyoto. But at Belvedere in Boone County, they met Thor Olsen Kassa, who advised them strongly against going to Wyoto, which, he said, was 200 miles from a market. Lafayette County was moreover nothing but hills, and he gave such an unfavorable description of that locality that the immigrants decided to accept his suggestion and go to Long Prairie, where they were told there was plenty of level and fertile land only 70 miles from Chicago. A few were deputed to wait at Belvedere for those who were coming on Kongsvær and inform them of the change in plans. The rest accompanied Kassa to Boone County, where also soon after the second party came. Thus, by the autumn of 1844, the settlement numbered about 100 individuals. Anfinn Syme, who had come on Juneau, was in Chicago when they came there. He joined them there when they started for Wyoto. Some of them moved away a few years later, as had already been indicated in the notes on the preceding pages. In the year 1845, about 50 persons settled near Capron. It has already been observed that the Kassa family moved out there that year from Chicago. Others came directly from Son, Norway, the recruiting region being Vik Parish exclusively. In that year, 3 ships left Bergen again with immigrants principally from Son, especially Åland and Vik. Those who came from Åland went to Koshkonong, as also many of those who came from Vik. One of these ships was Albion, Captain Brock, the passengers of which went, most of them, to Long Prairie. The family numbered 10 persons. Relative to the voyage of Albion, Elim Ellingson of Capron, who was on this ship, tells me the following incident which occurred in mid-ocean. One day, a boat carrying 7 or 8 men, rather ugly in appearance, evidently Spanish pirates, approached us from the west, and their leader demanded to speak with the captain. They said they came from the Newfoundland coast and wanted to send some letters back. Thereupon, they veered about and rowed back to their ship, which lay some distance to the west, put out 9 boats with a large number of men, and rowed back toward our ship. The captain, suspecting their purpose and realizing that we would be helpless before an attack of pirates, turned the ship around and sailed back for 1 whole day and night. In the meantime, a considerable tumult arose on board, axes and guns being gotten in readiness, and many carried up stones from the ballast. We succeeded, however, in escaping, and after sailing a day and a night, we turned back and arrived safely in New York. Here we learned that recently a ship had arrived at port, the masts of which had been entirely destroyed by guns from a pirate attack. Mr. Ellingson, in telling this, added that it is doubtful what fate might have awaited them, had not the captain promptly turned the ship about and succeeded in escaping what most certainly would have been a similar attack. Among those who came on that ship at the same time and who located at Capron were Johannes Dahl from Voss, his wife Ingebjer and son Ole, Lasse Ellingson As b. 1808, wife Gjori Ravstel and 5 children Ragnhild Elling Elim, b. 1835, Nils Indre and Britha, Andres E. As, wife and 2 sons, Anders O. Torvald, Johannes Lai, now living in Goodhue County, Minnesota, and Johanna Stadham. John Benson of Capron tells me that his grandmother, Martha Newmiddle, a widow, came there in 1845 or 1846, and also the following: Joe Sand, who was married to a Miss Aas, Edlend Miakeskog, wife Ili and daughter Injebjer, and Ole Miakeskog, who is living at Capron yet at the age of 80. A son Andres Dahl was not in the ship, says Elim Ellingson, and probably did not come therefore until the next year. Who married Esther Earlman, who also came in 1844 and settled in Cottage Grove Township, Dane County. Andres Aas and family soon after moved to Dane County, Wisconsin, and settled near Cambridge. They finally located permanently in Winneshiek County, Iowa. Edlend Miakeskog died about 1850, and the widow later moved to Iowa. The Long Prairie settlement continued to grow for a decade. Space does not, however, permit printing here the complete list of later arrivals, kindly supplied me by Elim Ellingson and John Benson. We shall now speak briefly of the growth of the old settlement of Muskego. Mr. Benson came there in 1851. Chapter 33. The growth of the Racine County, Muskego, Settlement 1847, Personal Notes. In Chapter 15, we discussed briefly immigration to Racine County in 1841–1842. The period of largest growth of the settlement was between 1842 and 1847. An especially large party came in 1843. After 1847, the arrivals that became permanent residents were few and scattered. In the early fall of 1842, there arrived at one time a party of 40 persons. They had embarked at Langesund about May 30th, were over 11 weeks on the ocean, arriving in New York August 16th. Here they met Elling Eielson, who accompanied them to Albany. 3 weeks later they landed in Milwaukee. Among others there were the following persons: Hermo Nilsson Tuft and family from All in Hallingdal, Johan Landsverk and family from Tuttle, Telemarken, Sonder and Maren and wife and his brothers Erstein and Nils from Tinn, Ersten G. Melland also from Tinn, Tostein E. Kleven and Anand Bjørn Bjorn, and family who were the first to emigrate from Siljord. Of these several remained only temporarily. Thus Anders Dahlen went to Winnebago County, Wisconsin, about 1848, in company with Ole Mia, an immigrant of the year 1843. Cajedal Busness, who was a brother to the said Ole Mia's wife, also remained in Racine County only a few years, then he went to Stoughton, Dane County. Sonder Maren settled on Section 34, Town of Norway, where he and his wife lived in a dugout for a time. Later, selling out to a Mr. Sawyer, they moved to Jefferson Prairie and ultimately to Cresco, Iowa. Anand Bjorn died in 1847. The son Haver, then 18 years old, walked to Koshkonong with the view of selecting land and settling there, and the rest of the family moved there that same year. Johan Landsverk, who was a brother of Ole Landsverk, an immigrant of 1838, settled on Yorkville Prairie and remained there till 1854, when he moved to Sand in Chickasaw County, Iowa, where he lived till his death. A son, Petter J. Landsverk, born 1840, occupied the homestead later. He died in January 1908. Hermo Nilsson Tuft and family located on Section 31 in Raymond Township. Here he lived till his death. As has been said, Tuft came from All Parish, Hallingdal, and was not only the first emigrant to America from All, but it seems, also the first from the valley of Hallingdal. The Tuft farm lay in the extreme north of the valley close up under the mountains. The region is extremely cold, much of it covered by snow the whole year round. The family was extremely poor, of a pious nature and fervid adherents of Hans Nilsson Hodge. Besides the father and mother there was a son, Nils, and a daughter, Sigrid. The latter, in whom the piety of the mother had found strong expression, was attracted to the young lay preacher Eielson, and in July the next year became his wife. The son, Nils, married in 1865 a daughter of Ole Sanderson in Perry Township, Dane County, and lived on the old homestead until he died about 1901. The daughter, Julia, married Thomas Adland of North Cape, Racine County, and another daughter, Betsy, married O.B. Dahl of Perry, Dane County. Hermo Nilsson and his wife both died in the latter part of the 60s. 3 different parties of immigrants, nearly all from Telemarken, came to Racine County in 1843. One, the so-called Weigland Party, left Skien early in the spring by ship commanded by Captain Bloom, sailing to Havre, France. The second party, going about the same time, sailed out from Skien by the Oleus, Captain Bjornson, also going to Havre. Of the third party we shall speak below. At Havre, those in the first party seem to have engaged passage on an American ship Argo, a 5-masted sailing vessel loaded with Swedish iron bound for New York. While Oleus was laid up for repairs, the American captain began cutting prices, offering at last to take the new arrivals to New York for 9 5-franc pieces each, or about 8. Many did not dare to take passage on the Argo, fearing that some trick was being played on them, but most of them went. Argo proved a good sailor, reaching New York 4 weeks ahead of Oleus. There were, however, long delays in New York and Buffalo, so that the immigrants did not reach Milwaukee before August 15th. Among those who came on the Argo were Arents Wigeland and wife Gunhild, his aged father Andrew Wigeland and his brothers George and Andrew and 2 sisters, Havre Petterson Holt, with wife Tone and 4 sons and 2 daughters, Gunhild and Ingeborg, Ole Overson Håkam and family, 11 in all. Anders Jakobsen Roningen, wife Kirsty and 3 sons Jens Hundkellen and Anders Smekassa, Amund S. Sotholt, his brother, Soren S. Sotholt, Sven S. Klomset, Lars Tinderholt. Nils H. Narum, Havre Nissen, John Marin, Nils Rue, John Kossin, John Husevald, all with families, Erstning Gusland, John Husevald, Hans T. Vado, Svein Nordgarden, G. German T. Nordgarden, Matthias H. Kroken, wife and children, his wife sister Anne and their mother Sissel, Ole O. Storley with wife 4 sons and 2 daughters, K. Jittel Hagen and family, Gunnold K. Marin, Gro Grave and her mother, Havre I. Doxred, wife and 2 sons, Havre and Ingebret. All these, about 100 in all, were from different parts of Telemarken. Besides, there were 16 persons from Cedarstalen as follows: Tolef Gunnufsen Huset, wife Hege Olsen and 6 children from Bygland, Agun Burge and wife from Vallo, K. Jojai Harsted from Vallo, Tolef Knudsen and wife and 3 children from Holsted Parish, and Tolef Roysland and Ole Nummeland from Vallo, the first emigrants from Cedarstalen to America. All but the last 2 of these went to Muskego, one of whom, Jacob, now lives in Racine. It was Mrs. Ole Storley, who was accidentally shot by Soren Back, which unfortunate event seems to have been the chief cause why Back, almost crazed with grief, gave up pioneer life and returned to Norway. Roysland and Vigeland settled at Pine Lake. Arents Wigeland, born 1812, who may be regarded as the leader, had sailed for 7 years between Boston and the West Indies and along the American Atlantic coast. Passing the winters in Boston, he had learned the English language, and in 1842 returned to his home in Bamel, Norway, to bring his family to America. He became the chief promoter of the considerable immigration from Lower Telemarken that year. Wigeland settled in Yorkville Township. In 1844, he married Gunhild Petterson. He died in 1862. The daughter Maren B. 1845 married John W. Johnson in 1865. Mrs. Wigeland died in Racine in 1897. Holt B. 1799 was from Sod Parish in Lower Telemarken. He settled on Section 18 in the town of Raymond. There he died in 1882. His wife died in 1876, aged 79 years. Their oldest son Ole, who was drowned in the 50s in the Norway marshes, was the first person buried in the Yorkville Cemetery. She was Gunhild Wigeland. They were married in 1844. Nels Narum was from Stathel in Bamel Parish. He settled in Norway Township on Section 20. Both he and his wife died in 1887, about 87 years old. Hans T. Vato, Tweedo, settled in the part of the settlement that lay in Waukesha County. He moved to Houston County, Minnesota, in 1855 and in 1866 to Fillmore County. Havre Nissen, who was from Bamel, also settled in Waukesha County. Ole Overson was from H. Feitsade Parish. When they came to Norway, they lived for some time with John Dale, who had come from Norway in 1837 with Mons K. Odland and Ole Rinning. In 1845, he prampted land in Section 34, where his son Frank Overson lived until quite recently. Our third party of emigrants were from Upper Telemarken, mostly from Siljord Parish. They came on the ship Vinnerflid. Among those in the party were Nut S. Kavistred and Kari Burge from Tin, Egil O., Clevin and family, and a cousin Nut Hagen, wife and 2 daughters from Langelev, Bjorn Stondal, Ole O. Hedejord and wife Liv, 3 daughters, Esther, Ida and Etta, and 2 sons, Ole and Edward, Torbjorn G. Vic and family, who later moved to Koshkanong, Anand Drottning, who also went to Koshkanong that same year, As and Ingeborg Olsen from Mandal, Telemarken. John Hom from Siljord, father of Reverend G. Hom, founder of the Indian school at Wittenberg, Wisconsin, also came at the same time, as also Ole Myron and wife Bridget, and Torgrim Busness and wife Anne from Tinn, who moved to Springfield Township, Winneshiek County, Iowa, in 1851. Many of the facts relative to this party were gathered on a visit at the home of Mrs. Ingeborg Roswall, Whitewater, Wisconsin, August 12, 1908. Mrs. Roswall does not remember the name of the captain of the ship. Ole Hedijord died on Koshkonong. Liv is still living with her grandchildren on the old homestead near Waterford in the town of Yorkville. Edwin Drotning of Stoughton tells me that his father Anon remained a while in Milwaukee before going to Koshkonong, where he located, as we know, in 1844. These two sisters married Tostein and Gullate Clevin in. Tostein and Os Clevin lived in Yorkville till 1866, when they moved to Pleasant Spring, Dane County, Wisconsin. Tostein died in 1893, Os in 1905, leaving 4 daughters and 3 sons. Mrs. Astrid Drotning, Mrs. Ed. Drotning, both of Stoughton, Wisconsin, Mrs. Anna Howe, Mrs. Edwin Bjoin, Rice Lake, Wisconsin, Ed, Thomas, and Henry. Thomas Clevin occupies the farm. That year also Ole Hegg, son of Even Hegg and a brother of Colonel Hans C. Hegg came and settled in Racine County, as also Nud Langeland from Samnanger, who in 1866 became the first editor of Scandinavian, founded that year by John Anderson in Chicago. Nud Langeland lived at first in Muskego, later at North Cape, Racine County. In 1849, he married Anna Hadelstad, born in Eskay-Jold Parish, Ryfylke, in 1830, whose parents Jens O. Hadelstad and wife Anne had immigrated in 1846 and settled in the town of Norway. Nud Langeland was also the first editor of America, which began publication in Chicago in 1884. During the last years of his life, Langeland lived in North Cape and in Milwaukee, where he died in 1888. His wife died in 1908 at the home of her son, Dr. Peter Langeland, with whom she had lived since her husband's death. Ole Hegg is still living in Burlington, Racine County, Wisconsin. The other children are James, Charles, and Frank Langeland, and Mrs. Harry Brimble of Chicago, and Leroy Langeland, who is news editor of the Evening Wisconsin, Milwaukee. There came 3 persons from Voss to Racine County in 1843, namely, Nut S. Eskjørv b. 1808, and wife Kari, and his unmarried sister, Brita Selheim. Eskjørv located in Norway, Racine County, in the neighborhood of Nils Johnson. In 1847, Eskjørv sold his land to Nut K. Aratun from Son and went to Jefferson Prairie, Boone County, Illinois, where he bought a farm and lived till his death in 1892. His wife died there in 1873. During 1844-1846, the increase in immigration was constant, though not large. In 1847, there arrived a considerable number. The scattered accessions of these years represent as widely removed parishes as Skien, Lærdal in Son, and Namsos in Trondheim. The following is a partial list. 1844, John Larson and Peter Jacobsen and family from Stathel, Bamel, Johans J. Qualla from near Stavanger. Thormod S. Flatter with wife Ingeborg, Liddal, and children from Voss, who settled in Norway Township, Haver Oskar and wife Margaret, and 2 children from Lower Telemarken, who located in Norway Township in 1845. John I. Burge and wife Julia, and Hans H. Back and wife Ingeborg, who moved to Spring Grove in 1854, and Petter Torgerson and wife Anne and 5 children from Krajero. In 1846, Jens O. Hadelstad and wife, see above page 284, parents of Reverend O.J. Hadelstad, pioneer publisher, minister, and author of Historisk Middelalder om den Norsk Augustana Synod, Decorah, Iowa, 1877. Elling Spillum, wife Maren and 3 sons, Ole, Hendrik, and Mikkel, and 1 daughter. Ole Homstad and Matthias Homstad, both with families from Namsos in Trondheim Diocese. They settled in Raymond Township. Haver and Ingebrit Roswald from G. Jerpen. Nut K. Hedel, wife and sons Matthias, Peter, and daughter Betsy from Lærdal, Son, Tyke Hendriksen Locken and wife Anne from G. Jerpen, who bought the Aslak Oz farm in Norway Township. They had 4 children, Hans, Ole, Peter, and Maria. In 1847, Peter M. Anshin from Namsos, with wife and 4 children, 3 daughters and a son, they settled in Norway Township. Thomas F. Thompson, who died in Leland, Illinois, in 1908, was their son. He moved to Winchester, Wisconsin, in 1854. Torgerson removed to Wheeler Prairie, Dane County, in 1846. One of the children, Ann Tomine, married Ole C. Erickson and they moved to Lake Mills, Jefferson County. In the spring of 1867, they moved to Stoughton, Wisconsin, where Erickson was one of the first promoters of the Stoughton Wagon Company. Mrs. Erickson is still living in Stoughton. They were the first families to emigrate from Trondheim. Ingebret Roswald married Ingeborg Clevin in 1854, and they then settled in Dodge County. The widow is now living in Whitewater, Wisconsin. Hans died in 1856. Ole died in Milwaukee in 1901. Peter Hendrickson graduated from Beloit College, held a chair in modern languages there for about 10 years, was later editor of Scandinavian and principal of Albion Academy, Albion, Wisconsin. Is now engaged in farming in the state of Maine. In this year, Captain Hans Fries from Farsund, Agder, Norway, settled in Muskego. Fries was a sailor with Ennieden in 1837, see above page 96, and between 1837 and 1847 had made 9 journeys to America. After settling in Muskego, he continued for many years sailing on the Great Lakes. In 1848, the following came to Muskego: George J. Bjorgås from Haug, Voss, Tolef O. Urian from Tonset, Ersterdalen, removed to Cuny County in 1855, and J. H. Scarry from Hadeland, who located in town of Norway. This year also brought to Muskego the pioneer minister Hans Andreas Stubb, B. 1822, who had that spring received and accepted the call to the Muskego Church. Nut and Anna Aretun from Åland, San, also appear among the number. They bought the farm of Nut S. Eskjurv in Norway Township. In 1854, they moved to Winneshiek County, Iowa, and about 1860 to Gilmore County, Minnesota. John T. and Christopher Olsen from Romskagen in Rodnes, Haver Modum from Modum, Norway, and Guro Waite and son Reuben from Ersterdalen, Norway, all came in 1848. His parents with family of 10 came in 1849. George Bjorgås moved to Adams County in 1849, where he has lived since. This brief outline of the growth of the settlement represents fairly completely the increase by immigration from Norway between 1842 and 1850. The wave of migration had long ago moved westward. It had already gone beyond Koshkonong also. It was northern and western Dane County and southern Columbia County that were now the mecca of immigrants. In the meantime, some small settlements in Walworth and Jefferson counties had already been founded. We shall therefore briefly discuss these now. Chapter 34. The Hart Prairie Settlement in Walworth County, Wisconsin, Scopanong, Pine Lake. Walworth County forms one of the southern tier of counties in Wisconsin, being situated between Rock on the west and Kenosha and Racine on the east. To the north lies Jefferson County. There are 4 Norwegian settlements in the county, as follows. 1, in the southern part of the town of Whitewater, and the northern part of the town of Richmond, lies the Hart Prairie Settlement, taking its name from the beautiful little prairie directly east of it. 2, about 4 miles east of the city of Whitewater lies Scopanong, partly in Whitewater Township and extending north into Jefferson County as far as Palmyra. 3, in the city of Whitewater there is a considerable Norwegian colony, and 4, about 6 miles southeast of Hart Prairie, lies the Sugar Creek Settlement, extending from about 5 miles north of DeLavan to about 3 miles northeast of Elkhorn, the county seat of Walworth County. It is the first of these settlements that we shall discuss in this chapter. The first Norwegian settlers at Hart Prairie were Ole A. Sogel and wife Kari, who, with their 4 children Anne, Andrea, Karen, and Johan, came in 1842 and located 4.5 miles southeast of the city of Whitewater. They lived there only a few years, however, then moved to Wautoma, Waushara County, in central Wisconsin. The next settler was Ole's brother, Hans A. Milben, who with his wife Kari came in 1843 and settled about a mile north of his brother's place. They had 1 daughter, Mary Ann, who was about 3 years old when they came and who is still living near Whitewater. During the year 1844, a number of families arrived from Norway and settled at Hart Prairie. They were as follows: Hans Arvison Vale and wife Ost Esther, with children Arv, or Harvey, and Isak. Mr. Arvidsson bought his first 80 acres at government price of 1.25 per acre and built his log house in the fall of 1844. In this log cabin, many a Norwegian immigrant found a temporary home upon his first arrival in Wisconsin in the early days of the settlement. Here Mr. Arvidsson lived, cultivating his own farm, until his death in 1873 at the age of 61. The widow died in June 1900 at the age of 86. Hans Thompson and wife Marie also came in 1844. They had 3 children, Thomas, Karen, and Anne. He bought land adjoining Arvidsson's farm, lived the first winter in a dugout. But the next spring, when the snakes began to come in, writes my informant, they moved to the Arvidssons, where they lived till they got their log house built. Andres J. Skipnes and his wife Ost also came at the time. They settled near Ole Arvidsson, but lived there only a short time, then moved to a farm near Stoughton, Wisconsin. Ole J. Vale and wife Ann likewise came in the same party, but they went to Sugar Creek, where a son, John, and a daughter, Annie Torine, had located the year before. Another arrival at this time was Petter H. Swerge, and Ole Tolvsen Gronstein and wife Kari and 3 children, Tosten Olsen, a carpenter, and wife Ost, Karin, a daughter of Haver Anderson, came in 1844. Tosten built most of the log cabins that were erected in the settlement for a number of years. His wife died soon after coming to America, and Tosten died in the Civil War. Finally, the accessions of 1844 included also the following persons: Gunder H. Lund, Ann Kosa Ole O. Huset and family, John C. Opsel, and Haver Huset. The latter 2 remained only a short time, then went west. Ole O. Huset located on Koshkonong. The rest of their children who came with them were Ost, a widow, Andrea Anders, and Anne Christine. Thomas Thompson married Mary Ann, daughter of Christen Mason. They lived on the Thompson homestead till their death. Thomas died in 1869, his wife in 1871. They had 6 children, of whom Hans, the oldest, lives at Forest City, Iowa. Karen Thompson, oldest daughter of Hans Thompson, married Jens Skipnes, better known as John A. Johnson of the firm, Fuller and Johnson, Madison, Wisconsin, and with him lived near Stoughton, Wisconsin, where she died about 4 years after their marriage. See Koshkonong Church Register, page 324 below. All the above 31 persons who emigrated in 1844 were from the vicinity of Skien and Holden, and all came on the same ship, namely, Salvator, Captain Johann Gassman. They were 9 weeks on the ocean, landing in New York July 4th. They came by the regular route to Milwaukee, thence they drove in lumber wagons to Hart Prairie. For the year 1845, the following accessions are to be noted: the brothers Nils and Gunder C. Opsel, Haver A. Lund and wife Anne and 6 children, most of them grown up, and another son Gullake and wife Dorothea. Anders J. Bjorndaken, Johans Gronstein with wife Maria and 3 children. For 1846, we note the following: Anders Gunderson, John Arvidsson and wife Kirsty and 4 children, Lukas Ingebretson, Anders G. Bjurva, wife Anne and 4 children, Anne, Bort Maria Karen and Jens, who many years ago moved to Crookston, Minnesota, and John Gronstein and wife Asperg. All those who came during the years 1845-46 were from near Skien. The mother and 1 child died that same fall. She was a widow when he married her. The children of the second marriage were Gunder, Christen Whitewater, Esther, who was Mrs. Chaws, Sabi, Stoughton, Wisconsin, but now dead. Anders Bjurva and wife died many years ago. In 1847, Christen M. Bow, wife Injur and 4 children from G. Jerpin came to Hart Prairie, and in 1848 came Ole Nilsson from Kristiansand. In either 1848 or 1849 came Nils, Steen, and Ole Hotvet. Nils moved to Wadama, and Ole settled in Wapaka after living a few years at Hart Prairie. In 1850, Hans Hansen, a blacksmith, came from Holden and located there. He worked for a time with the George Esterly Harvesting Machine Co., then bought a farm, which he occupied till his death in 1893. Another blacksmith by the name of Klaus Hansen came at the same time, worked at his trade for a while in Whitewater, then went to Michigan, married and came back and settled in Milwaukee, where he is still living. In 1851, Arv Gunderson Vale emigrated. His son Hans Vale had come in 1844. Arv Vale lived only a week after arriving. With him came Gunder H. Vala and wife Kirsty and 7 children. They moved to Vermilion, South Dakota, a few years later, all except the oldest son Haver, who is living at Rio, Wisconsin. In that year, 1851, came also Christopher Steenson Hotvet and his 2 brothers-in-law, Peter Kistelson Hotvet and Christen J. Tveit, while in 1852 came Georgian A. Nilsson Vibito and wife Karen Christine, née Hansen, and 6 children. Georgian Nilsson had taught parochial school in Norway for 29 years and continued to do so here for many years. The above is a complete account of all arrivals to the settlement from Norway down to the year 1852. The roster of settlers here given has been patiently gathered during several months of research by Mr. Harvey Arveson of Whitewater, himself the oldest son of the 3rd settler in the community, namely Hans Arveson Vale, of whom we have spoken above. I have followed his manuscript closely, omitting only certain facts of family and personal history. Mr. Arveson speaks briefly of the trying summer and fall of 1846, when for a time sickness and death seemed to threaten to exterminate the settlers of Hart Prairie. I will quote from his own account of the condition. Speaking of John Gronstein, who came in 1846 and died that same fall, he continues, "There was so much sickness here at that time that there was hardly anyone well enough to bury those that died. And well can I remember that the men had to come down to our house and rest before they could finish the grave. And well can I remember that the cow stood outside bellowing to be milked, and no one able to milk her. Everybody was thirsty, as all had fever and ague, and had to go a mile for water before we got to the well, and sometimes no one able to go after it. I am sure a great many died for want of care, as there was none that understood the English language and did not understand how to take their medicine. Those were hard times, and to many this account may sound incredible. Nevertheless, it is true, and I could write volumes and tell true incidents of the trials and hardships that the old pioneers had to endure. I acknowledge here with gratitude Mr. Arveson's valuable aid. It is only through such intelligent interest and patient effort on the part of the sons of the pioneers themselves, who have continued to live in the community, that such reliable facts can be secured. Whitewater City received no Norwegian settlers until in the 50s, therefore an account of their coming falls outside the scope of our discussion. Of the old Skapanong settlement, I am able to give only a few general facts. The first settlers came in 1843-44. They were Kittel Jordgrev, Hans Bukasa, and Bjorn Lien from Upper Telemarken, Hans and Harold Nordbo from Fla, Hallingdal, Ole Lea from Heiterdal, Haver Valkasa from Solund, Lars Johnson Lee, Esther Hittel, Nut T, Rio and Tolef Grain from Voss and Anand Dalos. Several of these had families. Lars Lee and wife Britha came to Muskego in the summer of 1843 and to Skapanong early in the fall, and were therefore among the very earliest in that locality. They lived there until 1861, when they located at Spring Prairie, town of Leeds, Columbia County. In his History of the Skapanong Congregation, founded in 1844, C.M. Mason, secretary of the congregation, names also the following among the earliest members of the church. Haver Matheson, in whose house the church was organized in 1844, Stijek Eriksson, Nud Dockstad, Nils Hare, Ole Estjersen, Simon Sakrason, Jacob Kosny, Haver Glenna, Matthias Bora, Bjorn Heft, Estjer Flitter, Lars Klov, Matthias Lea, and even Gulseth. Lars Lee died in 1883, his wife in 1905. Dr. Lewis Johnson Lee of DeForest, Wisconsin, is their son. In 1846, Siver O. Holland, wife and 9 children, Hadel Evenson and wife Ann J. F. Josny, and Tostein H. and Osmond O. Hogstall came to Skapanong, the latter 2 from Tuttle in Telemarken, the former were from Etne Parish in Sondhordland. Bjorn Holland of Hollandale, Wisconsin, who is a son of Siver Holland, writes me that they came on the ship Kong Sverre from Bergen. In Ulvestad's Nordmyndin I America, page 56, appears an account of their first few weeks in the settlement and of S. Holland's sickness and death. The Hogstall party came in a brig by the name of Washington, which carried iron from Tvedestrand, commanded by a Norwegian captain by the name of Simon Cook. He says, "In Milwaukee, there were only a few stores at the time. We drove with oxen and a wagon to the so-called Skapanong settlement near Whitewater. When we came there, nearly all the settlers lay ill with ague. The condition was wretched. We immediately began to rid and break some land, and after a while we got so far that we could raise some wheat. But we had to haul it 50 miles to Milwaukee with oxen. There, we got 25 cents per bushel. Wages was usually 25 cents a day in the spring and fall. In the haying, it was 50 cents, but there was little work to get. Like other settlers, my parents were poor. My mother made baskets from withes. These she then carried on her back about the prairie and sold them to Americans, getting in return for them flour, pork, and garments, in order that we should not suffer distress. The family changed the name to Holland in this country. Letter of May 5, 1905. Hadel Evenson moved to Perry, Wisconsin in 1854, where Mrs. Evenson died in 1861. The oldest son, Edwin Hadley, enlisting in Co. E. 15th Wisconsin, was killed at the Battle of New Hope Church, Georgia in May, 1864. In 1875, Mr. Evenson settled at Slater, Story County, Iowa. Peter Hadley, treasurer of Webster County, is the only surviving son. Among the early settlers at Scopanong was Mrs. Ingeborg Nelson, who came from Evanger, Voss, in 1849. She left Scopanong a few years later, settling permanently at Deerfield, Dane County, in 1853, where she is still living at the age of 95. Mrs. Nelson is the mother of Senator Newt Nelson of Minnesota, who was born in Norway in 1843. Newt Nelson was educated at Albion Academy, Albion, Wisconsin, and removed to Alexandria, Minnesota in 1871. He was governor of Minnesota during 1890–1895. In the latter year, he was elected U.S. Senator and has been re-elected twice since, serving now his third term. I shall mention one more settler, namely Torstein Rio, born at Vossevangen in 1835, who, with his wife Ingeborg Bershagen and family, came to America in 1849 on the ship Henrik Wergeland and located at Scopanong. A brother whose name also was Torstein came at the same time, and the family included a son, Nels Thompson, who is living at Madison, Wisconsin, having moved there in 1860. Torstein Rio died at Scopanong in 1869. His wife died in Madison in 1876. Father of Nut Rio. In 1880, Nels Thompson became a member of the well-known firm of clothiers, Bowley, Hinrichs and Thompson, later Hinrichs and Thompson. At Pine Lake and Nashotah in northwestern Waukesha County, a considerable number of Norwegians lived among the 40s and 50s, since which the settlement has dwindled very much. At Pine Lake, the first Swedish settlement founded in America in the last century had been established in 1841 by Gustav Annonius. In 1843, about 50 Norwegian families located at Pine Lake, according to Annonius Minnen, 1862, page 3. Annonius mentions especially a Captain Hans Gassman as the principal figure there. Gassman had a large family of sons and daughters, and the name is a well-known one among the early pioneers of Racine, Waukesha, and Dodge counties. Other members of the family were Charles, Peter, and Captain Johann Gassman, who commanded the Salvator, plying between Skene and New York. This very ship brought a number who located at Pine Lake, among them Havre Salvesen from G. Jerpen. Or rather also in part Americanized. I have discussed this in my chapters on Scandinavian immigration, 1906, pages 83–85. Into this county, the settlement extended to and about Ashupun and Toland. Many of those who came with Capt. Gassman this time went to Hart Prairie. Among the 50 families who came to Pine Lake in 1843, I may name Engelbert Salvesen from G. Jerpen, Eric Helgesen, Hans Rowe, Christen Puttikassa, Havre Rosholt, Jacob Rosholt, Peter Nies from near Skene and G. Jerpen, Elif Bjornson and Havre Havorsen from Sod Telemarken, and Tolef Waller from Eidinger in Lower Telemarken, Christopher Amat and Hans Ulen from Modum, Toliv Roysland and Ole Nummeland from Vallow in Cedar Stalen and Ole Lea from Gaustel. Some of these, as e.g. Havre Havorsen located in the extreme northern part of the settlement at Toland, and John Lea settled across the Jefferson County line, but most located in Waukesha County at Heartland or Nashotah. Holland de Norsk Settlementers History, page 170, to which I am indebted chiefly for this roll of immigrants to Nashotah, etc., in 1843. Havorsen died in the spring of 1908 as the last of the original Norwegian settlers at Toland. He was born in 1818, married in 1848 Kirsten Andrade, who survives him. In subsequent years, there arrived constantly new settlers from Skien, Cedarstall, and Gudbrandsdalen. But even in the later 40s, many began to go to the counties immediately northwest to Wapaka and Portage counties and elsewhere. In 1850 for these counties, as also Washara and Winnebago counties on the south, received hosts of Norwegian settlers, some coming direct from Norway, a large number, however, from Racine and Dane counties and the Pine Lake region. The period of growth in this settlement was therefore relatively short, and the removals relatively large. The result was that the Norwegians came to live more scattered, and the community soon began to lose its distinctive national character. Thus, it is significant that of the 90 services held during 1907 in Vor Frelsers Kirk at Okanamoak 63 were in the English language. But we are here touching upon questions which it is not our purpose to discuss in connection with the survey of settlement. Through John Leah's influence, this then came to be the destination of the earliest emigrants from Gudbrandsdalen between 1846-49. Walworth County contributed some of the number. Thus Ole Sogol, the first Norwegian settler at Hart Prairie, was one of those who went to Washara County. By way of comparison, the number of English services to Norwegian as far as statistics are available were in the following localities: Morris, Ill, 13 of 67, Blue Mounds, Daneco, Wise, 0 of 22, Leland, Ill, 14 of 28, Stoughton, Wise, 35 of 80, Long Prairie, 7 of 25, Koshkonong, 0 of 75, Muskego, 41 of 112. Chapter 35. The earliest Norwegian settlers at Sugar Creek, Walworth County, Wisconsin. The influx from land, Norway, to Weota and vicinity 1852. We have briefly referred to Sugar Creek, Walworth County, Wisconsin in Chapter 33 above. This little settlement received its first Norwegian settlers in 1844 when Ole Vale and wife Anne from Holden Parish, Skien, located there. With them came the sons John and Anders and the daughters Asta, Anne, Tyreen, Andrea, and Maria. Vale and his wife lived in Sugar Creek till their death, and the daughters all married and settled there. In the same year, Ole Kittelsen and Nils T. K. Vamaden, both unmarried and both also from Holden, came to the settlement. Ole Kittelsen located permanently in Sugar Creek, but Nils K. Vamaden and wife moved to Norway Township, Goodhue County, Minnesota in 1857. There they died years ago, the homestead being now occupied by the son Ole. Christian L. Vestremo and wife Ingeborg and 3 children, and Gunder K. Neseth emigrated from G. Jerpen near Skien in 1844. Neseth moved to Norway, Minnesota in 1856 and Vestremo in 1857. According to Ole Jacobsen of Elkhorn, to whom I am indebted for these facts, there were no further accessions to the colony before 1847. In that year, his parents came from G. Jerpen, as also Jacob Torstensen and wife Maren Margaret, and 3 sons Ole, Torsten, and Jacob, and a daughter, Maria, with her husband Lars Jensen Tagen and family. With them came also Tagen's mother. Jacob Torstensen died in 1861. The widow is still living at the old home. Ole Jacobsen writes me that his father and family left Skien in April by the ship Axel, Og Valborg, Captain Bloom, going first as far as Havre, France. There they waited 3 weeks, then secured passage with an American ship, the journey being very slow. Landing in Boston, they went by train to Albany, thence by canal boat to Buffalo, and by steamboat via the lakes to Milwaukee, where they arrived sometime in August. From Milwaukee they thereupon proceeded to Sugar Creek, where they located permanently. Ole Jacobsen is at present living on the farm purchased in 1847. In 1849, Aslak Rasmussen Sletting with wife Gunhild and 8 children came from G. Jerpen, Norway. Grindemelum, with wife, son, and daughter, also came in 1849, as did Peter J. Gromstelen, wife Svanning and 5 children, and Nils J. Overholt, wife and 2 children. Some of the children have moved away, to Minnesota and Washington. There do not seem to have been any further accessions of Norwegian immigrants during the pioneer days of the Sugar Creek settlement. In the 60s, quite a number came and located at and about Elkhorn, but these do not fall within the scope of our survey. The original home of immigrants from land, Norway, was Rock Prairie, as we saw above, Chapter 24. From this as their distribution point, they migrated west and north, aiding in the founding of other settlements. As early as 1844, we find one pioneer at Wiota from land, Norway, namely Syver Johnson Smed, see above page 213. But the influx from land did not begin until 1847. In that year, 2 families, numbering in all 14 persons, arrived via Rock Prairie. They were those of Svend Norstellian, wife Karen, and 5 children, and of the widow Kari Lillebeek, who had 6 children. In 1848, Hovel Tollefsrud, wife Bertha and children, Christopher, Hans, Jahans, Siri, and Loveis arrived. Further immigrants of that year were Johans Brenham, wife Ingeborg and 3 children, Hans Havorsen Brenna, wife Eli and children, Bert, Haver and Johans, Johans E. Smedsrud, with wife Anne and 2 sons Ingebrit and Matthias, and Johans Smehigen or Smed, with wife Ingeborg and 2 children. Matthew J. Ingebretson of Gratiot, Wise, who came to Wiota with his parents in 1848, has kindly aided me with many of the facts on immigration to Wiota in 1847-50. John Larsen Lillebeek was one of her sons. In 1849 came Torkild Husverit, with wife and 3 sons, Gulbrand, Lars and Frederick, Ole Monsen Tollefsrud, wife Karen and 3 children, and Nils Asen, Aver Hassel and wife Ingeborg, who had come to Rock Prairie in 1848, removed to Wiota in 1848. Hans Lillebeek came in 1850, and about 20 in all in 1851-52. Ole Monsen, whom we have mentioned as coming in 1849, was the builder of the old Norwegian church at Wiota, which is still standing. The present larger and more commodious structure stands on the wall built by Ole Monsen. There were not very many from other provinces in Norway among those who emigrated to Wiota in the late 40s. We have spoken of Ingebrigt Fugelgerditz coming in 1846 from Long Prairie, where he had lived 2 years. He was from Vik, Son. Ingebrigt Johnson removed to town of Dane, Dane County, Wisconsin in 1851. There he lived till his death in 1893, his wife having died in 1890. John J. Johnson, retired farmer of Lodi, Columbia County, Wisconsin, is their son, as is also Joseph Johnson of Dane Township in Dane County. From Vik came Eric I. Hav and wife in 1847, while Harold Melland and wife Anne came from Telemarken. From Sigdal there came one family in 1848, Elf Aleph, Johnson and wife Anne. The latter served in the Civil War in Company G of the 22nd Wisconsin Regiment. In 1872 he married Mary Larson of Blanchardville, Lafayette County, where they are now living. He was only 16 when he enlisted. She was a daughter of Ole Larson, who served in the 3rd Regiment, Wisconsin Infantry, in the Civil War. I may conclude this chapter by saying that Arne Vinge, whose name is so intimately interlinked with the history of the community, died in 1903, having lived on the old homestead for 62 years. Of his 8 children, 3 are living: Peter S. Anderson, Newell, Iowa, Daniel K. Anderson, and Mrs. Martha Brunkow of Woodford, Wisconsin. Chapter 36. Continued immigration from Åland, Son to Koshkonong. The arrival of settlers from Vik Parish, Son, in 1845. In the year 1845-1846, immigration to Koshkonong from Laudal, Vinge, and Mo parishes continued, and a considerable number came from Flesburg. The accessions from Laudal, Moe, and Hvidseid for these years record the end of a movement that began in 1843. But that which especially characterized the growth of the Koshkonong settlement in 1845-1846 was the extensive additions through immigrants from Son. So extensive, in fact, was the influx from Son these years as to make their total representation on Koshkonong at once exceed that from either Voss or Numedal, and equal to about half that from Telemarken. These 4 have ever since been the dominant elements in Koshkonong's population. A part of this immigration from Son was from parishes represented among the arrivals of the year before. Such were Bodolf J. Grind, Ole N., Steengerd and Esther I. Romeren from Lakenger, Herman T.V., Joseph J. G. Jellum and Hermund O. Aferdal from Lairdal, Anders S. Vribo, wife Anne and 3 children from Lister, Eric L. Grave and Anders H. Erdegard and wife Martha from Hafslo. But much more significant was the immigration from Åland Parish in 1845–1846, from Sogndal in 1846, and the new immigration from Vik Parish in 1845. We shall discuss these three groups in order briefly. We have noted above, Chapter 31, that there were several persons from Åland Parish, San, among the immigrants who settled on Koshkonong in 1844. I am now in receipt of a letter from Anders J. Flom of Flom in Åland, Norway, relative to the earliest emigration from Åland to America. His letter, as also that of Reverend E. P. Jewell, the present minister of the parish, shows that the earliest emigrants left there in 1844. I quote in translation from Reverend Jewell's letter. Those who, according to parochial records here, were the first to emigrate to America are the following: Ivar Hansen Vingum, age 25, unmarried, Ole Torgersen Flom, age 50, wife Anna Bodolfstatter, age 40, and children, Ole 13.5 years old, and Anders 10 years. Of these, Ivar Hansen's certificate of emigration is shown to have been issued March 20, 1844, and he to have left the district on April 13 the same year. Ole Torgersen's certificate of emigration was issued on the 13th of April, 1844, and his departure took place the following day. All therefore emigrated together. The writer's father has always pronounced the name Vangen, which also, according to Håkon Lie, is the correct form. Ivar Vangen settled on Bonnet Prairie, where his son Hans Vangen is still living. Reverend Jewell thereupon gives a list of those who emigrated from Åland in 1845, and while several of these did not settle on Koshkonong, it will be of interest to the reader to see this list. I therefore give it complete here. In 1845, on the 19th of April, the natives of Åland, Ålindinger, left their native village. Torsten Olsen Bjelda, 45 years of age, wife Anna 29, and son Ole 3.5 years. Ivar Ingebrigtsen Itrali, 32 years. Jens Bodolfsen Bergfam, 23.5 years. Jens Torgersen Tarum, 44.5 years. Wife Ragnhilda Monstatter, 27, and son Torger, 1 year. Esther Olsen Stundal, 19, and sister Katrin, 30. Anna Marie Hanstetter Vangen, 28.5. Erik Johannessen Itrali, 43, and wife Marth Larstetter, 48, and children: Brita, 21 years, Magnilda, 18 years, Johan, 16 years, Ingeborg, 14 years, Lars, 10.5 years, Håkon, 9 years, Anna, 7 years, Tomas, 5 years, Johan Bodolstatter Itrali, 16 years. Eilef Olsen Loven, 24 years. Mikkel Knutsen Ersterbro, 22.5 years, and wife Martha Golfstatter, 27.5 years, and son Nut, 2 months. Lars Gundersen G. Gellum, 33.5 years, and wife G. Gertrud, and son Nut, 4 years. Martha Gunderstatter, 17 years. Joseph Johannessen Vindidal, 73 years, and wife Anna Jenstatter. John Johnson Frondel, 28 years, and wife Magnhilda. Ragnald Johannessen Knit, 19.5 years. Simon A. G. Gellum, 20 years. Petter Monsen Loven, 34 years. Johan M. Loven, 20 years. Ivar J. Steen, 22 years. These are the emigrants who first went to America from this parish. Åland Parish, January 25, 1909, E. P. Jewell. Some of the immigrants mentioned by Reverend Jewell are still living on Koshkonong. Thus, among the children of Erik J. Itrali, who died in 1892 at the age of 90, Johans John E. Johnson is still living on the old homestead, 2 miles east of Utica, and his brother Håkon is living there with him. Simon G. Gellum lived 2 years in Chicago, then entered the Mexican War, after which he came to Koshkonong. Ivar I. Itrali had been a school teacher and deacon at Sistrand, in which capacity he continued serving here in this country, at Rock Prairie, Rock County, whither he went soon after arriving in Wisconsin. He died there about 1875. Of other immigrants from Åland, which Mr. Anders J. Flom speaks of, I shall mention Petter J. G. Gersme and Torbjorn O. G. Gersme, wife Meta and family, who came in 1846, and Hans Torgersen Flom, who, he says, went soon after Ole T. Flom. The family short the name to lie in this country. During a visit with him at the John E. Johnson homestead last August, I had the pleasure of listening to H. Lie's narrative of the emigration of this party from Åland and of their early experiences. Håkon Lie has a remarkable memory, and he has made it a point to follow the career and keep in touch with his fellow immigrants of 1845 and their history in this country. Space does not permit me to give here details from my interview with him, nor from that with others relative to the immigration of these years. But I may add that the party sailed with Kongsvær, Captain Fisher. They were 6 weeks and 4 days on the way from Bergen to New York. Thence they went by steamboat to Albany, where they arrived on the 4th of July. Arriving in Chicago one of the last days in July, they remained there a week, then proceeded to their destination, Koshkonong, driving with oxen from Chicago. Håkon Lie says there were none on the ship from Telemarken or Newmiddle. The 300 passengers were all from Son and Voss, but I learned through others that there were some from Hardanger on the ship. The limitations of space necessitates curtailment in the account in nearly every chapter. From the vast amount of material I have, I can offer here practically only that which pertains specifically to the history of immigration. Or, as Kristen Sherpy of West Koshkonong called him in an interview last summer, Ivar Ihegvikshi. During the year 1845, there came also a group of immigrants to Koshkonong from Vik Parish, namely several families from near Arnafjord. This party included several Niset families, the oldest living survivor of which is Jens J. Niset, b. 1828, well-known Koshkonong architect who resides at Stoughton, Wisconsin. I have had several interviews with Mr. Niset relative to their sailing and their early life as pioneers. It will be possible to give here only the briefest facts. Jens Niset tells me that there were 8 estates at Niset and that the owners of 4 of them sold out at the same time and went to America. The biggest of these estates was that of Ingebrigt Niset, or as he was usually called, Skungen. In the party were Jens Niset's parents, Johans Jensen Niset and wife Eli, his oldest sister Gro, married to Ole Larsen Hagen, who is living in Cambridge, Wisconsin, 2 brothers Ingebrigt and John, and another sister who later married Henrik Lien of East Koshkonong. Jens Niset, I have just learned, died at Stoughton last week, May 1908. They had 1 child when they came. She is Mrs. Ole Venaz, Rockdale, Wisconsin. Johans Niset was born in Fayos, but his father had bought Niset in 1823 and settled there, 3 Norwegian miles from Arnafjord. There were 3 ships that sailed at the same time, Niset relates. One of these was the Kongsvær, Captain Fisher, of which Håkon Lie speaks above, and on which the emigrants from Åland were embarked. Another was a 2-masted sloop, Petter Schroeder, and which carried about 130 passengers, among whom the Niset families. This sloop had crossed twice before. The third was one commanded by Captain Brock. The passengers on this ship were mostly from Son, but there were 3 boys from Hardanger and a few persons from Voss. Petter Schroeder also carried emigrants principally from Son, but there were 2 from Voss, says Niset. One of these was Brynjolf Leland, who settled at Norway Grove, where he is still living. The other was Odd Himmel, whom we have met with above page 168, as the guide of the first party of explorers of Koshkonong in 1839. He had returned to Norway in 1844, married there in 1845, and was now returning to America. Among those who came on the Brock ship were Skungen and Ole Meanies. We recognize in Captain Brooks' ship the same ship that Lasse Ellingsen of Capron, Illinois, came on in 1845. It was furthermore the very same voyage of this ship. The name of the ship was Albion. For a partial list of the passengers on this ship, as of Petter Schroeder, whose captain was Vingard, the reader may now be referred to the account of the sailing of these 2 ships above, chapter 32. The much-talked of Vingard ship. The 2 ships Kongsvær and Petter Schroeder sailed side by side the whole way, relates Niset, Kongsvær arriving in New York in the evening, Petter Schroeder the next morning. Captain Brock's ship, which had started 10 days earlier, arrived 3 days later, see, above page 275. From New York, the immigrants were taken over the usual route to Milwaukee. Having arrived in Muskego, they secured Haverluras to take their goods to Koshkonong. He brought them to Clinton, Rockdale, where the first man they met was Torstein Selsang, who had emigrated from Åland, Son, to Koshkonong the preceding year. Johans Niset, who was a man of considerable means for the time, bought the land, which is now occupied by the son Ingebrigt Niset, which is section 35 in the southeastern part of Christiana Township. Mr. Niset's full account of this journey I shall publish elsewhere. Johannes Niset was born in Lakendra Parish in 1795. His wife, Ali I. Birdal, was born in 1797. She died in Koshkanong in 1850. Johannes died in 1882. He was noted for his ability as a mechanic, was successful as a maker of violins, and was himself a capable player. Jens Niset early distinguished himself as a builder and an architect. Though but 16 years old, he assisted in the building of the old log church in East Koshkanong in 1844, and it was Niset who took it down again in 1858 and constructed the old stone church, which a few years ago was replaced by a handsome brick edifice. He also built the tower of the old Liberty Prairie Church, and a number of the oldest houses on Albion Prairie were erected by him. Jens Niset was married in 1850. He has no children. Mrs. Ole Mellas of Stoughton, Wisconsin, is an adopted daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Niset. The Nisets have been living in Stoughton since 1876. As has been noted, there was a considerable immigration from Sogndal, San in 1846. To name only a few: Ole Seetagen, Ellen T. Quale, with wife Dorde Bardstatter and family, 8 in all, Anders S. Hundir, Nils O. Selsang and wife, and Johannes I. Gerd. From Åland, Sogndal, and Hafslo, there came others in the following 4 years. I shall here name Petter Silfestson Aberge from Hafslo, who came in 1847, Ole O. Andersen, 1848, Ole O. Hemsing, 1849, both from Sogndal, Adel S. G. Gellem and family, Per Scherping and wife Christine and Kristen Olsen Gulvengen from Åland in 1849. Of these, Aberge later moved to Minnesota. Ole Andersen, often called Skagola, settled 3 miles north of Albion, where he lived till his death. He married Guri Petterson, adoptive daughter of Torstein Selsang in 1851, who had come to America in 1849. She died in June 1909. Ole Hemsing located first in Cottage Grove. In 1855, he purchased the old Hemsing farm 3 miles north of Stoughton, later owned by the son Ole H. Hemsing, b. 1853, since 1884, of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Ole O. Hemsing died about 1895. The widow, Ragnhilda, died in 1907. Per Scherping died early, and the widow married Kristen Olsen, who then took the name Scherping Scherpy. Kristen Scherpy, b. 1823, is still living at the old homestead near West Koshkanong Church. There was scattered immigration from Telemarken down to 1850, especially from Hvide. About 40 in all came from Hallingdal, and 25 from Hardanger. Valdres, Ringsaker, Biri, and Vardal, and a dozen other provinces and parishes are represented by 4 or 5 settlers each. The first to arrive from Hardanger were Svend L. Lund, Ingebrecht, Nikolai, and Johannes Erdal, Gudorm Buo Ole L. and Aslaki Quammen. These came in 1847. From Ringsaker came Anders J. Tommersteigen, wife Maria Alstetter, and children Johannes, Olive Peter b. 1843 and Karen Marie in 1846, while from North Audal in Valdres came Ole Lowe and Ole H. Hip, both with families, and from Slitter, Tolef H. G. Vale, all in 1847. I shall now offer a copy of the official register of members of the Koshkanong churches during this period, according to the parochial records left by Reverend J. W. C. Dietrichson for the years 1844 to 1850. This is here printed for the first time and will be read with considerable interest by the many descendants of the founders of these 2 historic congregations on Koshkanong Prairie.